Chen Yu hated blind dates. Not because he had anything against marriage. Not because he disliked relationships. And definitely not because he was secretly waiting for some perfect woman to appear and change his life. He simply hated being told where to go on a rainy Friday night, especially by his mother. The phone vibrated for the 5th time. Chen Yu stared at the caller ID for 3 full seconds before answering. "Mom, where are you?" The familiar voice exploded through the speaker immediately. Rain hammered against the taxi windows as Linhai City's evening traffic crawled forward one agonizing meter at a time. "I'm in the taxi. You said that 20 minutes ago." "Because I was in the taxi 20 minutes ago." "Then why aren't you there yet?" Chen Yu rubbed the bridge of his nose. Outside, red brake lights stretched endlessly through the rain-soaked streets like rivers of liquid fire. Traffic. His mother let out a dramatic sigh powerful enough to travel through the phone. "Poor girl. Mom, she's probably already waiting." "Mom, imagine sitting alone in a restaurant while your blind date is nowhere to be found." "Mom, how tragic." Chen Yu closed his eyes. The taxi driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Their eyes met. The driver immediately understood. Blind date. Mother. Rain. Hopeless situation. The driver gave him a look of silent sympathy. Chen Yu wanted to disappear. His mother continued. "Listen carefully. This girl is wonderful. You said that about the last one. She was wonderful. You said that about the one before that too. She was also wonderful. Then why am I still single?" A brief silence followed. Then his mother replied with absolute confidence. "Because you're difficult." The taxi driver laughed. Actually laughed. Chen Yu stared at the back of the driver's head. The man suddenly found the road very interesting. "I can hear someone laughing," his mother said. "It's the driver. He agrees with me." "Of course he does." His mother ignored that. "Anyway, this young lady is beautiful, successful, well-educated, and from a good family." Chen Yu looked out the window. Rainwater slid across the glass, blurring the neon lights beyond. The city looked softer when it rained. Less demanding, less loud. People hurried beneath umbrellas. Couples shared shelter beneath storefront awnings. Restaurants glowed warmly against the darkness. Everywhere seemed full of people going somewhere they wanted to be. Unfortunately, he was not one of them. "Are you listening?" "No, Chen Yu. I'm listening." "Good." Her grandmother arranged everything personally. That sounded dangerous. Grandmothers who arranged blind dates were always dangerous. They said she's very busy. Then why is she going? Probably because her grandmother is even scarier than I am. For the first time all evening, Chen Yu almost smiled. The traffic moved slightly, then stopped again. His mother groaned dramatically. "You'd better hurry. I'll get there when I get there." "No, you'll get there before she leaves." "Maybe she already left." "Don't say things like that." The call ended shortly afterward. Tease lasted exactly 7 seconds. Then another message arrived. From his mother. **** smile when you meet her. ****. A second message appeared. ****. Can stop looking so serious. ****. A third. ****. Also don't talk about boring things. ****. Chen Yu stared at the screen, then slowly locked it. The taxi driver chuckled. "Tough mother." Chen Yu sighed. "The strongest person I know. I believe it." They sat in silence after that. Outside, Linhai City continued drowning beneath the rain. Towering skyscrapers vanished into low clouds. Neon signs reflected across wet roads. Countless windows glowed against the darkness like scattered stars. For a brief moment, Chen Yu wondered about the woman he was supposed to meet. What was she doing right now? Waiting, checking her watch, already leaving, hopefully leaving. The thought brought him unexpected relief. Maybe she disliked blind dates as much as he did. Maybe she was sitting somewhere right now wishing she could go home. If so, they already had something in common. The taxi finally turned into a quieter street. A notification appeared on his phone. Unknown number. One simple message. ****, sorry. Something came up. I won't be able to make it tonight. ****. No name. No explanation. Just that. Chen Yu stared at the message. Then laughed, actually laughed. The driver looked surprised. What happened? The blind date. Oh, she didn't show up. The driver blinked, then burst out laughing. Looks like both of you had the same idea. Chen Yu leaned back against his seat. For the first time all evening, the tension disappeared from his shoulders. Outside, Rain continued falling across the city. Somewhere beyond the countless lights and crowded streets, a woman he had never met was probably feeling the same relief. To strangers, to cancelled plans, to people who had chosen not to meet. Neither of them knew that fate was not finished trying, and neither could have imagined that before this rainy night was over, they would already be living on opposite sides of the same hallway. The message on Chen Yu's phone remained on the screen for a long while. ***, sorry. Something came up. I won't be able to make it tonight. ***. No name. No apology beyond what courtesy required. No explanation. A cancelled blind date should have felt embarrassing. At the very least, it should have made him feel slightly offended. Instead, Chen Yu felt as if someone had quietly removed a stone from his chest. The taxi driver glanced at him again through the mirror, still amused. Going to the restaurant, Chen Yu looked at the rain-soaked city outside. For a moment, the warm glow of restaurants passed by the window one after another, each filled with people pretending not to be lonely. Couples sat beneath hanging lights. Office workers laughed over late dinners. Strangers leaned toward one another across polished tables, testing whether conversation could become connection. He had no desire to join them. No. Chen Yu said. Change destination. Where to? Chen Yu unlocked his phone and looked at the address he had saved earlier. Harbor View Apartments, room 1607. A place he had rented without telling many people. A place where his mother would complain about the old building if she saw it. A place where nobody would expect anything from him. He gave the driver the address. The taxi turned away from the restaurant district, leaving behind the bright streets and expensive windows. The city slowly changed. Glass towers gave way to older residential blocks. Luxury stores became convenience shops glowing beneath wet awnings. The roads narrowed. The harbor wind pushed rain sideways across the street, and the scent of salt and damp concrete seeped faintly through the taxi's air vents. Chen Yu leaned back, watching the world blur past. His phone vibrated again. This time, it was his mother. He considered pretending not to see it. The phone vibrated a second time. Then a third. Chen Yu sighed and answered. Well, Li Milan asked immediately. Did you meet her? No. A pause. What do you mean no? She cancelled. She cancelled. She said something came up. Then why do you sound happy? I don't. You do. Chen Yu looked at his reflection in the rain-streaked window. Apparently, he did. His mother became suspicious. Chen Yu, tell me honestly, did you deliberately arrive late? The traffic deliberately arrived late. Don't play word games with me. I'm not. You are. You always do this when you're guilty. The driver's shoulders shook again. Chen Yu pretended not to see it. Li Milan sighed on the other end of the call, but her voice softened a little. You can avoid one blind date. You can avoid two, but you can't avoid living forever. Chen Yu's gaze moved past the window. Rain slid down the glass in silver lines. For a moment, his expression became quieter. I'm living. No, his mother said. You are breathing. There is a difference. The words landed gently, but they landed deep. Chen Yu did not answer. Li Milan seemed to realize she had pressed too far. Her tone changed, becoming lighter again, almost exaggerated. Anyway, go eat something. And don't think this means I'm giving up. I never thought that. Good. A son should understand his mother's persistence. I understand it too well. Also, send me your new address. No, Chen Yu. I'll send it later. You said that last week. I was busy. With what? Avoiding me. Yes. The call ended with his mother scolding him, but there was laughter hidden beneath it. When silence returned, the taxi had already entered an older part of Linhai City. Harbor View Apartments appeared through the rain like something left behind by time. It was not beautiful in the way new buildings were beautiful. No marble lobby, no shining glass walls, no uniformed doorman standing beneath warm spotlights. Only an aging beige building facing the harbor wide, its balconies unevenly lit, its walls marked by long years of rain. Some windows glowed with television light, some held potted plants. Some were dark and quiet. It looked ordinary, almost forgettable. Chen Yu looked at it and felt, unexpectedly, at ease. The taxi stopped near the entrance. He paid, stepped out, and lifted two cardboard boxes from the back seat. Rain immediately soaked into his coat. The driver lowered the window. Need help? Chen Yu adjusted the box in his arms. No need. Good luck, brother. Chen Yu smiled faintly. With the apartment, with your mother. For the first time that night, Chen Yu laughed. The taxi drove away, its red taillights dissolving into the rain. For a while, Chen Yu stood beneath the narrow awning outside Harborview Apartments, holding his boxes and listening to the storm. The city behind him continued shining. The world he had chosen not to enter tonight continued without him. Somewhere, the woman from the cancelled blind date had also disappeared into her own night. He did not know her name. He did not wonder too much about her. To him, she was only a missed appointment, a small relief, a door that had closed before he needed to open it. He turned toward the building. Inside the lobby, an old ceiling light flickered warmly. The floor tiles were worn but clean. A row of dented mailboxes lined the wall, each labeled with names that had faded at the edges. Near the security desk, an elderly man with reading glasses lowered a newspaper and looked up. New tenant, Chen Yu stepped inside, rain dripping from his coat. Room 1607. The old man's eyes brightened. Ah. Finally, that room has been empty for a while. He stood with the slow confidence of someone who knew every leaking pipe and every nosy neighbor in the building. I'm Wang. Security. If the elevator stops, don't panic. If the water pressure drops, wait 10 minutes. If Auntie Liu asks about your salary, pretend you didn't hear her. Chen Yu paused. That happens often. Which one? All of it. Uncle Wang thought seriously. Yes. Chen Yu looked at him. Uncle Wang looked back. Then both men smiled. For some reason, the lobby felt warmer after that. Uncle Wang handed him the access card and pointed toward the elevator. 16th floor. Room 1607. Your neighbor is room 1608. Chen Yu picked up his boxes again. Anything I should know? Uncle Wang's expression became thoughtful. Quiet neighbor. Comes back late. Leaves early. Very polite. Very cold. Chen Yu nodded. That had nothing to do with him. At least, that was what he believed. The elevator doors opened with a tired groan. Chen Yu stepped inside. The old machine rose slowly, trembling slightly between floors as rain beat against the building outside. 16 floors, a failed blind date below, an unknown neighbor above, and a room waiting for him like the beginning of a life he had not yet learned how to live. When the elevator finally opened, the hallway was quiet. Warm lights stretched across old walls. Rain tapped against the window at the far end. Two doors faced the corridor. 1607, 1608. Chen Yu stopped in front of his door. For no reason, his gaze drifted to the door beside it. Silent, closed. Unremarkable. He looked away, inserted the key, and opened room 1607. The apartment was small. Old furniture. Clean walls. A narrow kitchen. A window facing the rain-covered city. Nothing special. Nothing impressive. Exactly what he needed. Chen Yu stepped inside and set the boxes down. Behind him, the door closed softly. Across the hallway, room 1608 remained dark. Neither door knew yet that the blind date the rain had ruined was only the first attempt. Fate, unlike people, was rarely discouraged by failure. Morning arrived with the distant sound of seagulls and the steady murmur of rainwater dripping from Harborview's balconies. Chen Yu woke earlier than expected. For several moments, he lay quietly on the unfamiliar bed, staring at the ceiling. No phone calls, no meetings, no schedules, no one waiting for him. The realization felt strange, then unexpectedly pleasant. Outside the window, Linhai City was still wrapped in the gray colors left behind by last night's storm. The harbor beyond the buildings shimmered beneath a layer of morning mist, and the streets below were already beginning to fill with people rushing toward another busy day. For the first time in years, Chen Yu had nowhere urgent to be. His stomach growled. Fair enough. He climbed out of bed. An hour later, after unpacking exactly one box before deciding he hated unpacking, he left the apartment in search of breakfast. The hallway was quiet. The old elevator took so long to arrive that Chen Yu briefly considered learning how to use the stairs for the rest of his life. When the elevator finally opened, Uncle Wang stood inside holding a plastic bag full of vegetables. The old security guard nodded solemnly. Good morning. Morning. Elevator's working today. Chen Yu stepped inside. That sounds like something people usually assume. Not here. The elevator doors closed. For a few seconds, only the sound of machinery filled the space. Then Uncle Wang glanced sideways. Single. Chen Yu knew immediately where this conversation was heading. Yes. That single syllable contained far too much meaning. The old man continued. There are several aunties in the building. Chen Yu closed his eyes. Of course there were. I just moved in. Good. Fresh inventory. Chen Yu nearly laughed. The elevator reached the lobby. Before escaping, he heard Uncle Wong call after him, "Don't worry." That sounded suspicious. About what? The aunties move very fast. Chen Yu immediately walked faster. Behind him, Uncle Wang's laughter echoed through the lobby. Harbor View was beginning to reveal its true nature, and it was terrifying. Breakfast came from a small noodle shop across the street. The owner greeted every customer like a long-lost relative. An elderly couple argued cheerfully over soy sauce. A delivery rider nearly walked into a pole while checking his phone. The entire neighborhood seemed to operate at a pace completely different from the business district's downtown. Slower, warmer, human. By the time Chen Yu returned, he was carrying coffee in one hand and a paper bag of steamed buns in the other. The lobby was busy. Laundry Auntie Liu was speaking loudly enough for 3 buildings to hear. "I'm telling you, young people these days don't know how to choose partners." Uncle Wong didn't even look up from his newspaper. "You've been saying that for 15 years. Because they still haven't learned." Chen Yu immediately decided not to make eye contact. Unfortunately, it was too late. Auntie Liu spotted him. New target acquired. Odd. New tenant. Chen Yu felt genuine danger. The woman crossed the lobby in seconds. "How old are you?" There it was. The first question. Not even a greeting. 29. Good age. Bad sign. Married. Even worse, no. Why not? Chen Yu looked toward Uncle Wong. The old man lowered his newspaper slightly, then lowered it again. Complete betrayal. "I haven't found the right person." Auntie Liu nodded as if conducting an official interview. "Salary." Chen Yu stared. She stared back. The woman was serious. From behind the newspaper, Uncle Wong muttered, "I told you." Chen Yu escaped before further damage could occur. The elevator arrived. He stepped inside. The doors began closing. Then a voice called out from down the hallway, "Wait." The doors reopened. A woman entered. The faint scent of rain and perfume drifted into the elevator. Chen Yu moved aside automatically. The woman stepped in without looking at him. Dark hair, white blouse, black skirt, phone pressed against her ear. The first thing he noticed wasn't her appearance. It was the exhaustion. It lingered around her like an invisible shadow. "Move the meeting to 2 o'clock. Her voice was calm, controlled, professional, the kind of voice that had probably spent years carrying responsibilities heavier than it sounded. A pause. Then, "No. If the proposal isn't ready, delaying it another day won't magically improve it." Another pause. The elevator began moving. The woman rubbed her forehead. The gesture lasted less than a second. Most people would never notice it, but for that brief moment, her perfect composure cracked just enough to reveal fatigue underneath. "We'll discuss it later." She ended the call. Silence returned. The elevator continued climbing. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. Neither spoke. Not because it was awkward. Because strangers rarely spoke in elevators. That was one of civilization's unwritten rules. When the doors opened on the 16th floor, both stepped out. Chen Yu walked toward room 1607. The woman walked toward room 1608. For the first time, she glanced in his direction. Just a brief look. Polite, neutral, the look one neighbor gives another, nothing more. Then she opened her door and disappeared inside. The hallway became quiet again. Chen Yu stood for a moment, then looked at the number on her door, 1608. So this was the quiet neighbor Uncle Wong mentioned. Cold? Maybe. Tired? Definitely. He unlocked room 1607. Across the hallway, another door had already closed. 2 strangers. 1 hallway. 1 ordinary morning. Neither knew that less than 24 hours earlier, both had been heading toward the same blind date, and if fate had been only slightly kinder or slightly crueler, they would have met as strangers in a restaurant instead of neighbors in an elevator. As Chen Yu stepped into his apartment, his phone vibrated. A message from his mother appeared. Asterisk asterisk, "Did you meet the girl?" Asterisk asterisk. Chen Yu stared at the message, then typed asterisk asterisk no dot asterisk asterisk. After a moment, another message arrived. Asterisk asterisk, what a shame. Asterisk asterisk. For some reason, Chen Yu found himself glancing toward the wall separating room 1607 from room 1608. Then he shook his head and laughed softly. If only his mother knew how close she had come. The first thing Chen Yu learned about Harborview Apartments was that silence did not last long there. By late afternoon, room 1607 had become a battlefield of half-open cardboard boxes, loose charging cables, folded clothes, and one mug he had somehow misplaced despite only owning two. Rain had returned outside, gentler than the night before, tapping against the window as if reminding him that Lin Hai City had no intention of drying anytime soon. He stood in the middle of the apartment, holding a bedsheet in one hand and a screwdriver in the other. Neither belonged in his hand. He had been looking for coffee. After a full minute of staring at the mess, Chen Yu calmly placed both objects on the table and decided the best solution was to leave. Some problems required patience, some required wisdom. Unpacking required neither. Only suffering. He locked the door behind him and stepped into the hallway. At the same moment, the door of room 1608 opened. Su Wanqing stepped out with a laptop bag over one shoulder and a phone already in her hand. She had changed from morning's white blouse into a long black coat, simple but perfectly fitted. Her hair was neatly tied, her expression calm, and her eyes carried the kind of focus that made the hallway seem less like an old apartment corridor and more like the entrance to a boardroom. Chen Yu stopped. She stopped too. For one short second, the two of them faced each other across the narrow hallway. A normal person might have said hello. Chen Yu considered it. Su Wanqing looked as if she was already late to 3 meetings that had not yet started, so he nodded. She nodded back. A polite exchange. Clean, efficient, nearly emotionless. Then her phone rang. She answered while walking toward the elevator. Yes. A pause. No. Don't send a revised version to the investors yet. Another pause. If the data is incomplete, confidence will collapse faster than the product does. Chen Yu walked a few steps behind her, holding his empty reusable bag. He had no intention of listening. Unfortunately, the hallway was narrow, the elevator was slow, and Su Wanqing's voice had the kind of clarity that made ignoring it difficult. She pressed the elevator button. The old machine groaned somewhere below. Chen Yu stood beside her, leaving a polite distance. Her call continued. Tell Lu Ming to check the assumptions again. If he says it's fine, I want to know why. If he says it isn't, I want to know that faster. Chen Yu's eyes shifted slightly. Only for a moment. Then he looked away. Su Wanqing ended the call and finally seemed to remember someone was standing beside her. Her gaze moved to the reusable bag in his hand. Going out. The question was casual, but her tone made it sound like an interview. Chen Yu lifted the bag slightly, escaping. A faint pause. From what? Boxes. For the first time, something almost softened in her expression. Almost. The elevator arrived. The doors opened. They stepped inside. The old elevator descended with its familiar trembling rhythm. Su Wanqing stood straight, one hand resting lightly on her laptop bag. Chen Yu noticed she had not eaten the steamed bun from the paper bag she carried earlier in the morning. Or maybe he only imagined it. That was none of his business. Still, when the elevator shuttered between the 10th and 9th floors, he glanced up. Su Wanqing did not react. Chen Yu said, "Does it always sound like that?" "Yes. That's not comforting." "It still works." Very generous definition of works. This time, she glanced at him. A very small glance, but there was something in it that was not quite cold. The elevator reached the lobby. The doors opened to the familiar warmth of Harbor View's daily chaos. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk, reading his newspaper upside down. Laundry Auntie Liu was arguing with a delivery rider about whether the package belonged to 1203 or 1302. The elderly son couple walked slowly past the mailboxes, sharing one umbrella even though they were indoors and it was still dripping onto the floor. Chen Yu looked at Uncle Wang's newspaper. "Is that comfortable?" Uncle Wang did not look down. "What? Reading upside down." The old man paused, then slowly lowered the paper. He looked at it, turned it around, then raised his head with perfect dignity. "I was testing you." Chen Yu nodded seriously. "You passed me." Barely. Su Wanqing, who had been walking past them, slowed for half a step. Not enough for anyone else to notice, but enough. Chen Yu caught the faintest shift at the corner of her lips before it disappeared. Uncle Wang noticed too. His newspaper lowered a fraction. His eyes moved from Chen Yu to Su Wanqing, then back to Chen Yu. Chen Yu suddenly felt that Harbor View's security system was far more dangerous than advertised. Su Wanqing continued toward the entrance as if nothing had happened. Rain waited beyond the glass doors, soft and gray. She opened a black umbrella with one hand and stepped out. A car was already waiting by the curb. The driver hurried to open the door, but before getting in, Su Wanqing turned her head slightly. Her eyes met Chen Yu's through the rain-dim lobby. "Just once. Good luck with the boxes," she said. The words were plain. Her voice was calm. But Chen Yu still heard the dry humor hidden beneath them. He smiled. Good luck with the investors. That made her pause. Only a heartbeat. Perhaps because he should not have remembered. Perhaps because most people heard work calls and forgot them immediately. Perhaps because his tone contained no flattery, no curiosity, no attempt to use what he had overheard. Only a simple return of courtesy. Su Wanqing looked at him for another second, then nodded. Thank you. She got into the car. The door closed. The vehicle pulled away into the rain. Chen Yu stood in the lobby with his reusable bag, watching the taillights vanish past the wet glass. Behind him, Uncle Wang made a thoughtful sound. Interesting. Chen Yu turned. What is? Nothing. That sounded like something. It was nothing. Uncle Wang lifted his newspaper. This time, right side up. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. The old man had clearly decided something, and whatever it was, Chen Yu suspected it would bring trouble. He left the building before Auntie Liu could intercept him. By the time he returned from the grocery store, the rain had deepened. His bag held instant coffee, eggs, noodles, and vegetables. Simple things, ordinary things, the kind of life he had come here to rebuild one small item at a time. The lobby was quieter when he came back. Uncle Wang had disappeared. Auntie Liu was gone. Only the sound of rain and the soft hum of the old lights remained. Chen Yu stepped into the elevator alone. As it rose, his phone vibrated. Another message from Li Milan. Asterisk asterisk, did you eat properly? Asterisk asterisk. A second later. Asterisk asterisk also, that girl from last night was probably very nice. What a pity. Asterisk asterisk. Chen Yu stared at the message. For some reason, the image of Su Wanqing's brief almost smile appeared in his mind. Cold neighbor, busy woman, sharp tongue, tired eyes. Good luck with the boxes. He shook his head. Impossible. There were millions of women in Linhai City. The world was not that small. The elevator opened on the 16th floor. Chen Yu walked to room 1607. Across the hallway, room 1608 remained closed. Quiet, unreachable. He unlocked his door, stepped inside, and placed the groceries on the small kitchen counter. Behind the wall, silence waiting. Chen Yu glanced at the boxes scattered across his apartment and sighed. He still needed coffee. He still needed to unpack. And apparently, he now had a neighbor whose smile was harder to catch than a taxi in heavy rain. That was probably for the best. After all, he had come to Harborview to live quietly, not to become curious about the woman next door. That night, the rain returned. Not the violent storm from 2 days ago. Not the impatient downpour that trapped cars in traffic and ruined blind dates. This rain was quieter. The kind that settled over a city like a blanket. The kind that made people lower their voices without realizing it. By 10 o'clock, Harborview Apartments had begun winding down for the night. Television sounds faded behind closed doors. Footsteps became less frequent. The elevator finally stopped groaning every few minutes. Only the rain remained. Chen Yu sat cross-legged on the floor of room 1607. The dining table still hadn't been assembled. The bookshelves remained half-empty. Several cardboard boxes continued occupying valuable living space despite contributing absolutely nothing to society. One of them had become a coffee table. Another had become a chair. A third had achieved the prestigious rank of problem for tomorrow. Chen Yu sipped coffee from his mug and looked around. The apartment was still incomplete, but for the first time, it felt occupied. A faint sense of peace settled over the room. Not happiness. Not yet. Just peace. The kind that appeared after long periods of noise. His phone vibrated. Without looking, he already knew who it was. Li Milan. He answered. Have you eaten? Right on schedule. Yes. What did you eat? Noodles. Vegetables. Yes. The pause was too long. His mother immediately caught him. You didn't. I did. You hesitated. It was a thoughtful hesitation. There is no such thing. Chen Yu smiled. The rain tapped softly against the glass. For several minutes, his mother continued her usual inspection. Food, sleep, apartment, health, future grandchildren. The conversation followed its natural and terrifying progression. Eventually she arrived at the subject she truly cared about. The girl. Chen Yu closed his eyes. Of course. What about her? It's a pity. You don't even know her. I know enough. You know nothing. I know she has terrible timing. Chen Yu laughed. His mother sighed dramatically. You'll regret this one day. Which part? Being alone. The words were lighter than before. Not a lecture. Not pressure. Just concern. For a moment, neither spoke. Rain filled the silence. Then Lee Milan's voice softened. Just don't spend your whole life running from people. Something in Chen Yu's expression became quieter. Not sad. Not exactly. Just distant. His mother seemed to sense it immediately, like mothers often did. She changed the subject before he had to answer. By the time the call ended, the apartment felt a little less empty. Across the hallway, room 1608 was still awake. Not that Chen Yu knew, or thought about, or cared about. Probably. Su Wanqing sat alone at her dining table. 3 screens illuminated the room. Financial reports, market forecasts, presentation slides. Numbers flow endlessly across the displays. Outside, rain painted silver trails down the window. Inside, silence filled every corner of the apartment. Her untouched dinner sat nearby, cold, forgotten. Again, a message appeared. Grandma ***. Su Wanqing stared at the screen, then immediately knew what the conversation would be about. Still, she answered. Grandma, my blind date disappeared. Su Wanqing closed her eyes. There it was. Right on schedule. He didn't disappear. He never arrived. Neither did I. That's different. It isn't. It is. Her grandmother sounded deeply offended by reality. Su Wanqing rubbed her forehead. The familiar headache from staring at screens all day had returned. You should rest. You should get married. Neither side surrendered. The battle continued. For several minutes, Grandma Su complained about modern romance, irresponsible young people, impossible schedules, and a society that somehow functioned despite everyone refusing to get married. Eventually she asked, Did you eat? Su Wanqing glanced at the cold dinner. Yes. A dangerous pause followed. Grandma Su knew immediately. You didn't. Apparently all grandmothers possess the same supernatural ability. I'm about to. You said that 3 hours ago. Su Wanqing smiled despite herself. A very small smile, gone almost instantly, but real. The conversation ended shortly afterward. The apartment became quiet again. Too quiet. For a moment, Su Wanqing simply sat there, listening. The rain, the refrigerator, the distant hum of city traffic. Nothing else. No family, no friends, no one waiting for her. The room was beautiful. Large, modern, perfectly organized, and somehow felt emptier than it should. Near midnight, the power flickered briefly, just once, then stabilized. Harbor View groaned in collective annoyance. Somewhere below, a resident shouted at the electrical system. Someone else shouted back. A dog barked. Then silence returned. Chen Yu laughed quietly. The building had personality. Unfortunately, he stood and walked toward the kitchen. The coffee had run out. A tragedy. He opened a cabinet. Nothing. The refrigerator. Nothing useful. He considered going downstairs, then remembered the rain. The rain won, as it often did. A few minutes later, a sound drifted through the wall. Very faint, barely noticeable. A chair moving, perhaps a cupboard closing, perhaps someone walking. The apartment next door. Room 1608. His neighbor was still awake, working, probably. The thought appeared, then lingered unexpectedly. Busy woman. Sharp tongue. Tired eyes. Good luck with the boxes. Chen Yu shook his head. Ridiculous. He didn't know her. They had exchanged perhaps 20 sentences. Half of them involved elevators. The other half involved cardboard boxes. And yet Harborview had a strange way of making people feel closer than they actually were. Maybe it was the thin walls. Maybe it was the old building. Maybe it was because everyone carried pieces of their lives home each night and stored them only a few meters apart. Whatever the reason, room 1608 no longer felt like an anonymous apartment. It felt occupied by someone. Across the hallway, Su Wanqing finally closed her laptop. The time displayed on the screen, 11:57 p.m. Another long day. Another successful day. Another exhausting day. She stood and stretched. The city lights shimmered beyond the rain-covered glass. For some reason, her thoughts drifted briefly toward the new neighbor, the man with the reusable shopping bag, the man who escaped from cardboard boxes, the man who had remembered part of her work conversation without trying to impress her with it. Most people would have. Most people always did. Yet he hadn't. Strange. The thought disappeared as quickly as it came. Still, for the first time since moving into Harborview years ago, she found herself wondering about the person living on the other side of the wall. Not because he was interesting, not because she cared. Just curiosity. Nothing more. Midnight arrived. The rain continued falling over Linhai City. In room 1607, Chen Yu finally went to sleep. In room 1608, Su Wanqing turned off her lights a few minutes later. Neither knew much about the other. Neither expected anything from the other. Neither realized that for the first time in a very long time, both had spent part of their evening thinking about someone else. And for two people who had spent years building lives around solitude, that small change was far more important than either of them understood. Tomorrow would be ordinary. At least, that was what both of them believed. The rain finally stopped sometime after midnight. By morning, Linhai City looked as though someone had washed the entire world clean. Sunlight spilled between rows of glass towers. Water still clung to tree branches. Tiny puddles reflected pieces of blue sky that had not existed the night before. Chen Yu stood in front of the coffee machine in his office pantry and watched it struggle through another painful brewing cycle. The machine made a noise that sounded suspiciously like suffering. He understood the feeling. Monday mornings were rarely kind, especially after blind dates. Or, in his case, missed blind dates. The memory resurfaced briefly as he carried his coffee back toward his desk. His mother's voice, the taxi, the sympathetic driver, the restaurant he had barely reached before discovering that the woman had already left. The entire evening felt ridiculous now. He shook his head and sat down. Work quickly swallowed the rest of the morning. Emails, meetings, reports, more emails. The endless cycle of adulthood. By the time he finally looked up from his monitor, the office around him had become noticeably quieter. Most people were gone. The digital clock in the corner of his screen read 8:47 p.m. Chen Yu blinked, then sighed. Again, the cleaning auntie passed by carrying a trolley. Still here. Chen Yu smiled. Unfortunately, she laughed. You young people work too hard. The irony almost made him laugh. If only she knew how little of his overtime was actually voluntary. After shutting down his computer, he finally escaped the building. The city outside had already transformed. The daytime rush had disappeared. Office workers drifted through illuminated streets carrying takeout bags and tired expressions. Restaurants glowed warmly against the cooling night. The smell of grilled meat floated through the air. Somewhere nearby, music drifted from an outdoor cafe. For a moment, the city felt peaceful. Then his stomach growled. Loudly, Chen Yu stopped walking. Right, dinner. He had forgotten again. The realization felt strangely familiar. A few minutes later, he found himself sitting inside a small noodle shop near Harborview Apartments. Steam rose from a bowl of beef noodles. The old owner greeted him without needing to ask for his order. Routine had quietly formed somewhere along the way. Outside the window, people passed beneath glowing streetlights. Inside, warm yellow light softened the edges of the evening. For the first time all day, Chen Yu relaxed. The owner placed an extra plate of pickled vegetables beside him. Long day. Chen Yu nodded. The owner clicked his tongue. Work less. Tell my boss. I would if he paid me enough. Chen Yu laughed. The old man laughed too. The conversation ended there. Comfortable. Simple. The kind of conversation that existed only between regular customers and neighborhood shop owners. As he ate, his eyes drifted toward the television mounted near the ceiling. A financial news channel played silently. Stock prices. Corporate announcements. Business headlines. The usual things. Then a familiar face appeared. A woman stood on a stage surrounded by cameras. Long black hair. Cold expression. Impeccable posture. A tailored black coat. Even through a television screen, she somehow looked difficult to approach. The caption beneath her name read, Su Wanqing, CEO. The old owner followed his gaze. Young and successful. Chen Yu looked up. HM. The owner pointed toward the television. That one. Chen Yu glanced back at the screen. The woman accepted an award while photographers crowded around her. Flashes of light exploded from every direction, yet somehow she looked completely alone. The image vanished as the broadcast moved on. Chen Yu lowered his gaze back to his noodles. Looks exhausting. The owner barked out a laugh. Being rich, being watched. The old man paused, then nodded. Fair point. A strange silence followed. Not awkward, thoughtful. Outside, another train passed in the distance. The city continued moving. People continued chasing something. Success, money, dreams, expectations. Meanwhile, Chen Yu finished his noodles and paid the bill. When he finally returned to Harborview, the building lobby was nearly empty. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk reading a newspaper. The old security guard looked up. Late again. Chen Yu smiled. You too. Someone has to protect this place. They exchanged familiar greetings before Chen Yu stepped toward the elevator. The doors opened with their usual reluctant groan. The ride upward was quiet. 16th floor. The doors slid apart. The hallway stretched ahead beneath warm yellow lights. Peaceful. Familiar. Home. Chen Yu walked toward room 1607, then paused. Across the hall. Room 1608. A faint line of light glowed beneath the door. Someone was home. For some reason, he remembered the woman on the television, the cameras, the flashes, the cold expression, the loneliness hidden beneath it. Then he shook the thought away. Why was he even thinking about that? They were neighbors. Nothing more. With a small laugh at himself, he unlocked his door and stepped inside. Across the hallway, the light beneath room 1608's door remained quietly illuminated. Neither of them knew it yet. But this ordinary hallway was slowly becoming the center of both their worlds. Morning sunlight arrived before Chen Yu did. By the time he stepped into Harborview's lobby with a coffee in one hand and a half-eaten sandwich in the other, most of the building was already awake. Auntie Liu stood near the mailboxes discussing something extremely important with another resident. At least, she sounded convinced it was important. The cat definitely understands human language. It doesn't. It does. It doesn't. It looked offended. Chen Yu walked past them. Auntie Liu. She turned immediately. Ah, see Chen? The second resident escaped while her attention was diverted. A veteran move. Auntie Liu lowered her voice. Do you know who moved into 1608? Chen Yu nearly choked on his sandwich. She moved in months ago. Yes. But do you know who she is? No. Auntie Liu looked disappointed, as though he had failed an examination. Then she leaned closer. I'll find out. Chen Yu had absolutely no doubt she would. He escaped before becoming part of the investigation. Outside, Linhai City was wrapped in soft morning light. People hurried toward work. Buses arrived. Traffic lights changed. Coffee shops filled. Life moved forward with practiced efficiency. By evening, the city had transformed again. Office towers glowed against the darkening sky. Rain clouds gathered far above the coastline. The air carried the scent of an approaching storm. When Chen Yu returned to Harborview that night, he found Uncle Wang sitting behind the security desk with a portable fan pointed directly at his face. The fan was losing the battle. So hot, so hot. The two men exchanged identical observations, a bond forged through shared suffering. Then the lobby lights flickered. Once, twice. Everyone looked up. The lights stabilized. Nobody trusted them. Building management says they're fixing it. Uncle Wang sounded unconvinced. Chen Yu was unconvinced too. The elevator arrived with its usual metallic groan. Inside, the old fluorescent lights buzzed softly overhead. The familiar journey began. 2nd floor, 5th, 9th, 12th. Then the doors opened on the 14th floor. A woman stepped inside. Long black hair, white blouse, black skirt, elegant posture. The faint scent of jasmine. Su Wanqing. The elevator suddenly felt much smaller. She nodded politely. Chen Yu nodded back. The doors closed. Silence. Not awkward, just unfamiliar. The kind of silence that existed between people who had seen each other many times but never truly spoken. The elevator continued upward. The old motor hummed. Rain tapped lightly against the narrow glass window beside the doors. The city lights blurred beyond the storm. Then the elevator jolted. Both of them looked up. The lights flickered. Once, twice, then stabilized. The elevator continued moving. Neither said anything, but the atmosphere changed slightly, as though both had silently agreed to keep an eye on the ceiling. A few seconds later, the 16th floor arrived. The doors opened. Relief spread through the elevator, a relief neither of them acknowledged. They stepped into the hallway together. Warm yellow light stretched toward the far window. Rain traced faint lines across the glass. The familiar corridor felt strangely peaceful tonight. For a brief moment, they walked in the same direction. Parallel lights separated by a few steps. Then Chen Yu stopped at room 1607. Su Wanqing stopped at room 1608. Directly across from him, the distance between them was less than 3 meters. The realization felt oddly significant. Not because anything happened. Because nothing did. No dramatic conversation. No romantic accident. No fate-filled encounter. Just two people returning home after another exhausting day. Ordinary. Comfortably ordinary. Su Wanqing unlocked her door. Chen Yu unlocked his, almost simultaneously. Both paused briefly before entering. A strange moment. gone before either could understand it. Then both disappeared into their respective apartments. The hallway became quiet once more. Outside, rain continued falling over Linhai City. Inside Harborview, two lights illuminated opposite sides of the same corridor. Neither noticed that the empty hallway was beginning to feel a little less empty. The storm arrived just after midnight. Not the dramatic kind from movies. No thunder that shook the sky. No lightning splitting the darkness. Just relentless rain. Steady, persistent, as though the clouds had settled above Linhai City and forgotten how to leave. Chen Yu woke up because he was thirsty. At least, that was what he told himself. The digital clock beside his bed displayed 12:43 a.m. The apartment was quiet. The city beyond the windows wasn't. Rain whispered against the glass. Distant traffic murmured somewhere below. The familiar sounds of a city that never fully slept. He shuffled toward the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Inside waited exactly one bottle of water. A truly inspiring display of adulthood. Chen Yu grabbed it, then frowned. Empty. He stared at the bottle. The bottle stared back. A silent confrontation. The bottle won. A few minutes later, he found himself standing in front of the instant noodle shelf inside Annie Chen's convenience store downstairs. Life was full of unexpected journeys. The bell above the entrance chimed softly as he stepped inside. The store felt cozy at this hour. Rows of snacks, warm yellow lighting, the faint aroma of instant coffee. Auntie Chen sat behind the counter watching a late-night drama. She looked up. Midnight noodles. Chen Yu lifted the cup in his hand. You know me too well. She pointed toward the hot water station. Doctor says those are unhealthy. You also sell them. I didn't say they're unhealthy for business. Fair. Very fair. Chen Yu prepared his noodles while Auntie Chen returned to her television. Outside, rain continued falling. Inside, everything felt warm, comfortable. The kind of ordinary moment people rarely appreciated until years later. The convenience store door opened. The bell chimed again. Someone entered carrying a black umbrella. Chen Yu glanced up, then blinked. Su Wanqing. For a second, both seemed equally surprised. Not shocked, just caught off guard. The kind of surprise reserved for seeing a coworker in a supermarket. You know they exist. You simply never expected them to appear there. Neither spoke immediately. Auntie Chen looked up from the television. Her eyes moved between them. Once, twice, then she smiled. Dangerously. Years of neighborhood gossip had prepared her for moments like this. Late night shopping. Su Wanqing nodded politely. Yes. Auntie Chen looked at Chen Yu. Then at Su Wanqing. Then back at Chen Yu. The silence became suspicious. Chen Yu immediately recognized the expression. Neighborhood dandies shared a collective consciousness. Somehow, rain's getting worse. Auntie Chen finally said. Neither answered. The bell above the entrance swayed gently. The noodles continued cooking. The rain continued falling. Time moved awkwardly. Then Chen Yu noticed what Su Wanqing was holding. A single cup of instant noodles. He stared. Then looked at her. Then at the noodles again. The image refused to make sense. The woman who appeared on business channels. The woman who accepted awards beneath flashing cameras. The woman who looked like she negotiated billion ringgit deals before breakfast. Cup noodles. At 1 in the morning. Something about it felt strangely human. His expression must have changed, because Su Wanqing noticed. What? The question arrived before she could stop it. Chen Yu hesitated, then decided honesty was safer. I didn't expect you to eat those. Silence. A dangerous silence. Then unexpectedly, the corner of her mouth moved, very slightly. Not quite a smile, but close. Neither did I. For a moment, both looked at the noodles, then at each other, then at the noodles again. An alliance formed. Built entirely on poor dietary choices. Auntie Chen watched everything unfold with the intensity of someone observing a historical event. She would absolutely tell Auntie Liu tomorrow. Chen Yu could already feel it. The noodles finished. Steam curled upward into the warm store air. Outside, rain blurred the city into streaks of silver and gold. Inside, something subtle shifted. Not romance, not attraction, just familiarity. A small piece of distance disappearing. The kind nobody noticed while it was happening. Su Wanqing glanced toward the rain beyond the glass. It doesn't look like it's stopping. Chen Yu followed her gaze. No. The city lights shimmered beneath the storm. Beautiful, lonely, quiet. For a brief moment, both stood there watching the rain. Two exhausted people sharing the same silence. This silence felt different from the elevator. Less distant, less formal, more comfortable. The realization appeared and disappeared before either could examine it. Then Su Wanqing lifted her noodles. Good night, simple, ordinary. Yet somehow the words lingered longer than they should have. The bell chimed softly as she stepped back into the rain. A few minutes later, Chen Yu left as well. When he returned to the 16th floor, a faint line of light still glowed beneath room 1608. Across the hallway, he paused briefly, then entered room 1607. The rain continued through the night, and somewhere between a convenience store, a cup of noodles, and an awkward conversation about unhealthy food, two strangers had taken their first real step toward becoming something more than neighbors. The colder weather lingered throughout the week. Not true winter. Linhai City never truly knew winter. Just cool evenings carried in from the sea, lingering beneath streetlights and slipping quietly through open windows. The kind of weather that made warm food taste better. The kind of weather that made people want to go home earlier. Unfortunately, life rarely cared what people wanted. Monday disappeared into work. Then Tuesday. Then Wednesday. The city continued moving. Office towers glowed long after sunset. Restaurants filled and emptied. Rain visited occasionally before leaving again. And Harborview Apartments continued its quiet existence above it all. The residents followed familiar routines. Auntie Liu collected gossip with the dedication of an investigative journalist. Uncle Wang continued his daily war against malfunctioning building equipment. Auntie Chen watched television dramas while judging the life choices of customers buying instant noodles after midnight. Everything remained exactly the same, except for one small thing. Chen Yu had started noticing Su Wanqing. Not in the way Auntie Liu would immediately misunderstand. Not because she was beautiful. Not because she was successful. Just because patterns were difficult to ignore once you saw them. It started in the elevator. One evening, Chen Yu stepped inside carrying a takeout bag from the noodle shop downstairs. The doors began closing, then reopened. Su Wanqing entered. She wore the same professional elegance she always carried. White blouse, black skirt, perfect posture, perfect appearance. Yet something felt different. Tired, the realization arrived unexpectedly. Not because she said anything, because it showed. A faint shadow beneath her eyes. A loosened collar. The subtle exhaustion people wore after forgetting they were human for too long. She nodded politely. Good evening. Evening. The elevator doors closed. The familiar ascent began. Second floor. Fourth. Eighth. The old fluorescent lights buzzed softly overhead. For a while, neither spoke. The silence wasn't uncomfortable anymore. The convenience store encounter had changed that. Not enough to make them friends, but enough to make them neighbors. Real neighbors, the kind who acknowledged each other's existence. When the elevator reached the 16th floor, both stepped into the hallway. As Chen Yu unlocked room 1607, he casually lifted his takeout bag. Late dinner. The question escaped before he could stop it. Su Wanqing paused. Her hand rested on the handle of room 1608. Then she glanced down at her empty hands. A brief silence followed, almost too brief to notice. Not yet. Something about the answer felt strange. Not because of what she said, because of how she said it. Then she offered a polite smile, the kind people used when ending conversations, and disappeared inside. The door closed. The hallway became quiet again. Chen Yu looked down at his takeout, then toward room 1608. For some reason, the exchange lingered longer than it should have. The answer arrived 2 days later. Thursday night. Nearly 10 o'clock. He returned from work carrying groceries. The hallway was empty. The lights beneath room 1608 glowed softly, and sitting outside the door was a delivery bag. Untouched, he barely noticed it. Entered his apartment, forgot about it. Then remembered an hour later while taking out the trash. The bag remained exactly where it had been. Untouched. The food was probably cold by now. The light beneath the door remained on. Someone was home. Yet the dinner remained outside. The image stayed with him longer than expected. The next morning the bag was gone. That should have been the end of it. Instead it happened again. Different restaurant, different packaging. Same result. Food arrived, food waited, food grew cold. Food disappeared. The pattern revealed itself slowly, without announcement, without drama, just repetition. One Friday evening, Chen Yu returned home unusually early. The sunset painted the city in gold and orange. For once, the hallway wasn't empty. A delivery rider stood outside room 1608 holding a paper bag. He rang the bell, waited, rang again, nothing. The rider sighed, placed the food down, then left. The hallway became quiet once more. Chen Yu watched from a distance, the bag set beneath the warm yellow lights. Alone, waiting. An hour passed. Still there. 2 hours. Still there. When room 1608 finally opened, Su Wanqing stepped out holding a phone against her ear. A laptop rested beneath one arm. She was speaking about quarterly reports. Deadlines, investments, numbers. Always numbers. Then she noticed the delivery bag. Her steps stopped. The conversation paused. For a second, genuine surprise appeared on her face, as though she had completely forgotten it existed. Then she picked it up, continued the call, and disappeared back inside. The entire interaction lasted less than 10 seconds, yet it told him everything. Later that night, Chen Yu stood inside his kitchen eating noodles. Again, a truly impressive commitment to poor nutrition. Rain drifted quietly outside the windows. The city lights shimmered across the darkness. Across the hallway, room 1608 remained illuminated, still awake, still working. His phone vibrated. Li Milan, of course. The woman possessed supernatural timing. He answered. Have you eaten? No greeting. Straight to business. What did you eat? Noodles. Dangerous silence. What kind of noodles? Chen Yu glanced downward. Cup noodles. The silence became lethal. Chen Yu, Mom, if I die early, it'll be because of you. He laughed, immediately regretted it. Don't laugh. I'm serious. I know, you work too much. The words came automatically. The kind parents repeated so often they became background noise. Yet tonight, they landed differently. Perhaps because he had spent the entire week watching someone do exactly the same thing. The lecture continued. Vegetables, proper meals, regular sleep, the sacred teachings of all mothers. Eventually the call ended. The apartment fell quiet once more. Chen Yu carried his empty cup toward the sink. As he passed the entrance, his eyes drifted toward the door, toward the hallway beyond, toward room 1608. The forgotten delivery bags surfaced again. The late-night cup noodles, the tired eyes inside the elevator, the woman on television accepting awards beneath flashing cameras, the woman everyone probably envied, the woman who apparently couldn't remember to eat dinner. Success looked glamorous from a distance. Up close, it looked suspiciously like exhaustion. He rinsed the cup, turned off the kitchen light, walked toward his bedroom. Halfway there, he stopped. For some reason, the image refused to leave. The untouched food, the warm meals growing cold, the surprise on her face when she finally remembered they existed. He stood there for several seconds, then sighed. She really doesn't eat, does she? No answer came. Across the hallway, a thin line of light still glowed beneath room 1608. Quiet, lonely, awake. For the first time, concern felt heavier than curiosity. And somewhere beneath that concern, a small decision quietly began taking shape. Not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, very soon, something would have to be done. Saturday arrived with sunshine. A rare miracle. After nearly a week of rain, Linhai City finally remembered what blue skies looked like. Sunlight poured across Harborview apartments. Laundry fluttered from balconies. Children played near the small garden outside the building. The entire city seemed lighter, happier, more willing to forgive life for being difficult. Unfortunately, Chen Yu spent most of the morning being interrogated by his mother. Video calls should have been considered dangerous technology, especially in the hands of Li Milan. You look thinner. I don't. You do. I don't. You do. Chen Yu sighed. The debate had been running for 12 minutes. Neither side intended to surrender. His mother narrowed her eyes through the screen. Turn the camera. What? Turn the camera. Why? I want to inspect your refrigerator. No. Chen Yu. No. Chen Yu. The call ended shortly afterward. A tactical retreat. Not a victory. Never a victory. His phone immediately received 6 messages. The war continued. By noon, Chen Yu escaped his apartment in search of fresh air. And food. Real food. His mother would be pleased. The noodle shop downstairs was crowded. The convenience store was crowded. Even Auntie Liu appeared unusually energetic, which was concerning, very concerning. Auntie Liu standing near the mailboxes usually meant trouble. The moment she spotted him, her eyes lit up, exactly like a predator discovering prey. Chen Yu considered running. Unfortunately, she had already locked on. Good afternoon, Auntie Liu. Have you eaten? Yes. Married? No. Auntie Liu nodded thoughtfully, as though confirming a long-standing suspicion. Then she lowered her voice. I found out. Chen Yu immediately knew this conversation would not improve. Found out what? Room 1608. Of course. Who else? Auntie Liu looked around dramatically before continuing. She's some kind of big executive. I know, you know. I saw her on television. Auntie Liu looked slightly disappointed. Apparently she had expected greater shock. Still, she continued. Never home. Works too much. Always alone. For once, the gossip contained no malice. Just observation, the kind neighbors made when they worried about someone. Then Auntie Liu sighed. Poor girl. The statement surprised him. Apparently it surprised Auntie Liu too. She quickly recovered. Anyway, if you see her, tell her the residence barbecue is next month. There is a barbecue. There is now. Then she walked away. Mission accomplished. Chen Yu stared after her. Neighborhood dandies possess terrifying powers. Entire social events appeared because they willed them into existence. By evening, the weather had changed again. Clouds drifted over the city. Not enough for rain, just enough to cool the air. The 16th floor hallway remained quiet, peaceful, familiar. When Chen Yu stepped out around 7, he nearly collided with a delivery rider. The young man balanced several paper bags in his arms. Sorry, no problem. The rider glanced at the apartment numbers, then stopped outside room 1608. Another delivery. Chen Yu found himself staring. Again, the rider rang the bell, waited. Nothing. Rang again, still nothing. After a minute, the rider left the bags outside, exactly like every previous time. The hallway returned to silence. The food remained, waiting. Chen Yu stood there longer than necessary, then shook his head. Not his business. He left. 2 hours later, he returned carrying groceries. The bags remained untouched. The warm food was probably cold now. The hallway lights cast soft shadows across the paper packaging. An odd sense of irritation surfaced inside him. Not anger, something smaller, more stubborn. The feeling people experienced when watching someone repeatedly make the same mistake. Across the hall, room 1608 remained illuminated, still working, still awake, still forgetting. He entered his apartment. Prepared dinner, a simple bowl of noodles with vegetables, actual vegetables. His mother would faint from happiness. As steam rose from the bowl, his eyes drifted toward the opposite wall, toward the apartment beyond it. The image refused to leave. The delivery bags, the forgotten meals, the tired eyes, the midnight noodles, the elevator, the television interview. The woman who looked perfectly capable of handling everything, except herself. The thought made him laugh softly, then stop. A few minutes later, he opened the refrigerator. Inside sat ingredients he had bought earlier. Eggs, green onions, vegetables, leftover chicken. Nothing impressive, nothing expensive. Normal food, the kind people made at home. Chen Yu stared for a while, then closed the refrigerator, opened it again, stared some more. This was a terrible idea. An objectively terrible idea. His brain supplied multiple reasons. Awkward, strange, potentially misunderstood. Auntie Liu would probably hold a press conference. All valid concerns, yet none of them seemed strong enough. Eventually he sighed. Just this once. The decision settled quietly. Not dramatic, not life-changing, just simple, human. An hour later, a ceramic bowl sat on his kitchen counter, still warm. Simple chicken porridge. Nothing special, comfort food. The kind people ate when they forgot how to take care of themselves. Chen Yu looked at it, then at his apartment door, then at the bowl again. This is definitely a bad idea. The bowl offered no opinion. Several minutes later, he stepped into the hallway. The corridor stood empty, silent. The lights glowed softly overhead. Across from him, room 1608 remained closed. A thin line of light beneath the door revealed someone was still awake, still working, still forgetting dinner. For a moment, he hesitated, then placed the bowl carefully beside the door. No note, no explanation, no name, just a warm meal. The simplest kindness in the world. His heartbeat felt oddly loud. Ridiculous. He wasn't committing a crime. Yet somehow it felt more nerve-wracking than any presentation he had ever given. He immediately retreated, opened his own door, stepped inside, closed it, then stood there, listening. Silence. Nothing happened. Several minutes passed. Still nothing. Chen Yu laughed at himself. Of course nothing happened. Normal people didn't spend their evenings secretly delivering porridge to neighbors. He turned off the lights, prepared for bed. And somewhere across the hallway, outside room 1608, a single bowl of warm porridge waited quietly beneath the soft glow of Harborview's corridor lights. Sunday morning arrived quietly. The city had not fully awakened yet. The roads below Harborview remained calm. The sky carried the pale colors that only existed shortly after sunrise. A peaceful hour. An honest hour. The kind that belonged to people who either loved mornings or hadn't slept at all. Su Wanqing belonged firmly to the second category. The laptop on her dining table remained open. Spreadsheets covered the screen. Several empty coffee cups surrounded it like casualties of war. The digital clock displayed 6:17 a.m. She stared at the numbers, then blinked twice. At some point during the night, she had accidentally worked until sunrise again. A familiar mistake, one she made far too often. Her neck ached. Her shoulders protested. Her eyes burned. She closed the laptop. Silence immediately filled the apartment. The sudden quiet felt almost foreign. For a few seconds, she simply sat there, listening. The distant hum of the city, the faint cry of seabirds from somewhere near the harbor, the soft ticking of a wall clock. Normal sounds, sounds most people never noticed. Then her stomach growled. The betrayal startled her. She looked down, confused, as though the concept of hunger had interrupted an important meeting. Only then did she remember. Dinner. She never ate dinner. Again, a vague memory surfaced. Food delivery, a phone call, work, then nothing. Her gaze drifted toward the apartment entrance. The discarded delivery receipt still sat on the table nearby. Untouched food. Another wasted meal. She sighed. The exhaustion suddenly felt heavier. Eventually she stood. The apartment felt larger in the early morning silence. More empty, more lonely. As she approached the door, something caught her attention. A shadow, just beyond the threshold. She frowned, then opened the door. The hallway greeted her with warm yellow light and a ceramic bowl. For several seconds, she simply stared. The bowl sat quietly beside her door, covered carefully to preserve the warmth. Waiting, exactly where someone had left it. Confusion appeared first, followed by caution, then surprise. She crouched slowly. The bowl was still faintly warm. Not hot, not fresh, but warm enough. A strange sensation spread through her chest. The feeling was unfamiliar, because nobody had done something like this for her in a very long time. Years, perhaps. Her gaze drifted along the empty hallway. Room 1607. Closed. Silent. The realization arrived immediately. There weren't many suspects. Auntie Liu would have attached a handwritten letter. Uncle Wang would have knocked 3 times. Auntie Chen would have included extra vegetables and a lecture. That left one person. Su Wanqing stared at room 1607 for a long moment, then picked up the bowl. The ceramic felt warm against her fingers. Human. Personal. Dangerously thoughtful. She carried it inside. The apartment door closed softly behind her. Minutes later, she sat at the dining table. The lid lifted. Steam no longer rose from the porridge. Yet the aroma remained. Simple chicken porridge. Green onions. Egg. Nothing expensive. Nothing luxurious. The sort of meal people made for family. The sort of meal people made when they cared whether someone had eaten. For reasons she couldn't explain, the sight made her strangely emotional. Not enough to cry, just enough to feel something. A small crack in the armor she wore every day. She picked up a spoon, took a bite, then froze. Not because it was extraordinary, because it wasn't. It tasted normal, comforting, warm, homemade. The taste carried no expectations, no obligations, no hidden agenda, just kindness, pure and uncomplicated. The realization made something inside her chest tighten unexpectedly. For years, almost every favor she received had carried conditions. Business expectations, family expectations, social expectations. Nothing came freely. Nothing came without purpose. Yet this bowl of porridge asked for nothing. The thought lingered. Long after breakfast ended. Long after the bowl was empty. Long after she washed it carefully. Eventually she found herself standing near the window overlooking the city. The ceramic bowl rested beside the sink, clean, ready to return. The simple fact created a problem. A ridiculous problem. One she had somehow never encountered before. How exactly was she supposed to return it? Knocking on his door felt awkward. Texting was impossible. They didn't have each other's numbers. Leaving it outside his apartment felt strange. The issue occupied far more mental space than it deserved, which annoyed her greatly. She was the CEO of a billion ringgit company, yet somehow a bowl had become the most difficult item on her schedule. Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. A knock interrupted her thoughts. 3 sharp knocks. Confident, aggressive, terrifying. Only one person knocked like that. Auntie Liu. Su Wanqing opened the door. The older woman immediately smiled. The kind of smile that suggested she had already noticed everything. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Good morning. Good morning. Auntie Liu's eyes casually wandered downward, toward the bowl visible inside the apartment, then back upward. The smile widened. Su Wanqing immediately regretted opening the door. Beautiful weather today. Yes. Good for eating breakfast. Yes. Good for sharing breakfast too. Silence. The smile widened again. Auntie Liu had reached several conclusions, all of them wrong. Probably, hopefully. After a few moments, the older woman finally left, still smiling. Still dangerous. The hallway returned to peace. Su Wanqing closed the door, then leaned lightly against it. For the first time that morning, a small laugh escaped her. Soft, brief, unexpected. The sound disappeared almost immediately, yet the apartment somehow felt less empty afterward. Her gaze drifted toward the clean bowl once more, then toward the wall separating room 1608 from room 1607. A simple thank you. That should be enough. A normal thank you. Nothing complicated. Nothing awkward. Nothing more. Yet somehow, she found herself rehearsing the words anyway, and that realization was far more dangerous than the bowl itself. Monday arrived with rain. Again. Linhai City seemed determined to remain trapped beneath clouds forever. The morning commute moved at half speed. Umbrellas filled sidewalks. Traffic crawled through streets shining with reflected neon and brake lights. By 8:30, Chen Yu was already regretting being employed. His coffee had gone cold. 3 meetings had appeared on his calendar, and his mother had sent him 2 articles about healthy breakfast habits. The day was unfolding exactly as expected. Somewhere around noon, his phone vibrated. Li Milan. Chen Yu stared at the screen, then answered. Mom, did you eat breakfast? Of course. Not hello. Never hello. I did. What? Food. Chen Yu. He smiled. The conversation continued. Breakfast. Vegetables. Marriage. The holy trinity of maternal concerns. By the time the call ended, half his lunch break had disappeared. A familiar sacrifice. The afternoon passed quickly. Work had a way of consuming entire days without permission. When evening finally arrived, rain still drummed softly against the office windows. The city beyond looked blurred, distant, almost dreamlike. Chen Yu shut down his computer and escaped before someone discovered additional work for him. The journey home felt longer than usual, perhaps because of the weather, perhaps because he was tired, or perhaps because, somewhere in the back of his mind, he kept thinking about a ceramic bowl. A ridiculous thought, yet there it was, waiting. When he arrived at Harbor View, the lobby felt warm compared to the cold evening outside. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk drinking tea. The old security guard nodded. Back. A meaningful conversation, the sort only men understood. The elevator carried him upward, floor after floor. The familiar mechanical hum, the familiar flickering light, the familiar journey home. When the doors opened on the 16th floor, the hallway stood empty, quiet, warmly lit, peaceful. Chen Yu stepped toward room 1607, then stopped. Something sat in front of his door. A ceramic bowl, clean, covered carefully. Waiting. For several seconds, he simply stared, then laughed softly. The bowl had returned, not stolen, not forgotten. Returned. He crouched, lifted it. A small folded note rested beneath. His heartbeat did something unexpected. Nothing dramatic. Just enough to annoy him. The paper contained only 2 words. Thank you. That was all. No signature. No explanation. No elaborate message. Just 2 simple words written in neat handwriting. Yet somehow they felt heavier than entire conversations. Chen Yu looked toward room 1608. The door remained closed. The hallway remained silent. The moment lingered, then passed. He entered his apartment carrying the bowl. The note remained in his hand. For reasons he couldn't explain, he placed it inside a drawer instead of throwing it away. A completely normal decision, probably. Across the hallway, Su Wanqing sat inside room 1608 pretending she wasn't waiting. The keyword was pretending, because every few minutes her eyes drifted toward the clock, then toward the entrance, then back toward her laptop. The cycle repeated, entirely against her will. Of course, she wasn't waiting for anything, certainly not wondering whether he had found the note. That would be ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Outside, rain continued falling. Inside Harborview Apartments, two lights glowed on opposite sides of the same hallway. One inside room 1607, one inside room 1608. A small detail. An ordinary detail, yet somehow comforting. As if neither apartment was quite as empty as before. Hours later, the rain softened. The city grew quieter. Windows darkened one by one. Near midnight, Su Wanqing finally closed her laptop. Exhaustion settled across her shoulders. The apartment became silent. For the first time all day, she stood up and stretched. Then remembered the bowl, the note, the hallway, the neighbor. A strange warmth surfaced. Small, quiet, dangerous. She walked toward a drawer she rarely opened, looking for an old document she needed for tomorrow's meeting. The drawer slid open. Folders, contracts, old paperwork, then something else. A thin file, forgotten, buried beneath years of neglected documents. Her hand paused. The file looked strangely familiar. Slowly, she pulled it free. The label brought back a memory she had not revisited in months. Blind date profile. The words felt absurd now. For reasons she couldn't explain, she opened it. A single photograph slipped loose. The moment she saw the face, she froze. The hallway outside remained quiet. The rain continued falling. Yet inside room 1608, time seemed to stop. Because the man staring back from the photograph was Chen Yu. For several seconds, Su Wanqing simply stared. The photograph, the familiar face, the quiet smile, the same man who lived across the hallway, the same man who bought instant noodles at 1 in the morning, the same man who left porridge outside her door, the same man she had shared elevators with, the same man who had slowly become part of her daily routine without either of them noticing. Impossible. The thought appeared immediately. Then another followed. Not impossible, just absurd. Fragments of memory surfaced. The rainy night. The missed appointment. Grandma's insistence. The blind date she never attended. The profile she had forgotten. And now, Chen Yu, right across the hallway. Her phone suddenly rang. The sound shattered the silence. She looked down. Caller ID. Grandma, of course. Su Wanqing answered. Grandma, Wanqing. A brief pause. Then, did you finally meet the blind date? Su Wanqing looked down at the photograph. Silence stretched. Wanqing. She lowered herself slowly onto the sofa. Still staring. Still processing. Then finally whisper. I think. Grandma immediately sensed something. What happened? Su Wanqing looked toward the wall separating room 1608 from room 1607. Toward the apartment across the hallway. Then quietly said. I think I've already met him. A pause. What? The blind date. Another pause. Then, Chen Yu. Silence. He lives next door. The line went completely silent. 3 seconds. 4. 5. For the first time in her life, Grandma Su had nothing to say. That alone was terrifying. Then, don't move. Su Wanqing blinked. ... What? Do not move. Grandma's voice had become frighteningly serious. Do not do anything. Grandma, I'm coming tomorrow. Click. The call ended. Su Wanqing stared at the disconnected screen, then at the photograph, then at the apartment wall. A strange feeling settled over the room, the kind that appeared when life suddenly stopped making sense. Across the hallway, a door opened. Instinctively, she looked up, through the small peephole beside her entrance. Room 1607. Chen Yu stepped out carrying a trash bag, completely unaware. He looked tired, comfortable, ordinary, like always. The exact same neighbor she had spoken to yesterday, yet somehow not anymore. As though the photograph had changed everything, and nothing. At the same time, for reasons she couldn't explain, she opened her door slightly. The movement caught his attention. Chen Yu turned. Their eyes met. For a brief moment, neither spoke, neither looked away. Then Chen Yu smiled politely, the same easy smile from the photograph. Good night. Su Wanqing's fingers tightened slightly around the folder. Good night. The hallway returned to silence. Chen Yu disappeared back into room 1607. The door closed softly. Su Wanqing remained standing there, still holding the photograph, still staring at the closed door. The photo, the door, the photo again. Outside, rain continued falling over Linhai City, and for the first time since the missed blind date, fate had finally remembered where both of them lived.
The first morning after discovering the photograph, Su Wanqing woke before her alarm. That almost never happened. For years, her body had trained itself to obey schedules with mechanical precision. Wake at 6:30. Review overnight reports. Shower, tea, dress. Coffee without sugar. Leave before 7:40. Arrive at Luminera before most of the senior managers had even finished complaining about traffic. Her mornings were efficient, controlled, predictable. Today, she sat on the edge of her bed at 6:12, staring at the closed bedroom door as if the hallway outside might suddenly explain itself. Chen Yu. Titima. The blind date. Room 16-7 Dore. Chatunte. The three facts refused to sit neatly beside one another. Every time she arranged them logically, they became even more absurd. The man her grandmother had tried to introduce to her was not some distant stranger from a family profile. He was the neighbor who bought instant noodles at midnight. The neighbor who answered Auntie Lou with the expression of a man walking into a trap. The neighbor who had left a bowl of porridge outside her door without a note, without pressure, without making sure she knew it came from him. And now that she knew, the entire building felt different. The wall beside her bedroom no longer felt like just a wall. It felt like information. Su Wanqing closed her eyes. This was ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. She had negotiated acquisition terms under hostile pressure. She had faced angry shareholders, arrogant investors, and department heads who tried to hide mistakes behind polite language. Yet a blind date profile photo had somehow disrupted her morning more effectively than all of them. Her phone vibrated on the bedside table. Grandma, Su Tai. Again. Su Wanqing looked at the screen for 3 seconds, then declined the call. The phone vibrated again, immediately. She declined again. A message arrived. Grandma Su, I am already on the way tomorrow. Do not scare him away before I arrive. Su Wanqing stared at the message. Tomorrow? So her grandmother had apparently upgraded from coming tomorrow to planning an entire campaign. Another message arrived. Grandma Su. Also, do not act cold. Su Wanqing's expression remained calm. A third message arrived. Grandma Su. That means smile. Su Wanqing placed the phone face down. Some conversations were not worth losing before breakfast. By the time she stepped out of room 1608, she had returned to her usual appearance. White blouse, black skirt, jiao, long black hair, tied neatly. Expression controlled. Posture, elegant. No one looking at her would have guessed that her thoughts were currently being held hostage by a man living across the hallway. Unfortunately, fate had poor timing. The moment she closed her door, room 1607 opened. Chen Yu stepped out carrying a garbage bag in one hand and a mug in the other. He looked half awake. His hair was slightly messy. His dark sweater looked comfortable in a way that had no connection to business meetings, investor calls, or quarterly targets. For one brief second, Su Wanqing's mind placed his current face beside the photograph from the folder. Same face, same calm eyes, same quiet smile. The difference was that the man in the photograph looked like someone prepared to attend a formal meeting. The man in front of her looked like someone who had woken up and lost a battle against his own hair. Chen Yu blinked. Morning. Wall. The greeting was ordinary. Completely ordinary. That somehow made it worse. Su Wanqing paused for half a second too long. Morning. D. Chen Yu glanced at her. Long night? The question was casual. Neighborly. He had asked it the way one might ask whether the elevator was working. Su Wanqing's grip tightened slightly around her laptop bag. No. A lie. A bad one. Chen Yu looked at her for a moment. Then nodded as if he had not noticed. Then good. That was all. He did not press. He did not tease. He did not ask why she looked as though she had slept less than the coffee machine in his office. He simply walked toward the elevator. Su Wanqing followed. The hallway felt longer than usual. 3 meters had never felt so inconvenient. The elevator arrived with its familiar, reluctant groan. Chen Yu stepped inside first and held the door with one hand. Su Wanqing entered. The doors closed. Silence settled between them. It should have been the same silence as before. A normal elevator silence. A neighbor silence. But now, Su Wanqing knew too much. She knew that if the rain had been lighter that night, if her meeting had ended earlier, if Chen Yu's taxi had moved faster, they might have met across a restaurant table instead of inside an old apartment elevator. They might have introduced themselves formally. They might have exchanged polite conversation. They might have decided, within 20 minutes, that there was no need for a second meeting. The thought was strangely uncomfortable. Because if that had happened, there might never have been cup noodles at midnight. No bowl of porridge. No thank you note. No quiet hallway that somehow felt less empty. The elevator shuddered between floors. Chen Yu looked up. Still working hard, I see. Su Wanqing's thoughts scattered. What? The elevator. He pointed upward with his mug. It sounds worse than yesterday. For some reason, Su Wanqing almost laughed. Almost. She controlled it in time. It has always sounded like that. That's not comforting. You said that before. I meant it before. A small pause. Then he added seriously, if the elevator ever gives up, I think Uncle Wang will call it early retirement. This time. Su Wanqing's lips moved slightly. Not a smile. Not enough to count. But closer than she would have liked. Chen Yu noticed. He was polite enough not to mention it. The elevator reached the lobby. The doors opened to chaos. Auntie Liu stood near the mailboxes holding a plastic container of steamed buns. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk reading the newspaper. A delivery rider argued with the wrong building address. Someone's small dog barked at absolutely nothing. Harbor View had awakened in full force. Auntie Liu spotted them immediately. Her eyes brightened with terrifying speed. Xiao Chen. Miss Su. Da. Going out together? Su Wanqing's expression became colder on instinct. Chen Yu, having already developed survival instincts in this building, answered without hesitation. No. Chao. Auntie Liu looked disappointed. Same elevator? Yes. Same floor? Yes. Same time? Chen Yu paused. Coincidence? Auntie Liu smiled. Of course. Her tone suggested she believed no such thing. Su Wanqing walked past with perfect composure. Chen Yu followed a step behind, quietly carrying the expression of a man who knew he had just been added to a rumored database. Outside, morning sunlight spilled over the damp pavement. The rain had stopped again, leaving the city bright and wet beneath the sky. A black car waited by the curb. Su Wanqing's driver stepped forward and opened the rear door. Before getting in, she turned slightly. Chen Yu had stopped near the entrance, still holding his mug, clearly deciding whether he should return upstairs because he had accidentally brought it downstairs. A deeply injurious problem. Yet somehow, the sight made the morning less oppressive. Su Wanqing looked at him. Your mug. Chen Yu looked down, then sighed. Right. White. Auntie Liu, who was absolutely still watching from inside, nearly vibrated with joy. Chen Yu lifted the mug slightly. Have a good day. The words were simple. Normal. Dull. The same kind of politeness he had shown since moving in. But Su Wanqing now heard them differently. Because the man saying them was not only her neighbor. He was the blind date she had avoided. The stranger she had missed. The person fate had apparently moved across the hallway when both of them refused to show up. She nodded. You too. Then, she entered the car. As the door closed, her phone vibrated again. Grandma Su. This time, Su Wanqing answered before she could think better of it. Grandma, did you see him? Su Wanqing closed her eyes. Goodbye, Grandma. Wait, did you smile? She ended the call. Outside the car window, Chen Yu was walking back into Harbor View with his forgotten mug. Completely unaware. Completely ordinary. Completely impossible to deal with. For the first time that morning, Su Wanqing lowered her gaze and allowed herself the smallest breath of amusement. Then her expression returned calm. The car pulled away from the curb. Behind her, Harborview Apartments slowly disappeared into the morning traffic. Across the city, meetings waited. Investors waited. Problems waited. But somewhere behind all of that, one thought remained stubbornly present. Tonight, she would have to go home. And when she did, Chen Yu would still be next door. The next morning, Chen Yu learned that bringing a mug downstairs was not the most dangerous thing a man could do at Harborview. Being seen by Auntie Lu twice in one morning was far worse. He had only stepped into the lobby to buy breakfast when the older woman appeared near the mailboxes, as if summoned by gossip itself. Xiao, Chen Yu stopped. For a brief second, he considered pretending he had not heard her. Then he remembered Auntie Lu lived in the same building. Running would only delay death. Good morning, Auntie Lu. Auntie Liu studied him with bright, suspicious eyes. You came down early today. I was hungry. Young men are always hungry. That sounded harmless. Unfortunately, Auntie Liu was never harmless for long. Her gaze drifted toward the elevator, then toward him, then back toward the elevator. Miss Su came down early too. Chen Yu's expression remained calm. Did she? Yes. Good. People usually go downstairs in the morning. Auntie Liu narrowed her eyes. Chen Yu knew immediately that logic had failed. At that moment, Uncle Wang looked up from behind the security desk. Don't bully the new tenant so early. Auntie Liu turned. Who bullied him? You. I was asking about his breakfast. You asked about Miss Su. Miss Su also eats breakfast. Does she? The lobby fell silent for half a second. Even Auntie Liu seemed unable to answer that. Chen Yu quietly tried to leave. He almost succeeded. Then the glass entrance doors opened. A woman stepped inside. Silver hair neatly pinned. Elegant cardigan. Temtiana. Small handbag. Warm smile. Sharp eyes. She was not tall, but somehow the lobby changed when she entered. Auntie Liu straightened. Uncle Wang lowered his newspaper. Chen Yu turned instinctively. The elderly woman looked around Harborview's lobby with the calm interest of someone inspecting a battlefield before choosing where to place her troops. Her gaze landed on Uncle Wang first. Good morning. Is this Harborview Apartments? Uncle Wang stood. Yes. Who are you looking for? The elderly woman smiled. Room 1608. Chen Yu, who had been silently attempting to reduce his presence, paused. Room 1608. L. Su Wanqing. Pandida. Bedana Mao. Antarada. Ascenende. And it is Zili. A war god. Auntie Liu's eyes lit up. The world became dangerous. Room 1608. Auntie Liu repeated. The elderly woman turned toward her. Yes. My granddaughter lives there. Granddaughter. Chen Yu understood immediately. So this was Su Wanqing's grandmother. For some reason, that explained many things. The sharpness. The calm. The sense that even the walls should behave properly in her presence. Auntie Liu moved closer with frightening enthusiasm. Ah, you're Miss Su's grandmother. I am. I'm Liu from the 8th floor. Nice to meet you. Miss Su is very busy. Right? Too busy. Works too much. Far too much. Eats too little? Grandma Su's smile paused. Her eyes sharpened. Auntie Liu had accidentally stepped onto sacred ground. Chen Yu watched the exchange with the solemnity of a man witnessing two weather systems collide. Uncle Wang murmured from behind his newspaper. Trouble. Chen Yu agreed silently. Grandma Su turned fully toward Auntie Liu. She doesn't eat? Auntie Liu, sensing she had found a true audience, nodded with great seriousness. Sometimes delivery comes and sits outside for hours. Grandma Su's expression changed. Not dramatically, not loudly, but enough. The warmth remained. The danger increased. Chen Yu suddenly understood where Su Wanqing had learned her boardroom expression. Then Auntie Liu continued. But recently, someone left her porridge. The lobby went still. Chen Yu's survival instincts activated. Unfortunately, they activated too late. Auntie Liu's gaze drifted toward him. Uncle Wang's newspaper lowered. Grandma Su turned. Slowly. Precisely. Chen Yu had faced many difficult situations in life. Late-night overtime. Mother's video calls. Broken elevators. Blind dates in the rain. None of them prepared him for being silently examined by 3 older residents at once. Grandma Su looked at him. Her eyes were kind. Too kind. Young man. Chen Yu nodded politely. Good morning. Do you live here? Yes. Which room? Auntie Liu opened her mouth. Chen Yu answered before she could. 16-7. The number entered the lobby like a lit match. Auntie Liu almost vibrated. Uncle Wang coughed into his tea. Grandma Su looked at him for 1 second longer. Then another. Then smiled. 16-7. Yes, next door to my granddaughter. Seems so. How convenient. Chen Yu felt that this conversation had become unsafe. Auntie Liu whispered, far too loudly, very convenient. Uncle Wang said, Liu. What? Stop narrating. Grandma Su stepped closer. You're Chen Yu. Chen Yu paused. A small pause. Barely noticeable. But there. Yes. Grandma Su's smile deepened. So you are Chen Yu. Something about the way she said his name felt strange. Not recognition exactly. Not surprise. More like confirmation. Chen Yu's brows moved slightly. Do we know each other? Grandma Su did not answer immediately. Instead, she studied him with the calmness of someone comparing reality to a photograph. Then she said, Not yet. Auntie Liu inhaled sharply. Uncle Wang stared at his tea. Chen Yu felt that everyone in the lobby understood something, except him. He disliked that feeling. Before he could ask more, the elevator opened. Su Wanqing stepped out. White blouse. Black skirt. Laptop bag. Cold expression. Perfect composure. Then she saw her grandmother. The composure cracked. Only for a second. But it cracked. Grandma. Grandma Su turned with a bright smile. Wanqing. Su Wanqing's eyes moved from her grandmother to Auntie Liu, then Uncle Wang, then Chen Yu. The calculation happened instantly. Her expression became even calmer, which somehow meant danger. Why are you here? Grandma Su smiled. To see my granddaughter. You didn't tell me. I did. You said tomorrow. Today is tomorrow from yesterday. Chen Yu almost respected that answer. Almost. Su Wanqing clearly did not. Auntie Liu watched with open delight. This was no longer gossip. This was live theater. Grandma Su stepped toward Su Wanqing and gently touched her arm. You look thinner. Su Wanqing closed her eyes for half a second. Grandma. Have you eaten? Chen Yu recognized the question. All mothers and grandmothers belong to the same ancient order. Su Wanqing's answer came smoothly. Yes. Grandma Su looked toward Auntie Liu. Auntie Liu shook her head. Su Wanqing slowly turned toward her. Auntie Liu immediately looked at the ceiling. Chen Yu decided this was a good time to leave. He took 1 step toward the entrance. Grandma Su's voice stopped him. Chen Yu. He turned. Yes? She smiled warmly. Thank you for taking care of my granddaughter. The lobby became very quiet. Su Wanqing froze. Auntie Liu's eyes widened. Uncle Wang looked down at his newspaper, which he was not reading. Chen Yu glanced at Su Wanqing, then back at Grandma Su. I didn't really do anything. Grandma Su's gaze softened slightly. Sometimes the people who say that are the ones who did the most. For once, Chen Yu did not know how to answer. Su Wanqing looked away first. The movement was small, but he caught it. A faint color had risen near her ears. Barely there. Almost invisible. But real. Duo, boa, danter, nwa, ri. Then, Grandma Sue clapped her hands lightly. Good. Good. Since everyone is here, let's have breakfast. Su Wenqing immediately said, I have work. Chen Yu immediately said, I already planned to buy breakfast. Grandma Sue smiled. Perfect. Then we can go together. Silence. Auntie Liu covered her mouth. Uncle Wang muttered, Too late. Chen Yu looked at Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing looked at Chen Yu. For one brief second, both shared the same thought. They were trapped. Grandma Sue, satisfied, walked toward the entrance as if the matter had already been decided. Auntie Liu leaned toward Uncle Wang and whispered, This is fate. Uncle Wang replied, This is kidnapping with breakfast. Chen Yu heard it. Su Wenqing heard it too. Neither laughed, but both wanted to. Outside, morning sunlight spilled over the wet pavement. Inside Harborview's lobby, Grandma Sue moved ahead with perfect confidence. Behind her, the two neighbors followed. One knowing too much, one knowing too little. And somewhere between them, the missed blind date quietly became much harder to ignore. Grandma Sue's definition of breakfast was not breakfast. It was interrogation with steamed buns. Chen Yu realized this 5 minutes after being led across the street to the small breakfast shop near Harborview.I. The shop was narrow and warm, with plastic stools, old wooden tables, bamboo steamers stacked beside the counter, and the comforting smell of soy milk drifting through the air. Morning sunlight slipped through the glass windows, catching on the steam rising from freshly opened buns. It should have been peaceful. It was not. Grandma Sue sat opposite Chen Yu with the calm smile of an elder enjoying breakfast. Su Wenqing sat beside her, back straight, expression composed, eyes lowered toward her cup of soy milk, as if she could escape the situation through sheer focus. Chen Yu sat across from them, holding a steamed bun he had not yet taken a bite from. He had the distinct feeling that the bun was a shield. A weak one. Grandma Sue looked at him. Chen Yu. Yes? How old are you this year? 29. Good age. Su Wenqing's fingers paused around her cup. Chen Yu had heard those words before. From Auntie Liu. From his mother. From every elder who believed unmarried people past 25 were unfinished construction projects. He smiled politely. Depends on what for. Grandma Sue's eyes brightened. For marriage, of course. Su Wenqing closed her eyes. Grandma. What? I am only asking. You are not only asking. Grandma Sue looked innocent. It was the least convincing innocence Chen Yu had ever seen. He suddenly understood many things about Su Wenqing. The controlled expression, the sharp replies, the ability to look calm while facing disasters. She had clearly trained under a master. Grandma Sue continued, Do your parents live in Linhai? My mother does not. Your father? Chen Yu's smile softened slightly, just enough that the change could be missed. He passed away years ago. The table quieted. Su Wenqing looked up. Grandma Sue's expression changed first. The playfulness remained, but it became gentler. I'm sorry. It's been a long time. Chen Yu's voice was calm. Not cold. Not guarded. Just familiar with the shape of that loss. Grandma Sue nodded slowly. Then your mother must worry about you a lot. Every day. Good. Chen Yu blinked. Good? A son who still gets scolded by his mother is a lucky son. For a moment, Chen Yu did not answer. Outside the window, pedestrians moved through the morning. Someone carried groceries. A cyclist passed by with rainwater still clinging to his tires. The world continued with ordinary softness. Then, Chen Yu smiled. She would agree with you, wise woman. You've never met her, I can tell. Su Wenqing listened quietly. She had expected Grandma to investigate Chen Yu. She had expected embarrassing questions. She had expected trouble. She had not expected the conversation to turn gentle so quickly. That was Grandma's most dangerous talent. She could step into someone's life, touch exactly the right place, and make it feel natural. Chen Yu took a bite of his bun. Grandma Su watched him with satisfaction, as if he had passed an exam by chewing properly. "Do you cook?" Chen Yu nearly choked. Su Wenqing's shoulders stiffened. The porridge had entered the room without being named. Chen Yu coughed once, recovered and said, "A little? A little? Enough to survive." Grandma Su glanced at Su Wenqing. "My granddaughter cannot." Su Wenqing looked at her. "Grandma." "What?" "It is true. I can cook. Heating coffee is not cooking." Chen Yu lowered his head and took another bite of his bun to hide a smile. Su Wenqing noticed. Her gaze shifted toward him. Cold. Warning. Chen Yu immediately looked very interested in the bun. Grandma Su smiled wider. "See? He knows." "I know nothing," Chen Yu said calmly. "A smart man. Trying to be." The breakfast shop owner passed by and placed another plate of dumplings on the table. Grandma Su immediately pushed the plate toward Chen Yu to eat more. Chen Yu paused. "I ordered only one bun. I ordered this. For yourself? For you? Why? You look like someone who forgets to eat properly." Su Wenqing's gaze moved toward him. Chen Yu looked at the dumplings, then at Grandma Su. For some reason, Li Mailan's voice echoed in his memory. "Have you eaten?" He laughed softly. Grandmothers and mothers really do belong to the same organization. Grandma Su raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Guanyin. Your mother also asks this?" "Every call." "Good. Then, I approve of her. She'll be honored." Su Wenqing looked between them. Something in her chest felt strange. Grandma had known Chen Yu for less than 10 minutes, yet the conversation already had warmth. Not forced warmth. Not polite social warmth. Real warmth. Chen Yu was not flattering her. Grandma was not performing for him. They simply talked. And somehow, that made Su Wenqing feel more exposed than any direct question could have. Because for years, people around her approached Grandma Su carefully. With courtesy. Why? With calculation. With admiration. With fear. Chen Yu spoke to her like she was simply an elder at breakfast. Respectful. Natural. Docile. Unbothered. It was exactly the kind of thing that should not matter. Yet it did. Grandma Su folded her hands together. "Chen Yu, what do you do?" There it was. The inevitable question. Su Wenqing's attention sharpened. She realized suddenly that she did not know the answer either. Not truly. He left in the morning. Returned late sometimes. Bought groceries. Made porridge. Escaped until Liu. But his work remained vague. Chen Yu picked up a dumpling. Office work. Grandma Su waited. Su Wenqing waited too. Pile. Chen Yu added, mostly documents. Meetings. Things that make people tired. Grandma Su laughed. That describes half the city. It describes my job well enough. Su Wenqing's eyes lingered on him. A careful answer. Not dishonest. Not complete. For the first time since discovering the blind date profile, she realized there were still many things she did not know about the man across the hallway. That should have made him more distant. Instead, it made him harder to ignore. Grandma Su did not push. She simply nodded. Stable work is good. More importantly, are you kind? Chen Yu looked up. The question was too direct. Even he seemed caught off guard. Grandma Su's smile remained gentle. People like to ask about salary, houses, cars, education. Those things are easy, but kindness is harder to fake. The table went quiet again. Steam curled upward from the food between them. Su Wenqing's fingers tightened around her cup. Chen Yu did not answer immediately. Then he said, I don't know. Grandma Su tilted her head. You don't know? People usually don't get to decide that for themselves. The old woman's eyes softened. For the first time all morning, Her smile lost its teasing edge. That is a good answer. Chen Yu looked at her. Is this an interview? Of course. Su Wanqing almost dropped her spoon. Grandma? What? He asked. Chen Yu looked between them, then finally laughed. A quiet laugh. Low D. Genuine. The kind Su Wanqing had not heard from him before. It made him seem younger. Less guarded. More alive. For some reason, she looked away first. Breakfast continued in a strange balance of warmth and danger. Grandma Su asked questions. Chen Yu answered some. Dodged others. Su Wanqing intervened whenever the conversation approached marriage, income, future children, or whether Chen Yu preferred daughters or sons. Grandma Su pretended every intervention was unreasonable. Chen Yu slowly discovered that the only way to survive was to eat. So he ate. Grandma Su looked pleased. Su Wanqing looked tired. The shop owner looked entertained. By the time breakfast ended, Chen Yu had eaten far more than planned and answered far fewer questions than Grandma Su wanted. Outside, the morning had grown brighter. The air smelled of wet pavement and fresh bread from a bakery nearby. As they walked back toward Harbor View, Grandma Su slowed her steps. Su Wanqing moved ahead to answer a work call. Her voice became businesslike immediately. Cold. Die. Clear. D. Distant. Chen Yu glanced at her briefly. Grandma Su noticed. She works too much. Chen Yu looked away. Seems like it. She forgets to eat. Seems like it. She pretends she doesn't need anyone. Chen Yu did not answer. Grandma Su looked at him with a quiet expression. My granddaughter is not easy to get close to. I noticed. Most people give up. Chen Yu walked beside her beneath the soft morning light. For a moment, he thought of the cold delivery bags outside room 1608. The midnight cup noodles dot. The thank you note. The thin line of light beneath her door. Then he said, maybe most people try too hard. Grandma Su stopped walking. Chen Yu stopped too. Ahead of them, Su Wanqing was still on the phone, facing the street, her posture elegant and lonely beneath the city sunlight. Grandma Su looked at Chen Yu. This time, she did not smile. Not immediately. Then what would you do? Chen Yu followed her gaze. Su Wanqing's voice remained calm as she discussed numbers, deadlines, and people who had disappointed her. He thought for a moment. Then answered simply, I'd leave the door open. Grandma Su was silent. Chen Yu realized the sentence sounded strange and added, not literally. This time, Grandma Su laughed. Softly. Warmly. But there was something in her eyes that had changed. Something settled. Something decided. When Su Wanqing ended her call and turned back, she saw her grandmother looking at Chen Yu with an expression she knew far too well. Approval. Her heart sank. Grandma Dardier. Grandma Su smiled. What? Don't. I haven't done anything. You are thinking. Am I not allowed to think? Not like that. Chen Yu looked between them. Again, the distinct feeling returned. Everyone understood something except him. He was beginning to dislike how often this happened. They reached Harbor View's entrance. Auntie Liu was already waiting near the mailboxes. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk. Both looked far too innocent. Grandma Su entered first. Auntie Liu immediately approached. Breakfast was good? Grandma Su smiled. Very good. Auntie Liu's eyes flicked toward Chen Yu. Very good. Very good. Uncle Wang muttered. Here we go. Chen Yu quietly wondered if moving here had been a mistake. Su Wanqing walked past all of them with controlled dignity. Chen Yu followed. Grandma Su remained in the lobby. Auntie Liu leaned closer. Well, Grandma Su looked toward the elevator doors as they closed around Chen Yu and Su Wanqing. Then she smiled. He is good. Auntie Liu inhaled sharply with joy. Uncle Wang lowered his newspaper. Don't start. But it was too late. Two dangerous old ladies had reached an agreement. And Chen Yu, standing inside the elevator beside Su Wanqing, had no idea that his peaceful life had just become the subject of an unofficial neighborhood alliance. By the time the elevator reached the 16th floor, Chen Yu had already realized 3 things. First, Grandma Su was far more dangerous than she looked. Second, Auntie Liu had found a spiritual equal. Third, Su Wanqing was trying very hard not to look embarrassed. The third realization surprised him most. Not because she had never shown emotion before. She had. In small amounts. A faint pause. A slight tightening of her fingers. A near smile hidden before it fully formed. But embarrassment suited her strangely badly. Or perhaps strangely well. She stood beside him in the elevator, posture straight, expression cold, one hand holding her laptop bag. To most people, she still looked like the flawless executive on financial news channels. To Chen Yu, who had watched her grandmother ask whether he preferred sons or daughters over breakfast, she looked like someone enduring a corporate crisis with no available exit route. The elevator hummed upward. Neither spoke. The silence should have been normal. It was not. Chen Yu glanced at her. Does she always do that? Su Wanqing did not look at him. Do what? Breakfast interrogations? That was not an interrogation. It felt like one. Then you have never been interrogated properly. Chen Yu paused. Should I be worried? Only if she likes you. The words left her mouth before she seemed to realize what she had said. The elevator became quiet. Chen Yu looked at her. Su Wanqing's expression remained perfectly calm. Too calm, does she? He asked. The question was harmless. Almost. Su Wanqing finally turned her head. Her eyes met his. Cold. Controlled. Warning. Did you know? You should worry. Chen Yu laughed. Softly. Not loudly enough to disturb the elevator, but enough that the tension loosened. When the doors opened, they stepped into the hallway together. Room 1607. Room 1608. Wall. 2 doors facing each other, unchanged, and yet somehow carrying more meaning after one breakfast than they had before. Chen Yu stopped at his door. Su Wanqing stopped at hers. For a brief moment, neither entered. It was the kind of pause that happened when a conversation had technically ended, but something still lingered. Chen Yu lifted the bowl he had brought back from breakfast. Your grandmother is impressive. Su Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. That is one word for it. What's yours? Dangerous. Accurate. This time, she almost smiled. Almost. Then, her phone rang. The sound cut through the moment. She glanced at the screen. The faint softness disappeared. Work. Doc. Chen Yu saw it happen. The shift was instant. Neighbor Su Wanqing vanished. CEO Su returned. Excuse me. She answered the call. Speak. Dot. Cold. Precise. Unreachable. Chen Yu did not need to hear the details to understand the tone. Something had gone wrong at Luminara. Su Wanqing listened in silence, then opened her door with one hand and stepped inside. Before the door closed, Chen Yu heard only one sentence. If the board wants answers, they can wait until I have facts. Then, room 1608 closed. The hallway returned to silence. Chen Yu stood there with the bowl in his hand. For a moment, he thought about the difference between her 2 voices. The one she used with Grandma Su. The one she used with Annie Liu. The one she used with him. And the one she used when the world tried to demand things from her. They were all Su Wanqing, yet not quite the same. He turned toward room 1607. Before he could enter, the elevator dinged behind him. Auntie Liu stepped out, carrying an empty vegetable basket. Dotty day, Tya, no ra, which meant she had gone nowhere and had returned from nowhere. Chen Yu knew this immediately. Surveillance. She smiled. Xiao Chen, Tan. He closed his eyes for half a second. Good morning again. Auntie Liu. Doktai. You and Miss Su came back together? We left together. Had breakfast together. With her grandmother. Still together. Chen Yu felt the conversation slipping into dangerous territory. Auntie Liu. I have work. On a weekend? It's Monday. Still work. That was difficult to refute. Auntie Liu moved closer. Miss Su's grandmother is very elegant. Yes. Very sharp. Yes. She likes you. Chen Yu stared at her. How would you know? Auntie Liu looked offended. How would I not know? Again, difficult to refute. Before she could continue, room 1608's door opened. Su Wanqing stepped out again, still on the phone, expression colder than before. She had clearly planned to head back downstairs. Then, she saw Auntie Liu standing too close to Chen Yu. Her steps stopped. Auntie Liu turned. The smile returned. Miss Su, going out again? Company matter? Busy, busy. Remember to eat. Su Wanqing looked at her. Then, very slowly, glanced toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu immediately looked away. This time he was innocent. Mostly. Su Wanqing walked toward the elevator. Auntie Liu watched her go. Then whispered to Chen Yu. See? She listens when I say it in front of you. She did not listen. She paused. That is not listening. It is the beginning. Chen Yu had the sudden urge to move to another building. Perhaps another city. Auntie Liu patted his arm once. Young man, don't worry. We will help. We will help. That sentence contained more horror than comfort. Please don't. She ignored him. Naturally. The elevator doors opened. Su Wanqing stepped inside. Just before the doors closed, Chen Yu's phone vibrated. His mother. Li Mailan Doktai. Auntie Liu saw the caller ID from an impossible distance. Mother? Chen Yu slowly turned the phone away. Auntie Liu smiled knowingly. Answer. Mothers cannot wait. Inside the elevator, Su Wanqing heard that. Her eyes shifted toward him. For one impossible second, all three forces collided. Auntie Liu watching. Li Mailan calling. Su Wanqing waiting inside the elevator. Chen Yu stood in the hallway with the expression of a man surrounded by fate wearing 3 different faces. He answered the call. Mom, died. Li Mailan's voice came through immediately. Have you eaten? Auntie Liu nodded in approval. From inside the elevator, Su Wanqing's eyes moved slightly. Not quite amusement. Not quite sympathy. Something between the two. Chen Yu closed his eyes. Yes, what did you eat? Breakfast. With whom? The hallway became silent. Auntie Liu leaned forward. Su Wanqing, still inside the elevator, did not move. Chen Yu opened his eyes. His gaze met Su Wanqing's. For some reason, she looked more alert than she had a second ago. He could have lied. He should have lied. Instead, he said, a neighbor. Li Mailan paused. A female neighbor? Auntie Liu covered her mouth. Su Wanqing's expression did not change. But the elevator doors, traitorous machines that they were, chose that exact moment to remain open. Chen Yu looked at the ceiling. The universe had terrible comedic timing. Mom, I have work. You have a female neighbor? Goodbye. Chen Yu, wait. He ended the call. Auntie Liu looked as though she had witnessed history. Inside the elevator, Su Wanqing finally pressed the close button. Once. Twice. The doors began sliding shut. Before they closed completely, Chen Yu heard her say, very calmly, your mother sounds energetic. The doors shut. Silence. Auntie Liu turned to him slowly. Chen Yu turned toward his apartment. I really have work. Xiao Chen. No. I haven't said anything. That's worse. He entered room 1607 before she could weaponize language. The door closed behind him. For a few seconds he simply stood there in the quiet apartment. Then he looked toward the wall separating him from room 1608. A grandmother. Auntie Liu. His mother. A blind date he still believed was safely in the past. Something about his peaceful life had begun shifting without his permission. Across the city, Su Wanqing sat in the back of her car, heading toward Luminera. Her phone rested in her hand. Grandma Su had sent another message. Grandma Su. Breakfast was excellent. A second message followed. Grandma Su. He is better than the photo. Su Wanqing closed her eyes. A third message arrived. Grandma Su. Do not scare him away. She turned the phone face down. Outside the window, Linhai City's wet streets slid past in silver and gray. The work emergency still waited. The board still wanted answers. Her day would be exhausting. But beneath all of it, one thought remained impossible to erase. Chen Yu's mother now knew he had eaten breakfast with a female neighbor. Grandma knew Chen Yu lived next door. Auntie Liu knew too much. And Chen Yu knew almost nothing. For someone who valued control, Su Wanqing realized with quiet dread that the situation had already slipped far beyond her hands. By the time Su Wanqing returned to Harborview, Linhai City had already sunk into night. The rain had stopped, but the streets still carried its memory. Wet pavement reflected shop signs. Car lights moved through puddles like streaks of gold and red. The air smelled faintly of the sea, rainwater, and late-night food drifting from restaurants that refused to sleep before the city did. Su Wanqing's car stopped outside the apartment entrance. The driver opened the door. She stepped out with her laptop bag in one hand and a phone in the other. "Send the revised projections to me before 9 tomorrow," she said. The person on the other end answered quickly. Su Wanqing listened for 2 seconds. "No, Dou-Ti. Not the version prepared for the board. The real version." Another pause. Her eyes cooled. "If they are angry, let them be angry with accurate numbers." She ended the call before anyone could argue. For several seconds, she stood beneath the building awning and looked at the glass doors of Harborview. Inside, the lobby glowed warmly. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk. Auntie Liu was nowhere to be seen, which was suspicious enough to count as danger. The ordinary sight should have brought relief. Instead, Su Wanqing felt a strange hesitation. Home had become complicated. Before, Harborview had been a place where she could disappear. No board members. No investors. No assistants. No family expectations. Just a door, a wall, a laptop, and silence. Now, behind one of those doors lived the man from the blind date profile. The man who did not know. The man whose mother now knew he had eaten breakfast with a female neighbor. The man her grandmother had already approved of with frightening speed. Su Wanqing pressed her fingers lightly against her temple. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. She walked inside. Uncle Wang looked up. "Back late again. Good evening. Have you eaten?" The question came so naturally that Su Wanqing paused. For some reason, the entire building had become interested in her meals. Yes. Uncle Wang looked at her. The old man had the calm eyes of someone who had watched hundreds of residents lie badly. He did not expose her. He simply said, "The cafe down the street is still open." Su Wanqing nodded. "Thank you." She walked toward the elevator. The old machine arrived slowly, groaning as if offended by being asked to work after dark. Su Wanqing stepped inside. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand reached in and stopped them. Chen Yu entered carrying 2 paper cups of coffee and a small paper bag. Their eyes met. The elevator immediately became smaller. "Good evening," he said. "Good evening." He lifted the coffee slightly. Late-night survival supplies. Her gaze drifted to the bag. "From the cafe?" The one Uncle Wang recommended with his eyes. Su Wanqing paused, then understood. "He asked if you had eaten too?" He looked at me like he already knew the answer. That sounded exactly like Uncle Wang. The elevator began rising. The warm light above them flickered once. Neither reacted this time. They had both survived Harbor View long enough to understand that panic only gave the elevator satisfaction. Chen Yu glanced at the paper bag in his hand, then looked at her. Coffee? Su Wenqing's first instinct was to refuse. It was automatic, professional, safe, no need. Chen Yu nodded. Good. I was hoping you'd say that. She looked at him. He handed her 1 cup anyway. Then I can pretend this was extra. Su Wenqing stared at the coffee. It was warm. Simple. A paper cup from the cafe downstairs. No pressure. No grand gesture. No hidden meaning, unless one counted the fact that he had clearly bought 2. Her fingers curled around it before she fully decided to accept. Thank you. You're welcome. Silence returned, but it was no longer empty. Su Wenqing looked down at the cup. The lid had a small handwritten mark from the cafe. No sugar. She paused. How did you know? No what? No sugar. Chen Yu's expression remained casual. The cup noodles night. You bought black coffee. She remembered that night instantly. The convenience store. Rain, Dr. Instant noodles. Auntie Chen watching them like live entertainment. She had bought coffee without sugar because she needed to stay awake. He had noticed. A small detail. Meaningless, perhaps. Yet not meaningless enough to ignore. You remember small things, she said. Only useful ones. Is my coffee preference useful? Depends on how often you forget dinner. The words were light, almost joking. But there was something beneath them. Concern. Again. Su Wenqing looked away first. The elevator reached the 16th floor. The doors opened. They stepped into the hallway together. Room 1607 waited on one side. Room 1608 on the other. The familiar corridor felt quieter at night, warmed by yellow lights and softened by the distant sound of rain dripping from somewhere outside. Chen Yu stopped near his door. Su Wenqing stopped near hers. For a moment, both held coffee cups in the hallway, neither entering. It felt like an accidental meeting. It also felt, strangely, as though both had arrived at the same place on purpose. Chen Yu lifted the paper bag. There's bread, too. Su Wenqing looked at him. Extra? Obviously? Did you buy 2? That would imply planning. You didn't? I was ambushed by the cafe display case. Her lips moved slightly. This time, the almost smile lingered a little longer. Not enough for most people to see. Enough for Chen Yu Dai. He looked away first, pretending to adjust the paper bag. A mercy. Su Wenqing noticed. That made it worse. And better. He held out the bag. Take it. I said I already ate. I didn't ask. The calmness of his tone caught her off guard. Not forceful. Not pushy. Just certain. As if he had already decided the argument was unnecessary, because the conclusion was obvious. Su Wenqing should have disliked that. She usually did. People who decided things for her irritated her most. But this did not feel like control. It felt like someone placing an umbrella nearby, without asking whether rain existed. She accepted the bag. The warmth seeped through the paper. Thank you. Second time today. What? You said thank you twice. Su Wenqing's eyes narrowed faintly. Are you counting? No. A pause. Maybe. Why? Rare things should be appreciated. For 1 second, the hallway fell completely silent. Then, Su Wenqing looked at him. Really looked. Most people who joked with her carried expectation beneath the humor. Approval. Attention. A reaction. Some kind of reward. Chen Yu's expression held none of that. Only mild amusement. And patience. As if it did not matter whether she smiled or not. As if the attempt itself was enough. That was more dangerous than flattery. Her phone rang. The sound broke the moment. She glanced at the screen. Lin Xiaoyu. Work again. The soft atmosphere faded. Reality returned. She answered. Speak. Chen Yu saw the shift happen. The warmth retreated. Her shoulders straightened. Her eyes cooled. CEO Su returned before his eyes. Lin Xiaoyu's voice came through faintly, anxious and fast. Su Wanqing listened. How he? Doubt. Her brows moved slightly. Calm down. Another pause. No, do not send that reply. She turned away slightly, already entering work mode. Chen Yu did not move. He simply waited long enough to make sure she had the coffee and bread, then unlocked his door. Before stepping inside, he heard her say, quieter than before, "I'll handle it." The words were familiar. Too familiar. The kind of words people used when they were used to carrying everything alone. Chen Yu paused with one hand on his door, then glanced back. Su Wanqing stood outside room 1608, phone to her ear, coffee in one hand, bread in the other, speaking calmly into another crisis. For some reason the image stayed with him. Beautiful. Composed. Tired. Impossible. He entered room 1607 and closed the door softly. Crossed the hallway, Su Wanqing finished the call several minutes later. The problem was temporary. Most problems were. At least on paper. She stood alone in the corridor, still holding the things Chen Yu had given her. Coffee. Bread. Warmth. Small, ordinary warmth. She looked at room 1607. The door was closed. No note. No demand. No expectation. Again. The realization unsettled her more than it should have. Inside her apartment, the night felt different. She placed the coffee and bread on the dining table, beside the laptop she had planned to reopen immediately. For once, she did not sit down right away. Instead, she opened the paper bag. A soft piece of bread rested inside, still warm from the cafe oven. She took a bite. Simple. Sweet. Nothing special. But her shoulders, which had remained tense since morning, loosened slightly. That annoyed her. Then comforted her. Then annoyed her again. Her phone buzzed. Grandma. Su. Su Wanqing considered ignoring it, then answered. Grandma, did you eat? Su Wanqing looked at the bread in her hand. For once, the answer did not require lying. Yes. There was a pause. Then Grandma Su's voice changed. Oh, Daimon. Su Wanqing immediately regretted answering honestly. What did you eat? Bread. Who bought it? Silence. Grandma Su's voice became delighted. Wanqing Gincho. Su Wanqing closed her eyes. Goodbye, Grandma. Was it Chen Yu? She ended the call. The phone buzzed again instantly. Grandma Su. I knew it. A second message followed. Grandma Su, do not scare him. A third arrived. Grandma Su, also, remember to say thank you. Su Wanqing looked at the messages. Then, for reasons she would never admit, glanced toward the wall separating room 1608 from room 1607. I already did, she said quietly. No one heard her. But the apartment did. And for the first time that week, Su Wanqing left her laptop, closed for 5 full minutes, before opening it again. The next few days passed in a strange rhythm. Nothing major changed. That was the problem. Chen Yu still went to work in the morning. Su Wanqing still left earlier than most people should. Uncle Wang still sat behind the security desk, as if guarding the entire building from disaster through tea and newspapers. Auntie Liu still appeared wherever gossip was about to bloom. Harbor View remained harbor. View.in. Wow. Patasulche. Dantel. Decortate. Sidero. Enyarum. Paterwaju.na. Old elevator. Warm hallway lights. Rain-streaked windows. Neighbors who knew too much. Everything looked ordinary. Only Su Wanqing knew it was not. Because every ordinary thing now carried a second meaning. When Chen Yu stepped out of room 1607 at the same time as her, he was not only her neighbor. He was the blind date. When he held the elevator door for her without thinking, he was not only being polite, He was the man she had once refused to meet. When he asked, "Coffee?" After noticing her tired eyes, it was not only kindness. It was another reminder that the stranger her grandmother chose had somehow become someone who noticed things no one else did, and Chen Yu knew none of it. That was what made it worse, or perhaps what made it harder to ignore. On Thursday evening, Chen Yu returned to Harbor View later than usual. The rain had started again. Light rain, dawn-tall. Annoying rain, the kind that made umbrellas feel necessary but also useless. He stepped into the lobby with damp shoulders and a paper bag from Auntie Chen's store. Uncle Wang glanced up from behind the security desk. "Late. Work. Again?" Unfortunately, Uncle Wang made a sympathetic sound. "Young people." Chen Yu looked at him. "Please don't start. I already have one mother. Only one." Before Chen Yu could answer, Auntie Liu appeared from near the mailboxes. "One mother is enough. But a good wife helps." Chen Yu stopped walking. He should have known better than to stand in an open lobby. "Good evening, Auntie Liu." Auntie Liu smiled. "Good evening, Xiao Chen." The smile was too bright, too prepared, too dangerous. Chen Yu tightened his grip on the paper bag. "I have groceries. I can see. They need refrigeration. No, they don't." He looked down. Instant coffee. Bread. Dough. Eggs. She was right. Auntie Liu moved closer. "Did your mother call today?" "Yes." "About marriage?" "About breakfast." "Same thing eventually." Uncle Wang coughed into his tea. Chen Yu looked toward the elevator. Freedom was only 15 meters away. Then the elevator doors opened. Su Wanqing stepped out. White blouse. Black coat. Phone in hand. Expression calm. The moment she saw Auntie Liu standing in front of Chen Yu, she paused. Only briefly. But briefly was enough. Auntie Liu noticed. Uncle Wang noticed. Chen Yu noticed everyone noticing. He suddenly felt very tired. Su Wanqing ended her call and walked forward. "Good evening." Auntie Liu's smile widened. "Miss Su, good evening." Chen Yu nodded. "Long day." Su Wanqing glanced at him. Normal. That was not an answer. It was a shield. Chen Yu had begun recognizing the difference. Auntie Liu looked between them with great satisfaction. "Since both of you are here, remember the residents' barbecue next month." Chen Yu frowned. "Next month?" Auntie Liu nodded. "Maybe earlier?" "Why earlier?" "Weather is unpredictable." Uncle Wang muttered. "That is not why." Auntie Liu ignored him. Su Wanqing's phone vibrated. She looked down. Almalver. Her expression shifted almost invisibly. Chen Yu did not need to ask. Grandma Su Tuta. He had never met many grandmothers with such strong timing. But apparently Su Wanqing's grandmother and his mother were competing in the same league. Su Wanqing declined the call. A message appeared immediately. She looked at it. Her expression cooled. Then, another message arrived. Then, another. Chen Yu looked away politely. Auntie Liu did not. What did Grandma Su say? Su Wanqing looked at her. Auntie Liu smiled innocently. "I guessed." Su Wanqing's eyes lowered to the phone again. "Grandma Su, I asked Chen Yu's basic information." "Grandma Su. Very good. Grandma Su, you should invite him for dinner." "Grandma Su, if you cannot cook, order something normal." "Grandma Su, not coffee." Su Wanqing turned the screen off. Her face remained composed. Inside, she felt the situation slipping further beyond control. Chen Yu noticed the slight pressure in her fingers around the phone. He did not ask. Instead, he lifted his paper bag. "Do you want bread?" Su Wanqing looked at him. Auntie Liu's eyes lit up. Uncle Wang slowly lifted his newspaper higher. Chen Yu realized too late how the sentence sounded. He added, "I bought too much." Auntie Liu whispered, "Again." Chen Yu looked at her. I didn't say anything, she said. You whispered. That doesn't count. Su Wanqing should have refused. She intended to refuse. Then, she remembered the cafe bread from the other night. The coffee with no sugar. The way he had noticed, without making her feel watched. She looked at the paper bag. Then, at Chen Yu taught. No need. Chen Yu nodded. Okay. He did not insist. He simply accepted the answer. That somehow made it harder. The elevator arrived behind them with a tired ding. Su Wanqing stepped inside first. Chen Yu followed. Auntie Liu watched them enter with the expression of a woman viewing a project ahead of schedule. The doors closed. The elevator began rising. For several floors, neither spoke. Rain tapped faintly against the small window between floors. The old machine hummed. Chen Yu looked at the floor numbers changing slowly. Su Wanqing looked at the reflection of his face in the elevator doors. He looked normal. Calm. Unaware. That word followed her constantly now. Unaware. He did not know that Grandma Su had his profile saved. He did not know Su Wanqing had seen his photograph. He did not know that when he stood beside her, she was remembering a night both of them had missed. He did not know that every simple conversation now carried a hidden weight. Chen Yu noticed her silence. You look like you're calculating something difficult. Su Wanqing's gaze shifted. Do I? Yes. What kind of difficult? The kind where someone either loses money or gets scolded by an elder. Her fingers paused. Too accurate. Chen Yu glanced at her. Both? No? Su Wanqing looked away. No tea. That was clearly a lie. He smiled faintly. Then, good luck. The elevator reached the 16th floor. They stepped out together. The hallway welcomed them with warm yellow light, and the familiar quiet of late evening. Room 16-7. Room 1608. Dastisue. 2 doors. 1 secret. Chen Yu stopped at his apartment, then seemed to remember something. Right. Aye. He opened the paper bag and took out a small wrapped bun, then held it out. Last chance. Su Wanqing looked at the bun, then at him. You said you bought too much. I did. How many did you buy? 2. That is not too much. It is if I only need 1. You planned this. That's a serious accusation. His tone was light, almost lazy, but his hand remained extended. Su Wanqing stared at the bun for a moment longer, then took it. Thank you. Heh. Chen Yu smiled. 3rd time. She looked at him. Are you still counting? Rare things. Shouldn't be wasted. Exactly. For a moment, the hallway felt softer. Then Su Wanqing's phone rang again. Grandma Su. The name flashed across the screen like a threat. Chen Yu saw it by accident. He immediately looked away. Su Wanqing declined the call again. Almost immediately, Chen Yu's phone rang. He looked down. Li Mailan. Da. The hallway became very still. Su Wanqing looked at his phone. Chen Yu looked at hers. Both seemed to understand something without needing words. Their elders had formed separate attacks. Possibly coordinated. Possibly instinctive. Chen Yu sighed and answered. Mom died. Li Mailan's voice arrived loudly. Have you eaten? Su Wanqing lowered her gaze, but her lips moved slightly. Chen Yu caught it. A near smile. He pointed at her with his eyes as if to say, Don't laugh. That only made the near smile more dangerous. Yes, Chen Yu said into the phone. What did you eat? Bread. What else? Air? Chen Yu achwite? Su Wanqing turned her face away. Her shoulders remained still, but Chen Yu had the distinct feeling she was laughing silently. He narrowed his eyes. She regained her composure immediately. A professional. Yaodani. Pensiu. A professional. A terrifying one. Li Mailan continued. Are you home? Yes? Alone? Chen Yu froze. Su Wanqing's gaze shifted back. He should have gone inside earlier. He truly should have. Mom. What? Good night? Wait. Why did you pause? I didn't. You did. I have work. At night? Very urgent. He ended the call. Silence returned. Su Wanqing looked at him calmly. Work? What? Chen Yu put away his phone. Extremely urgent. What kind? Surviving my mother. This time, Su Wanqing did smile. Not much. Not brightly. But enough. A small, brief curve at the corner of her lips. Gone almost as soon as it appeared. Chen Yu saw it. So did she. For a second, neither spoke. Then, Su Wanqing lowered her eyes to the bun in her hand. Good night. Good night. She entered room 1608. Chen Yu watched her door close. Then stood in the hallway for 2 extra seconds, though he had no reason to. Inside room 1608, Su Wanqing leaned lightly against the door. The bun was still warm in her hand. Her smile had already disappeared, but the feeling remained. That was the problem. Feelings that stayed after the moment ended were far more difficult to manage. Her phone vibrated again. Grandma Su. Did you invite him for dinner? Su Wanqing closed her eyes. She typed one word. No. Grandma Su replied almost instantly. Grandma Su. Useless. Su Wanqing stared at the message. Then, to her own surprise, almost laughed again. Across the hallway, Chen Yu entered room 1607 and placed his groceries on the counter. His mother sent another message. Li Mailan, you sounded suspicious just now. Chen Yu. I sounded tired. Li Mailan. Same thing. Chen Yu ignored the phone and opened his refrigerator. Still mostly empty. A tragic landscape. He put the eggs inside, closed the door, then remembered the bun he had given away. He had bought 2 because one had looked lonely. That was his official explanation. Even to himself, it sounded weak. He walked toward the living room and sat down. The rain outside grew heavier. For a while, he listened to it. Then he thought of Su Wanqing holding the bun outside her door. Cold expression. Tired eyes. Almost smile. He shook his head. Dangerous building. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed again. This time, it was not his mother. It was an unknown number. Chen Yu frowned. The message was short. Unknown. Hello? Is this Mr. Chen Yu? He stared at the screen. Then replied. Chen Yu. Who is this? A moment later, the answer arrived. Unknown. I am Grandma Su. Chen Yu sat very still. Across the hallway, Su Wanqing was unaware that the disaster had already crossed over. Another message appeared. Grandma Su, are you free this weekend? Chen Yu looked at the phone, then toward the wall separating room 1607 from room 1608. A strange silence settled over his apartment. The rain beat gently against the window. He had the sudden, terrible feeling that a peaceful life was something one only appreciated before losing it. Then Grandma Su sent one more message. Grandma Su, do not tell Wanqing yet. This is between us. Friday night arrived with the kind of rain that made the entire city sound softer. Not a storm. Not a downpour. Just steady rain, sliding down windows, gathering along balcony rails, tapping gently against the old glass at the end of Harbor View's 16th floor hallway. Chen Yu sat in room 1607 with his phone in one hand and a cup of water in the other. He had been staring at Grandma Su's message for nearly 10 minutes. Grandma Su, are you free this weekend? Grandma Su, do not tell Wanqing yet. This is between us. Chen Yu had faced many confusing things since moving into Harbor View. Iber. A broken elevator that sounded alive. Auntie Liu's interrogation skills. His mother's supernatural ability to detect lies through phone calls. A CEO neighbor who somehow became more difficult to understand after every normal conversation. But this was different. There were few things more dangerous than an elderly woman asking for secrecy. especially when that elderly woman was Su Wanqing's grandmother. Chen Yu typed a reply. Then, deleted it. Typed again. Deleted again. Finally, he sent the safest possible response. Chen Yu, may I ask what this is about? The reply came almost immediately. Grandma Su. Breakfast. Daingtan. Chen Yu stared. Grandma Su. And maybe lunch. A second message followed. Grandma Su. Possibly dinner. Chen Yu slowly placed the cup down. This was not a meal invitation. This was a campaign. Before he could think of a reply, his phone rang. Li Mailan. Chen Yu closed his eyes. Of course. Life never attacked from one direction. He answered. Mom, have you eaten? Yes. What did you eat? Food, Chen Yu? Mom. Why do you sound guilty? I don't. You do. He looked at Grandma Su's message still glowing on the screen. I sound tired. That's also suspicious. Chen. Yu leaned back against the sofa. Rain tapped against the window. The apartment smelled faintly of coffee and clean laundry. For one brief moment, he wondered whether moving to Harborview had truly been a peaceful decision, or a carefully disguised trap arranged by fate, elderly women, and building management. Li Mailan continued. Are you free this weekend? Chen Yu sat up. The words felt too familiar. Why? Why do you sound scared? I'm not scared. You are. He was. A little. What is this about? Nothing. I just thought maybe you should come home for dinner. A pause. Then she added, far too casually, or bring someone. Chen Yu looked toward the ceiling. Mom, what? Good night. It's Friday. Good night. He ended the call before she could say the words, female neighbor. The room fell quiet again. Then his phone buzzed. Grandma Su. You are very slow at replying. Chen Yu stared at the message. After a moment he typed, Chen Yu, I may have plans. This was technically true. Avoiding danger counted as a plan. Grandma Su replied, Grandma Su, cancel them. Chen Yu finally laughed. Softly. Helplessly. Across the hallway, room 1608 remained lit. Su Wanqing was probably working. Or ignoring her grandmother. Or both. Chen Yu stood, stretched, and walked toward the kitchen. The refrigerator was almost empty again. A tragic and recurring landscape. He opened it anyway, as if food might have appeared out of sympathy. It had not. A few minutes later, he stepped into the hallway with his keys. He intended to go downstairs. Buy water. Door. Maybe bread. Maybe something that would allow him to claim adulthood for another day. He locked his door. At the same moment, room 1608 opened. Su Wanqing stepped out. She wore a cream sweater and loose black pants, her long hair falling over one shoulder instead of being tied neatly. Without the black coat, white blouse, and cold corporate armor, she looked different. Still elegant. Still distant. But quieter. More human. In her hand was a trash bag. For some reason, the sight felt strangely ordinary. And because it was ordinary, it became memorable. Chen Yu looked at the trash bag. Su Wanqing looked at his keys. Both paused. Going downstairs? He asked. Yes. Convenience store? Trash. Ah. A simple exchange. The kind neighbors had. But Su Wanqing's gaze moved briefly to his phone. Someone messaged you? Chen Yu froze. Only for half a second. Unfortunately, Su Wanqing was very good at noticing half-seconds. He slid the phone into his pocket. Nothing important. She looked at him. Your expression says otherwise. He smiled. What expression? The one people make before lying badly. Chen Yu considered that. Then I should practice. You should. The elevator dinged. They stepped inside together. The doors closed. The old machine began its slow descent. Rain blurred the small glass window between floors. For several seconds, neither spoke. Then Chen Yu's phone vibrated again. Once, twice. He did not take it out. Su Wanqing looked at his pocket. Persistent, unfortunately. Your mother? No. The answer came too quickly. Su Wanqing's eyes shifted. Then who? Chen Yu looked straight ahead. No one dangerous. The elevator hummed. Su Wanqing's expression remained calm. That means someone dangerous. He sighed. Your grandmother. Silence. The elevator seemed to become even older. Su Wanqing slowly turned her head. My grandmother? Yes. Why is my grandmother messaging you? That is an excellent question. What did she say? Chen Yu looked at the floor numbers. 11. 11. 10. 9. Why? She asked if I was free this weekend. Su Wanqing closed her eyes. The movement was small. Tired. Familiar Darty. What else? Something about breakfast. Her eyes opened. And? Lunch chua. A pause. Dinner. Day. The elevator descended in silence. Then Su Wanqing said, very calmly, do not reply. I already replied. What did you say? I asked what it was about. That was a mistake, clearly. She extended one hand. Show me. Chen Yu looked at her hand. Then, at her. That's private. It is my grandmother. That makes it more private. Su Wanqing's eyes narrowed. Chen Yu did all. The way she said his name carried the same authority she probably used in boardrooms. Unfortunately for her, Chen Yu had survived Li Mailan for 29 years. He was not easily defeated by tone alone. He smiled faintly. Su Wanqing. Her gaze sharpened. The elevator stopped on the first floor. The doors opened. Neither moved. Outside, the lobby waited. Uncle Wang looked up from behind the security desk. Then looked at them, standing inside the open elevator. Then slowly looked back down at his newspaper. A wise man. Su Wanqing stepped out first. Chen Yu followed. The lobby was quieter than usual. Auntie Liu was absent, which meant either peace had returned or disaster was preparing elsewhere. They walked toward the trash area outside. Rain fell beyond the awning. Soft and steady. The night air carried the smell of wet pavement and distant food stalls. Su Wanqing threw away her trash. Chen Yu stood nearby, still feeling the weight of his phone in his pocket like a small explosive device. When she turned back, she did not immediately return inside. Instead, she stood under the awning and looked at the rain. For a while, they stayed there together, not speaking. The silence felt different from before. Not empty. Not awkward. It had space in it. Enough space for things neither of them said. Finally, Chen Yu asked, Does your grandmother always move this fast? Su Wanqing's voice was quiet. Only when she thinks she is right. That's dangerous. Very. Your grandmother and my mother would either become best friends or destroy the world. A breath escaped. Her. Not quite a laugh. But close. Probably both. Chen Yu looked at her. The soft light from the lobby rested across her face. Without makeup sharpened for work, without the cold precision of a CEO, she looked younger. Tired. Guarded. But less distant. He looked away before the thought became too noticeable. Su Wanqing noticed anyway. She always did. For some reason that made the secret heavier. The photograph. The profile. The blind date. The missed restaurant. He still did not know. And every time he looked at her with normal neighborly ease, the truth pressed harder against her chest. Chen Yu leaned against the pillar beneath the awning. Can I ask something? Su Wanqing's fingers tightened slightly. What? That blind date from last time. The rain seemed to grow louder. Su Wanqing did not move. Chen Yu continued casually, unaware of the way her silence had changed. Your grandmother arranged it, right? After a moment she said, Yes, mine too. I know. The words almost slipped out too naturally. Chen Yu glanced at her. You know? Su Wanqing's pulse paused. Then she corrected. I guessed. He accepted it. Of course he did. That was worse. He looked out at the rain. My mother still talks about it sometimes. Su Wanqing's voice remained controlled. Does she? She said it was a pity. Grandma Su had said the same thing. A strange feeling settled between them. Not quite coincidence. Not quite confession. Chen Yu smiled faintly. Honestly, maybe it was for the best. Su Wanqing looked at him. He did not see her expression. He was still watching the rain. If we'd actually met that night, it probably would have been awkward. Her throat tightened slightly. Why? Blind dates are awkward. Not always. Most of the time. What if she was nice? Then I would have felt worse for wasting her time. The answer was so Chen Yu that it hurt. In a strange, quiet way. Not grand. Not dramatic. Just honest. Su Wanqing looked away. Chen Yu continued. Besides, she probably had better things to do. Maybe she did. See? Maybe she regrets missing it. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. Chen Yu turned his head. Rain fell beyond the awning. The lobby behind them remained warm and quiet. For a moment, neither spoke. Su Wanqing's expression was calm. Too calm. But her fingers had curled lightly around the sleeve of her sweater. Chen Yu noticed. He always noticed small things. Does she? He asked. Su Wanqing looked at him. The secret stood between them now. Not hidden in a drawer. Not buried under paperwork. Here. Under the awning. In the rain. Alive. She could tell him. One sentence. It was me. The thought came suddenly. So suddenly that her chest tightened. But then she thought of Grandma Su. Auntie Liu. Bon. His mother, Dot. The strange momentum already pulling them forward. She thought of the fact that he still looked at her as Su Wanqing from room 1608. Not as the woman his mother had once pushed him toward. And for reasons she did not fully understand, she wanted that to last a little longer. Just a little. So she said, I don't know. Chen Yu studied her for a moment, then smiled lightly. Fair. The answer should have been enough. It was not. Because he looked back at the rain and added, almost casually, at least I'll never meet her now. Su Wanqing's breath caught. Only for a second. But, enough. Chen Yu turned. What? She forced herself to remain calm. Nothing. The rain continued. Soft. Steady. Endless. Chen Yu slipped his hands into his pockets. Strange, isn't it? What is? Missing someone completely, then never knowing what kind of person they were. Su Wanqing looked at him. The hallway lights behind them glowed warmly through the lobby glass. Room 1607 waited upstairs. Room 1608 waited across from it. And between the two of them stood a missed blind date neither had truly missed. Her voice came quietly. Maybe not knowing is easier. Chen Yu thought about that. Then nodded. Maybe. Another silence settled. This one was heavier. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze. For the first time, she understood that keeping the secret was no longer simply awkward. It was becoming unfair. Chen Yu's phone vibrated again. He pulled it out. Grandma Su, Tuai. The message read, Grandma Su, I will take your silence as yes. Chen Yu stared at the screen, then showed it to Su Wanqing without a word. Su Wanqing read it. Her expression remained still. Then she took out her own phone. Another message from Grandma Su waited there. Grandma Su, do not bully him. He seems honest. Chen Yu saw it. The two of them stood under the awning, staring at their phones, then at each other. For one brief, absurd moment, the tension cracked. Chen Yu said, I feel targeted. You are. By your grandmother? Yes. Are you going to help? Su Wanqing looked at him. The answer should have been simple. No. Absolutely not. This was Grandma's problem. His problem. Their problem. Not hers. Instead, after a long pause, she said, "Maybe." Chen Yu blinked. "Maybe? Depending on your performance, my performance, against Grandma. That sounds like a final boss. She is." This time, Chen Yu laughed. A quiet laugh beneath the rain. Su Wanqing looked away, but the corner of her lips moved. The moment was small, almost ordinary. Yet beneath it, the secret remained. Unspoken. Waiting. The elevator carried them back to the 16th floor a few minutes later. When the doors opened, the hallway was empty. Warm lights. Quiet walls. 2 doors facing each other. Chen Yu stopped at room 1607. Su Wanqing stopped at room 1608. Neither entered immediately. The conversation under the awning still lingered. Chen Yu turned his key, then paused. Su Wanqing. She looked at him. He seemed to consider something. Then asked, "Do you ever think about what would have happened if the blind date actually happened?" The hallway went very quiet. Su Wanqing's hand rested against her door. The truth rose again. Closer this time. Dangerously close. She looked at him. The man from the photograph. The neighbor across the hall. The person she had missed before she ever knew him. Her voice was calm, but softer than usual. "Sometimes." Chen Yu nodded slowly. "I see." He smiled. Not teasing. Not curious. Just thoughtful. Then, maybe she wasn't as bad as I imagined. Su Wanqing's fingers tightened around her keys. "What did you imagine?" He looked embarrassed for the first time that night. "Someone scary." A pause. Cold. Another pause. "Probably, too successful to talk to someone like me." Su Wanqing said nothing. The words struck somewhere too precise, too close. Chen Yu scratched the side of his face. "Anyway, good night." He opened his door. Before stepping inside, he added, "If your grandmother messages me again, I'm forwarding everything to you. Do that. Good." He disappeared into room 1607. The door closed. Su Wanqing remained outside room 1608. Rain whispered against the window at the end of the hallway. The world was quiet. Her phone rested in her hand. The secret rested heavier. Inside room 1607, Chen Yu still believed the blind date was a stranger from a rainy night. Outside his door, Su Wanqing stood with the truth pressing against her throat. For a long time, she did not move. Then she looked at the closed door across from hers and whispered so softly, even the hallway barely heard it. She wasn't a stranger. The words vanished into the silence. But once spoken, they could not be taken back. Saturday arrived with rain before sunrise. Soft rain, patient rain. The kind that did not thunder or rage, only filled the world with quiet persistence until the windows blurred, and the city looked like a watercolor painting left too close to water. Chen Yu woke because his phone vibrated. Once, twice, 3 times. He opened one eye. The ceiling above room 1607 looked exactly as unimpressed with morning as he felt. His phone vibrated again. Chen Yu reached blindly across the bedside table and picked it up. Grandma Su. Chen Yu stared at the name. For 3 silent seconds he wondered whether he had somehow entered an alternate life while sleeping. A week ago, Grandma Su had been an elegant elder he barely knew. Now she had his number, messaged him with the confidence of a military commander, and had apparently decided that weekends were negotiable. The message was simple. "Grandma Su, good morning." Chen Yu did not reply. Another message arrived. "Grandma Su, are you awake?" Chen Yu looked at the dark bedroom. Then at the time, 7:08 a.m., on a Saturday. He placed the phone face down. A third vibration came immediately. "Grandma Su, if you are not awake, wake up." Chen Yu closed his eyes. Somewhere in Linhai City, a peaceful life had died quietly. He sat up. Rain tapped against the window. The apartment was dim and cool, filled with the gray-blue light of a rainy morning. A half-folded shirt rested on the chair. A mug sat on the desk from last night. His refrigerator contained eggs, bottled water, and a level of loneliness that deserved government attention. He picked up the phone again. "Chen Yu, good morning, Grandma Su." The reply came instantly. "Grandma Su, very good." Polite, Chen Yu stared. "Grandma Su, are you free today?" He had a bad feeling. A very bad feeling. "Chen Yu, I may need to work." "Grandma Su, young people always use work as an excuse." "Chen Yu, sometimes work is real." "Grandma Su, sometimes excuses are also real." Chen Yu looked toward the wall separating room 1607 from room 1608. Somewhere beyond it, Su Wanqing might still be asleep, or awake, or working, or ignoring her grandmother with far more skill than him. He envied her. His phone vibrated again. He envied her. His phone vibrated again. "Grandma Su, come downstairs at 10. Chen Yu. Why? Grandma Su, breakfast. Chen Yu, I already have food." He looked toward the refrigerator. That was technically a lie. Grandma Su replied. "Grandma Su, eggs do not count as a life plan." Chen Yu froze. Slowly, he looked around his apartment. No cameras. Probably. He typed carefully. "Chen Yu, how do you know I have eggs?" "Grandma Su, I guessed." Chen Yu did not believe her, not even slightly. Across the hallway, room 1608 was much quieter. Su Wanqing stood in front of her wardrobe, already dressed in a cream sweater and loose black trousers rather than her usual office armor. It was Saturday. She had told herself she would not go to Luminara. Then she had told herself she would only check one email. Then she had opened 3 reports before brushing her teeth. By 8, she had closed the laptop with a force slightly greater than necessary. Now she stood perfectly still, one hand resting on the wardrobe door, while her phone vibrated on the bed behind her. Grandma Su, of course. Su Wanqing ignored it. The phone stopped, then vibrated again. She ignored it again. A message arrived. "Grandma Su, I invited Chen Yu for breakfast." Su Wanqing turned slowly. For a moment the room went quiet in a way that felt almost theatrical. She picked up the phone. "Grandma Su, you are welcome." Su Wanqing's expression did not change. That was how anyone else would have known the situation was dangerous. She typed, "Su Wanqing, do not disturb him." "Grandma Su, I am feeding him." "Su Wanqing, that is disturbing him." "Grandma Su, he has eggs." Su Wanqing paused, then looked toward the wall. How did Grandma know that? Another message arrived. "Grandma Su, come downstairs at 10. Su Wanqing, I have work." "Grandma Su, no." Su Wanqing stared at the single word. "No." Her grandmother had not argued, had not explained, had simply rejected her work schedule like a board proposal with poor formatting. Su Wanqing closed her eyes. The rain continued outside. Soft, merciless. At 9:58, Chen Yu stepped out of room 1607. He wore a dark gray sweater, black trousers, and the expression of a man walking toward a breakfast-shaped trap. At the exact same moment, room 1608 opened. Su Wanqing stepped out. Cream sweater, loose black trousers. Long black hair falling neatly over one shoulder. No blouse. No black skirt. No executive coat. She looked less like CEO Su and more like someone who might actually live in the apartment across from him. Chen Yu paused. Su Wanqing paused too. For a second, neither spoke. Then Chen Yu lifted his phone slightly. "Grandma Su?" Su Wanqing looked at his phone, then lifted hers. "Grandma Su." They stood in the hallway, separated by 3 meters, both holding evidence of the same crime. Chen Yu sighed. She got you too. Unfortunately. Do we run? Su Wanqing looked toward the elevator. Then toward him. She would find us. Chen Yu considered this. True. The elevator arrived with a groan that sounded like it had already given up on all of them. They stepped inside. The doors closed. For once, the silence between them did not feel awkward. It felt like shared captivity. The elevator descended slowly. Chen Yu glanced at her. You don't usually dress like that. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized they sounded wrong. Su Wanqing turned her head. Her eyes were calm, dangerously calm. Chen Yu corrected himself immediately. It's Saturday. A pause. You look less like you're about to fire someone. Another pause. That was worse. Su Wanqing looked ahead. Yes. Chen Yu closed his eyes. Forget I said anything. Too late. Then pretend. I am not good at pretending. The sentence landed strangely, softly, more honestly than either expected. Chen Yu looked at her. Su Wanqing's expression remained composed, but her fingers tightened slightly around her phone. Before he could respond, the elevator doors opened. The lobby waited. So did Grandma Su. She stood near the mailboxes with Auntie Lu beside her. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk, newspaper lifted far too high to be natural. The entire scene had the suspicious stillness of people pretending they had not been waiting. Chen Yu stopped walking. Su Wanqing stopped beside him. Auntie Lu smiled. Grandma Su smiled. Uncle Wang lowered his newspaper just enough to reveal his eyes. Chen Yu said quietly, "This feels planned." Su Wanqing replied, "It is." Grandma Su walked toward them with warmth, so perfect it became frightening. "Good. You're both here." Chen Yu looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked at Grandma Su. "We were summoned," Chen Yu said. Grandma Su ignored the accusation. Naturally. Auntie Lu held up a small umbrella. "Rain is heavy. Breakfast shop is crowded today." "I already checked." Chen Yu looked at her. "You checked?" "I happened to pass by." Uncle Wang murmured from behind the newspaper. "3 times." Auntie Lu turned. "You count too much. You walk too obviously." Grandma Su clapped her hands once. "Good. Since the breakfast shop is crowded, we will eat upstairs." Su Wanqing's eyes sharpened. "Upstairs where?" Grandma Su smiled. "Your apartment." "No." The answer came instantly. Chen Yu felt a faint admiration. Grandma Su did not blink. Then Chen Yu's apartment. Chen Yu said, "No." Auntie Liu looked disappointed in both of them. Grandma Su sighed softly, as though dealing with unreasonable children. Then, the community room. Chen Yu looked at Uncle Wang. "We have a community room?" Uncle Wang nodded. "Technically." "What does technically mean?" "It has 2 chairs and a broken fan." Auntie Lu added, "And a table," Uncle Wang said. "The table leans." Grandma Su smiled. "Perfect." Chen Yu and Su Wanqing looked at each other. The same thought passed between them. There was no escape. 10 minutes later, they sat in Harborview's so-called community room. It was a small room beside the lobby that looked as though it had once been intended for resident meetings and had since been abandoned by Hope. 2 plastic chairs, 1 slightly leaning table, a dusty notice board, a fan that turned slowly but moved no air. Rain streaked down the narrow window. And on the table somehow, Grandma Su had arranged breakfast. Steamed buns, soy milk, boiled eggs, small dishes of pickled vegetables. Auntie Lu had contributed tea. Uncle Wang had contributed nothing but judgment from the doorway. Chen Yu sat across from Su Wanqing. Grandma Su sat at the head of the table. Auntie Liu hovered nearby with the expression of a person who had been told not to interfere and had decided that hovering did not count. For a few minutes, breakfast was almost normal. Almost. Grandma Su asked Chen Yu whether he slept well. Auntie Liu asked whether he usually slept alone. then pretended she meant with the lights on. Su Wanqing looked at her tea as though it contained patience. Chen Yu answered with the survival instincts of a man trained by Li Mailan. Yes. No. Usually. Depends. I don't remember. Grandma Su seemed satisfied. Then she turned to Su Wanqing. Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked up. Yes, I spoke with your mother last night. The room changed. Not loudly, not visibly to everyone. But Chen Yu noticed. Su Wanqing's shoulders did not move. Her expression did not crack, yet the air around her seemed to cool. Grandma Su's voice softened. They are asking again. Su Wanqing placed her cup down. Then let them ask. They want you to attend the family dinner next week. I already declined. They did not accept. That is their problem. Grandma Su looked at her for a long moment. Rain tapped against the glass. Auntie Lu's smile faded slightly. Even Uncle Wang stopped pretending to read the notice board outside. Chen Yu did not speak. This was not his place. But he saw the way Su Wanqing's fingers rested against the table. Still. Too still. Grandma Su said, Shen Yikan will be there. The name meant nothing to Chen Yu. It clearly meant something to Su Wanqing. Her eyes cooled. Of course. Grandma Su sighed. They are using him to pressure you. They can try. You know they will. I know. The conversation was calm. Too calm. Like two people discussing weather while standing beside a fire. Chen Yu lowered his gaze to his soy milk. For the first time, he saw a different side of Su Wanqing's life. Not CEO Su. Not the neighbor who forgot dinner. Not the woman who almost smiled at elevator jokes. Something older. A pressure that existed before Harborview. Before the blind date. Before him. Grandma Su looked at her granddaughter with a rare seriousness. Wanqing, you cannot keep facing them alone. Su Wanqing's reply came immediately. I can. That answer should have sounded strong. Instead, it sounded practiced. Chen Yu knew the difference. He had heard it in his own voice before. When his mother asked whether he was fine. When someone mentioned his father. When life demanded strength before giving him time to feel anything. Grandma Su's gaze shifted briefly toward him. Only briefly. But enough. Chen Yu suddenly understood why he was here. Not fully. But enough to become uncomfortable. He placed the bun down. Grandma Su. Both women looked at him. Auntie Liu leaned forward. Uncle Wang muttered, Here we go. Chen Yu looked at Su Wanqing first, then at Grandma Su. I don't know your family situation, so I shouldn't comment. Auntie Liu looked disappointed. Then Chen Yu continued. But if someone has already said no, pushing harder usually doesn't make the answer more sincere. The room fell quiet. Su Wanqing looked at him. Grandma Su looked at him too. Her expression was unreadable for once. Chen Yu scratched the side of his face. That's all. Auntie Lu whispered. Good answer. Uncle Wang said. Liu? What? It was. Grandma Su suddenly smiled. Not brightly. Not teasingly. Softly. Your mother raised you well. Chen Yu felt that his mother would somehow detect this praise from several districts away. Su Wanqing lowered her eyes. For some reason, Chen Yu's words stayed in the air longer than they should have. Not because they solved anything. They did not. But because he had not tried to save her. He had not acted heroic. He had simply respected the word no. That was rarer than it should have been. Breakfast ended with less comedy than it began. Grandma Su did not push the subject again. Auntie Liu did once, but Uncle Wang cleared his throat with enough warning that she changed the topic to leaking pipes. By the time Chen Yu returned to room 1607, the rain had become heavier. The hallway was quiet. Su Wanqing walked beside him without speaking. Room 1607 and room 1608 waited opposite each other, warm lights above both doors. Chen Yu stopped. Su Wanqing stopped too. For a moment, only the rain could be heard through the far window. Then she said, You didn't have to say that. Chen Yu looked at her. I know. Then why did you? He thought for a second. Because Annie Lou was there. Someone had to sound reasonable. It was a joke. A small one. A way to step away from something too serious. Su Wanqing looked at him. Then, very faintly, the corner of her lips moved. Reasonable is not the word I would use. What would you use? Occasionally useful. Chen Yu nodded. High praise. For you, yes. The hallway softened. Just a little. Then Su Wanqing's phone rang. Her expression changed before she answered. Chen Yu saw the name on the screen by accident. Grandma Su. Su Wanqing declined. Immediately, Chen Yu's phone vibrated. He looked down. Grandma Su. He looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked at him. Neither spoke. Chen Yu answered slowly. Grandma Su. The old woman's voice came through warmly. Chen Yu, thank you for breakfast. You bought breakfast. You bought breakfast. You attended. That is a low standard. A useful one. Across from him. Su Wanqing watched with narrowed eyes. Grandma Su continued. Are you free next week? Chen Yu closed his eyes. There it was. The trap beneath the trap. Why? Family dinner. Su Wanqing's expression froze. Chen Yu opened his eyes. Grandma Su's voice remained gentle. Nothing serious. I only want you to think about it. Grandma Su, I am not forcing you. That was technically true, which made it worse. I'll think about it, Chen Yu said carefully. Good child. The call ended. The hallway became silent. Su Wanqing stared at him. Chen Yu lowered the phone. I should have pretended not to hear it. Yes. Too late. Yes. Rain traced lines down the window at the end of the corridor. The atmosphere between them had changed again. Not dramatically. Not romantically. Not romantically. But something had moved. A new problem had entered the hallway and stood between their doors. Chen Yu looked at her. Family dinner? Su Wanqing's expression became unreadable. You don't need to go. I didn't say I would. Good. That sounded fast. It should be fast. He studied her for a moment. She looked calm, cold, perfectly controlled. But he remembered the breakfast table. The name Grandma Su mentioned. Shen Yikin. The practiced answer. I can. He did not push. Instead, he nodded. Then I won't. For some reason that answer did not bring relief to Su Wanqing. It should have. It was clean, practical, safe. Exactly what she wanted. Yet the moment he said it, something in her chest tightened. Because Chen Yu was not forcing his way into her problem. He was stepping away because she asked, respecting the line, leaving the door open, not literally. She remembered his words to Grandma Su from earlier. Maybe most people try too hard. I'd leave the door open. Su Wanqing looked away. Thank you. Chen Yu's brows lifted slightly. Fourth time? Her gaze returned. Are you still counting? Rare things. This time she did not smile, but she did not look away either. Chen Yu sensed that the conversation had reached the edge of something neither of them knew how to cross. So he did what he always did. He gave the moment room. Rest today, he said. Su Wanqing blinked. What? You look like someone who opened work emails before brushing her teeth. She stared at him. A very small silence followed. Then she said, You are becoming too observant. Occupational hazard. What occupation? Neighbor. That almost did it. Almost. Her lips moved, but she controlled it. Chen Yu opened his door. Good night. It's morning. Then good luck. He entered room 16-7 and closed the door. Su Wanqing remained in the hallway. The rain outside grew steady. Her phone rested in her hand. The family dinner waited next week. Shen Yikin waited. Grandma Su's plans waited. Chen Yu's refusal, simple and respectful, lingered far longer than it should have. She entered room 1608. The apartment was quiet. Too quiet. Her laptop sat on the dining table. Unread reports waited. Meetings waited. Problems waited. She placed her phone beside the laptop and stood there for a long moment. Then it vibrated again. Grandma Su. Su Wanking answered. Grandma, you heard him. Su Wanking closed her eyes. He said he won't go. No. He said he would respect your answer. That is the same thing. It is not. Su Wanking said nothing. Grandma Su's voice softened. Wanking, your problem is not that no one wants to stand beside you. Rain whispered against the windows. Her grandmother continued. Your problem is that when someone does, you move away before you can find out whether they would stay. Su Wanking's fingers tightened around the phone. Grandma, I will not force you. That was new. Almost suspicious. But next week your family will not stop. I know. And Shen Yikin will not come unprepared. I know. And you cannot attend that dinner alone. I can. The answer came automatically. This time, even Su Wanqing heard how tired it sounded. Grandma Su did not argue. She simply said, then ask someone to stand beside you. The call ended. Su Wanqing stood silently in the middle of room 1608. For once, she did not immediately return to work. She looked toward the wall, toward room 1607, toward the man who had already said no because she had told him to. Outside, rain washed over Linhai City in silver sheets. Inside Harbor View, two doors faced each other across a quiet hallway, and for the first time since discovering the photograph, Su Wanqing realized the problem was no longer whether Chen Yu could help her. The problem was whether she had the courage to ask. The rain did not stop until afternoon. By then, Linhai City had become the kind of gray that made time feel uncertain. Morning blurred into noon. Noon faded quietly toward evening. The windows of Harbor View apartments carried thin trails of water, and the sky outside room 1608 looked like a sheet of silver glass stretched over the city. Su Wanqing did not open her laptop. That alone should have been considered a historic event. The laptop sat on the dining table, closed and silent, beside 3 unread reports, 2 contracts waiting for review, and a cup of black coffee that had gone cold an hour earlier. Normally she would have finished half a day's work by now. Normally she would have answered Lin Xiaoyu's messages immediately. Normally she would have buried herself in numbers until the pressure in her chest became manageable. Today, she stood by the window and looked at the apartment across the hallway through a wall she could not see. Room 1607. Chen Yu, the man Grandma Su had asked her to consider. The man who had said, "Then I won't," simply because she told him not to attend the family dinner. That should have been the end of it. He respected her answer. He stepped back. He did exactly what she had wanted. So why did it feel wrong? So why did it feel wrong? Su Wanqing lifted the coffee, took one sip, then remembered it was cold. She placed it back down. Her phone lay beside the laptop. Silent for once. That was suspicious. Grandma Su had not called again after their conversation. No messages. No reminders. No do not scare him away. No ask him properly. No remember to smile. Nothing. Silence from Grandma Su was never peace. It was preparation. Su Wanqing knew this better than anyone. Still, the silence gave her too much room to think. Family dinner. Shen Yikin, the Yasu family. Questions disguised as concern. Advice sharpened into judgment. Smiles that measured value. Conversations that always returned to marriage, alliance, reputation, and responsibility. She had faced them before. She could face them again. That was what she told herself. Yet every time the thought formed, Chen Yu's voice returned. If someone has already said no, pushing harder usually doesn't make the answer more sincere. Simple words, almost careless. Yet they had struck harder than any lecture. Because he had understood the shape of the problem without knowing the details. Because he had not asked what Shen Yikin meant. Because he had not tried to step into her life like a hero. Because when she told him not to go, he had listened. That was the problem. People who did not listen were easy to reject. People who listened were far more dangerous. At 5:30, her phone finally vibrated. Lin Xiaoyu. Su Wanqing answered. Speak. President Su, Sorry to disturb you on the weekend? Then don't. There was a brief silence on the other end. Lin Xiaoyu had worked under her long enough to understand that this was not a joke. Or perhaps it was. With President Su, sometimes the difference depended on survival instinct. It's about the family dinner invitation. The formal notice arrived at your office email. Su Wanqing's gaze cooled. They sent it to Luminara? Yes. Forward it. Already done. The phone buzzed. Su Wanqing opened the email. The invitation was elegant, polite, cold, exactly as expected. The Su family dinner would be held next Friday evening at the Yunhai Pavilion. Main family members attending. Several business guests invited. Shen Yixian listed among them. At the bottom, in perfectly formal wording, there was one sentence that made Su Wanqing's fingers pause. Family members may bring companions. A companion, not a guest, not an assistant, not a friend, a companion. The kind of word elders used when they wanted a conclusion without saying it aloud. Lin Xiaoyu's voice came carefully through the phone. President Su? Su Wanqing closed the email. Cancel my Friday evening schedule. You're attending, apparently. Should I prepare anything? No. A pause. Then, Lin Xiaoyu said even more carefully, will you be going alone? Su Wanqing did not answer immediately. Outside the window, rainwater slid down the glass in slow, crooked lines. No, she said. The word surprised even herself. Lin Xiaoyu went silent. Then, very quietly, understood. The call ended. Su Wanqing remained by the window. The apartment felt quieter than before. Her own answer replayed in her ears. No, not alone. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. The decision had not fully formed yet, but its shadow had already crossed the room. At 6:10, Chen Yu stood in room 1607 and stared into his refrigerator. The refrigerator stared back. It was a tragic confrontation. Inside were eggs, bottled water, half a cucumber, 2 lonely tomatoes, and a container of leftover rice that looked like it had given up on its future. Chen Yu closed the door, opened it again. Still no miracle. He sighed. Disappointing. His phone vibrated. Li Mailan. He looked at the screen with the exhaustion of a soldier recognizing enemy drums. Then answered, Mom. Have you eaten? No. Silence. Dangerous silence. Chen Yu looked at the refrigerator. I was about to. What are you eating? Rice. What else? Egg. What else? Air. Chen Yu. He leaned against the counter. Mom, it's raining. I'm not going out. Then cook properly. I am. You have vegetables? Tomato. 1 tomato. 2. That's not a meal. That's evidence. Chen Yu looked at the tomatoes. They did look like evidence. Li Mailan continued. And don't always eat alone. Who should I eat with? The tomatoes. You know what I mean. I really don't. You do. Chen Yu closed his eyes. There it was. The same tone Grandma Su used before pulling people into breakfast ambushes. Mothers and grandmothers really did belong to the same ancient organization. Li Mailan lowered her voice. That female neighbor. Chen Yu opened his eyes. Mom, what? I didn't say anything. You said female neighbor. Is she not female? That's not the point. Is she not your neighbor? Mom. Then I am only stating facts. Chen Yu had no answer. Facts were dangerous in the hands of mothers. Before Li Mailan could continue, the doorbell rang. Chen Yu turned toward the entrance. The sound echoed once through the apartment, then again. Li Mailan immediately became alert. Who is that? No one. How can a doorbell be no one? I mean, I don't know yet. Open it. Why are you commanding from another city? Open it. Chen Yu sighed and walked toward the door with the phone still in his hand. When he opened it, Su Wanqing stood outside. For half a second, he forgot his mother was still on the call. Su Wanqing wore the same cream sweater and loose black trousers from the morning, but her hair was now tied loosely behind her shoulders. She held a folder in one hand and her phone in the other. Her expression was calm. Too calm. That usually meant something had gone wrong. Chen Yu looked at her. Su Wanqing looked at him. Li Meilan's voice exploded from the phone. "Chen Yu! Who is it?" The hallway became very quiet. Su Wanqing's gaze moved to the phone. Chen Yu slowly lifted it. "My mother." Su Wanqing's expression did not change, but something in her eyes shifted. A faint understanding, a faint warning, a faint amusement. Li Meilan's voice came again. "Is it the female neighbor?" Chen Yu looked at the ceiling. The universe had timing issues. Su Wanqing said calmly, "Good evening, Auntie." Chen Yu froze. The phone went silent. Then Li Meilan's voice changed completely. "Oh, good evening, good evening. Sorry, I disturbed you?" Chen Yu stared at the phone. This woman had never apologized for disturbing him in his entire life. Su Wanqing's tone remained composed. "Not at all." "Have you eaten?" Chen Yu closed his eyes. Su Wanqing glanced at him, then said, "Not yet." Li Meilan gasped softly. "Chen Yu, why are you standing there? Invite her in." "It's raining." Chen Yu lowered the phone and looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked back. For one brief second, both seemed to realize they had stepped into a trap neither had prepared. Chen Yu said into the phone, "Mom, I have something to discuss. Discuss while eating. I'll call you later. Don't forget to eat." "I won't. And don't let Miss Su go hungry." Chen Yu ended the call before his mother could adopt another adult child through the phone. Silence returned. Rain sounded softly from the far window in the hallway. Su Wanqing looked toward his apartment. "Bad time?" Chen Yu glanced behind him at the tragic refrigerator situation. "Depends on your definition of bad. I need to talk to you." The sentence was simple, but it carried weight. Chen Yu stepped aside. "Come in." Su Wanqing entered room 1607 for the first time. The apartment was simple, warm, unpretentious. A dark sofa, a small dining table, a few books stacked near the window, a mug on the desk, a half-folded shirt over the chair. Not messy, not staged. Lived in. The air carried a faint scent of coffee, rain, and something clean. For a moment Su Wanqing stood near the entrance without moving. She had seen luxury apartments worth more than entire office floors. She had sat in private lounges designed to impress people who pretended not to be impressed. But room 1607 felt different. It did not try to prove anything. That alone made it strangely comfortable. Chen Yu closed the door behind her. "Water? No, thank you. Coffee?" She looked at him. "You have coffee? Instant. No, thank you." Wise choice. The corner of her lips moved faintly, but the expression disappeared before becoming a smile. Chen Yu noticed. He did not mention it. He gestured toward the sofa. "Sit." Su Wanqing sat with controlled posture, folder resting on her lap. Chen Yu sat opposite her at the small table rather than beside her, leaving enough space for the conversation to breathe. That small detail made her grip on the folder loosen slightly. He did not rush. He simply waited. Rain whispered against the window. The city outside grew darker. Finally, Su Wanqing placed the folder on the table. "I have a problem." Chen Yu looked at the folder, then at her. "Family dinner?" Her eyes lifted. "Grandma told you?" "No." "Then how did you know?" "You looked like someone about to ask for something she hates needing." Su Wanqing said nothing. Chen Yu added, "Also, Grandma Su called me earlier about it." "Of course she did." "She said I should think about it." "You don't need to." "I know." The answer came easily. Too easily. Su Wanqing looked down at the folder. For a moment, the polished words she had prepared suddenly felt useless. She had negotiated contracts worth millions. She had convinced investors who wanted guarantees no one could give. She had faced people who demanded answers to questions they had no right to ask. Yet asking one neighbor for help felt strangely impossible. Chen Yu did not interrupt. That made it worse, and better. She opened a folder. Inside was a printed invitation, a schedule, and a page of notes written in her neat handwriting. No relationship contract yet, not fully, just the shape of one. I need someone to attend the dinner with me. Chen Yu looked at the papers, then back at her. As a guest? Su Wanqing's fingers stilled. No. The rain grew louder against the glass. Chen Yu waited. Su Wanqing's voice remained steady. As my boyfriend. Silence. Not dramatic silence. Not the kind that arrived with music and thunder. Just ordinary apartment silence. A refrigerator humming faintly. Rain outside. Someone upstairs moving a chair. Chen Yu blinked once. Then once more. I see. Su Wanqing looked at him. You see? No? That answer was so immediate that Su Wanqing almost lost her composure. Chen Yu leaned back slightly. I said it because people say that when they need time. This is not a joke. I know. Then why are you reacting like that? Because my neighbor just entered my apartment during a rainy evening and asked me to attend a family dinner as her boyfriend. A pause. I think this reaction is very controlled. Su Wanqing had no argument. He was right. If anything, he was handling it too calmly. Chen Yu looked at the folder again. Why me? That was the question. The one she had expected. The one she still did not want to answer. She could have said because Grandma liked him. She could have said because he lived nearby. She could have said because he was convenient. All of those were true. None of them were the whole truth. Because Grandma trusts you. That's dangerous. Yes, because Auntie Lu will believe it. Unfortunately, because we live next door. That helps. Chen Yu looked at her. And because Su Wanqing's gaze shifted slightly. He was too observant. Far too observant. After a moment, she said, because you know how to stop at the line. Chen Yu's expression changed. Only slightly, but she saw it. He looked at her for a long moment, then looked away first. The rain filled the space between them. That's a serious reason, he said. It is. Then I should give you a serious answer. Su Wanqing's fingers tightened around the folder. Chen Yu looked back at her. No, the word landed quietly, cleanly. Not harsh, not dismissive, but firm. Su Wanqing had expected resistance. She had not expected the answer to hurt. It should not have. This was a practical request, a temporary arrangement, a problem needing a solution. Nothing more. Yet hearing him refuse so simply made the apartment feel colder for a second. Chen Yu continued before she could speak. I can help you find another way. I don't need another way. You do if the only plan is pretending to date your neighbor. It is efficient. It is absurd. Both can be true. That's not the defense you will think it is. Su Wanqing's eyes cooled slightly. There will be compensation. I don't want compensation. You haven't heard the amount. That sentence is never a good sign. She looked at him. Chen Yu looked back without flinching. For a moment, Su Wanqing was reminded again that he was not like the people in her business world. Money did not make his expression change. Status did not make him lean forward. Opportunity did not make him eager. That made negotiation difficult. And strangely reassuring. She opened the second page. I can pay you 100,000. Chen Yu became still. Very still. Then he looked at the page. Then at her. Then at the page again. 100,000? Yes. For one dinner? For the arrangement. What arrangement? To act as my boyfriend when necessary until Grandma leaves and the family pressure settles. Chen Yu stared at her. Su Wanqing sat perfectly composed across from him, as though she had just proposed hiring someone to repair a leaking pipe. He slowly raised one hand. Wait. She waited. You are offering me $100,000. Yes. To pretend to be your boyfriend. Yes, because of a family dinner. And related future situations. Related future situations. Yes. Chen Yu leaned back. The chair made a faint sound against the floor. He looked toward the ceiling for several seconds. Su Wanqing watched him. His expression was not greedy, not tempted, not offended. Mostly, he looked like a man trying to decide whether life had finally lost its sense of proportion. Then he looked at her again. Su Wanqing. Yes. Do rich people solve all problems like this? No. A pause. Only urgent ones. That almost made him laugh. Almost. He held it in. You realize how this sounds, right? I do. Do you? Yes. You came into my apartment and offered to pay me to become your fake boyfriend. Temporarily. That does not improve it. It defines the scope. Very corporate. Thank you. Not a compliment. I know. For the compliment. First time since entering, Su Wanqing's composure flickered. Not much. But enough for Chen Yu to see that beneath the contract language and perfect posture, she was not nearly as unaffected as she appeared. That changed the air. He looked at the folder again. Why not ask someone from your company? Impossible. Why? Conflict of interest, gossip, power imbalance, risk to reputation. Friend. I don't have suitable friends. The answer came too quickly. Too cleanly. It stopped him. Su Wanqing seemed to realize it too. She looked down at the folder. The rain continued. Chen Yu did not ask why. He could have. He did not. Instead, he said, Shen Yiken. Her eyes lifted. He is part of this? Yes. Someone your family wants you to consider? Yes. And if you attend alone, they will treat it as permission to continue. And if you attend with someone, they will stop. Temporarily. Temporarily, yes. Chen Yu studied her. There it was. Not romance, not pride, not convenience. A defensive wall. She was not trying to create a relationship. She was trying to buy breathing room. That was different. Still absurd. But different. He leaned forward and placed his elbows lightly on his knees. Why didn't you just say that? Su Wanqing's expression remained calm. Because I am saying it now. No. You led with compensation. Compensation is clear. It is also distance. Her fingers froze. The words were not sharp. That made them harder to avoid. Chen Yu's voice stayed steady. You don't like owing people. Su Wanqing did not answer. You don't like asking for help. Still no answer. So you turned it into a transaction. The apartment fell quiet. Outside, a car passed through rainwater below, its sound fading into the city. Su Wanqing looked at him. For a moment her face was unreadable. Then she said, transactions are safer. Chen Yu held her gaze. Are they? The question had no accusation in it. That made it worse. Su Wanqing looked away first. Across from her, Chen Yu sighed. Not impatiently. Not angrily. Just tired. The kind of tired that came from understanding too much. I can't accept money for this. Her eyes returned. Why? Because if I help, it's not because you bought me. I am not buying you. That's exactly what $100,000 sounds like. It is compensation for your time, risk, and inconvenience. Still sounds like buying. She pressed her lips together. Chen Yu continued. Also, my mother would somehow find out and kill me. Despite herself, Su Wanqing almost smiled. He noticed. That softened him. Only a little, but, he said. Her gaze sharpened. I can consider helping. The words were careful. Not acceptance, not refusal. A door left open. Su Wanqing knew that kind of door now. Her voice lowered slightly. Under what condition? No money. Impossible. It is very possible. I won't let you take on my family problem for free. Then don't call it taking on your problem. What should I call it? Helping a neighbor. She stared at him. Helping a neighbor. Such a simple phrase. Too simple for a problem that had years of pressure behind it. Too simple for a family dinner designed like a battlefield. Too simple for Shen Yikin, Grandma Su, Auntie Liu, Li Mailan, and the strange growing tension between two opposite apartment doors. And yet, because it was simple, it made her chest tighten. Chen Yu added, "If you insist on money, ask someone else." Su Wanqing looked at him for a long time. "You're serious?" "Very. Do you know how unreasonable you are? I've been told." "By whom?" "My mother." "By whom?" "My mother." Usually before asking if I've eaten. This time Su Wanqing did smile. Small, brief, but real enough. Chen Yu saw it and looked away first, giving her the courtesy of pretending he had not. The rain softened outside. The apartment felt warmer than before. Su Wanqing closed the folder slowly. "If there is no money, then we need rules." Chen Yu looked back. "We? You said you would consider helping. Consider. Then consider with rules. That's very CEO of you. I am a CEO. Fair." She took out a blank sheet from the folder and placed it on the table. Chen Yu looked at it. "What is that?" "Draft terms. Of course you brought draft terms. It is efficient. It is terrifying. Efficiency often is." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Fine. What rules?" Su Wanqing's expression regained some of its usual composure. "Only act as boyfriend when necessary." "Good. No unnecessary physical contact." "Very good. Do not interfere with each other's private lives." "Agreed. No staying overnight." "Was that at risk?" "Rules prevent misunderstanding." "Your rules are very defensive. Your commentary is unnecessary." "Noted." She wrote with clean, precise strokes. Chen Yu watched the pen move. The handwriting was neat, controlled. Like everything else about her, yet for some reason the scene did not feel cold. A billionaire CEO sitting in his modest apartment, writing fake boyfriend rules, while rain fell outside. Life had become very strange. Contract ends after Grandma leaves. Su Wanqing continued. "Your grandmother may never leave." The pen stopped. She looked at him. He looked serious. "She likes Harborview." Su Wanqing was silent. That was a real concern. Chen Yu added, "Auntie Lu is here. Worse. Much worse." Su Wanqing crossed out the line and rewrote it. "Contract ends after the family dinner situation is resolved." Better. "Payment." No. "Symbolic compensation." No. "Meal allowance." No. "Transportation." "I can pay for my own bus." "You are allowance." "Not taking a bus to Yunhai Pavilion." "Why not?" "Because my family will notice." "So there is image management." "Obviously." "Then transportation is your problem." She stared at him. He smiled faintly. "That means you can arrange it." "Not pay me." Su Wanqing looked down and wrote, "Transportation may be arranged by Party A when required for performance." Chen Yu leaned closer. "Party A, you." "Why am I Party A?" "Because I'm drafting." "That's abuse of power." "Then you may draft the next version." "I withdraw my objection." She continued writing. For a while, the only sounds were rain, pen against paper, and the faint hum of the refrigerator. Somewhere in the building, a dog barked once, then stopped. The world outside kept moving. Inside room 16-7, something impossible became slightly less impossible. When the basic rules were finished, Su Wanqing placed the pen down. "These are preliminary, of course. You can review them. Do I need a lawyer for this?" Probably. That was not comforting. It was honest. He picked up the paper and read. The rules were absurd, clear, defensive, practical. Very Su Wanqing. Then he reached the final line. Either party may terminate the agreement if the other crosses the agreed line. He paused. That line felt less like a contract term and more like a confession she did not know she had written. A line. She needed lines. Because lines made the world manageable. Chen Yu placed the paper down. "I have one rule." Su Wanqing looked at him. "What?" If you feel uncomfortable at any point, we stop. She froze. The words were simple. Too simple. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Chen Yu continued. Family dinner. Grandma Su, Shen Yiken, Auntie Lu, whoever. If you say stop, we stop. Her fingers tightened around the pen. You realize that may ruin the performance. Then the performance ruins. That is not practical. No. He looked at her. It is necessary. Silence settled between them. For a moment, Su Wanqing did not look like CEO Su. Not fully. She looked like someone who had been standing alone for so long that the idea of someone respecting her discomfort before strategy felt unfamiliar. Suspicious. Almost frightening. She lowered her gaze first. At it. Chen Yu looked at the paper. You're letting me? You said it is necessary. It is. Then at it. He picked up the pen. His handwriting was less elegant than hers. Simpler. Slightly uneven. He wrote the line at the bottom. If either party feels uncomfortable, the arrangement stops immediately. Su Wanqing looked at the sentence. For reasons she did not want to examine, it became the most important rule on the page. Then Chen Yu placed the pen down, still considering. I know. Not agreeing yet. I know. Good, good. Neither moved. The rain outside slowed to a whisper. The sky beyond the window had darkened into evening blue. Room 16-7 felt quiet in a way Su Wanqing had not expected. Not empty. Quiet. There was a difference. Her phone suddenly vibrated on the table. Both looked down. Grandma Su Wanqing did not answer. A message appeared. Grandma Su, did you ask him? Chen Yu looked at the phone, then at her. You told her? No. Then how does she know? Su Wanqing stared at the message. I have stopped asking that question. Another message arrived. Grandma Su, if he refuses, do not blame him. He is a good child. Chen Yu's expression became complicated. A third message arrived. Grandma Su, if he agrees, remember not to look like you are attending a board meeting. Su Wanqing turned the phone face down. Chen Yu tried not to laugh. Failed slightly. Her gaze moved to him. Something funny? No. That was a lie. A bad one. Very. Chen Yu smiled. The moment almost became light. Then his own phone vibrated. Li Meilan. The universe truly had timing issues. Chen Yu looked at the screen. Su Wanqing looked too. Neither spoke. He answered. Mom, have you eaten? Su Wanqing lowered her gaze. Chen Yu covered the phone slightly. Don't laugh. I am not laughing. You're thinking about it. Li Meilan's voice rose. Who is there? Chen Yu closed his eyes. Su Wanqing's shoulders remained still. Too still. She was definitely laughing silently. Mom, I'll call you later. Chen Yu. He ended the call. Immediately a message arrived. Li Meilan? Suspicious. Chen Yu placed the phone down. Su Wanqing looked at the message. Then said, Your mother is observant, unfortunately. She and Grandma would get along. Do not speak that into existence. The words left him with genuine fear. This time, Su Wanqing almost laughed again. Almost. Then she stood. I should go. Chen Yu stood too. The draft rules remained on the table between them. A thin sheet of paper. Ridiculous. Practical. Dangerous. Su Wanqing picked up the folder but left the draft on the table. Chen Yu noticed. You're leaving it. For you to review. Still not agreeing. I know. She walked to the door. He followed. At the entrance, she paused. Chen Yu, yes. Why are you considering this? He did not answer immediately. The question was simple. The answer was not. Because Grandma Su asked. Because Auntie Lu would make it impossible not to. Because Shen Yiken sounded like trouble. Because Su Wanqing looked like someone who had been fighting alone for too long. Because she had asked. Not comfortably. Not perfectly. But she had asked. In the end, he chose the safest truth. Because you're my neighbor. Su Wanqing looked at him. The answer should have been too small, but it was not. A person close enough to notice, far enough to respect the door. Someone who could help without claiming ownership of the problem. She nodded. Good night. It's evening. Then good luck. The words echoed his own from before. Chen Yu smiled. You're learning. She opened the door. The hallway outside was warm and quiet. Room 1608 waited across from them. Before she left, Chen Yu said, Su Wanqing. She turned. He picked up the paper from the table. If I agree, the money stays out of it. Her expression became unreadable. Then she said, If you agree, we will discuss compensation again. No. Yes. This negotiation is not over, obviously. For the first time, the disagreement did not feel cold. It felt almost familiar. She stepped into the hallway. The door closed softly behind her. Chen Yu stood in room 1607, holding the draft rules in his hand. Outside, rain finally stopped. Across the hallway, Su Wanqing entered room 1608 and leaned against the closed door for one quiet second. Her heart was steady. Mostly, the problem was not solved. The contract was not confirmed. Chen Yu had not agreed, but the line between asking and not asking had finally been crossed. And on the small table inside room 1607, beneath the warm apartment light, the first version of a fake relationship waited for his answer. Sunday morning arrived without rain. That was suspicious. Chen Yu stood in front of the window of room 1607, with the draft agreement in one hand and a cup of instant coffee in the other, watching sunlight spill over the wet rooftops of Lanhai City. After 2 days of gray skies, the city looked almost innocent. Too innocent. The kind of innocent that usually appeared before trouble knocked. On the table behind him, the handwritten draft remained exactly where he had left it the night before. Only act as boyfriend when necessary. No unnecessary physical contact. Respect private lives. No staying overnight. Arrangement ends after the family dinner situation is resolved. If either party feels uncomfortable, the arrangement stops immediately. The rules were clear. Practical. Defensive. Very Su Wanqing. Chen Yu had read them 3 times before sleeping. Then, twice after waking. Then once more while brushing his teeth. Not because he was considering the money. He had already decided the money was impossible. A fake boyfriend arrangement was already absurd. Being paid for it made the absurdity wear a suit and attend a board meeting. He placed the coffee down and looked toward the wall. Room 1608 remained silent. He wondered if Su Wanqing had slept. Then immediately wondered why he wondered. That was dangerous. A person could begin by noticing whether a neighbor ate breakfast and somehow end up reading fake relationship rules on a Sunday morning. Life had poor boundaries. His phone vibrated. Chen Yu glanced down. Li Mailan. He answered without hope. Mom, have you eaten? Good morning to you too. That is not an answer. I drank coffee. Coffee is not breakfast. I knew you would say that. Then why did you say coffee? Because I wanted to test fate. You or R wanted to test fate. Too free. Chen Yu looked at the agreement on the table. No, he was not. Li Mailan continued. Are you going out today? Maybe. With who? Why must going out involve someone? Because your tone changed. My tone did not change. It changed yesterday too. Chen Yu closed his eyes. Motherhood should be classified as a supernatural ability. Mom, I'm busy. Busy with what? Reading? What are you reading? A contract. What contract? He looked at the paper. Something unreasonable. Work. No. Then? Goodbye? Goodbye. Mom. Chen Yu. He ended the call before she could ask if the contract involved the female neighbor. The phone vibrated again almost instantly. Li Mailan. Suspicious. Chen Yu placed the phone face down. Then the doorbell rang. He looked toward the entrance. The timing was too perfect. For 1 second, he genuinely considered not answering. Then he remembered Harborview. If he did not answer, Auntie Lou might somehow appear with a spare explanation. He opened the door. Su Wanqing stood outside. Today she wore a pale blue blouse, black wide-leg trousers, and flat shoes instead of heels. Her long black hair was tied loosely behind her, with a few strands framing her face. She still looked elegant enough to intimidate a boardroom, but there was something slightly less armored about her. In one hand she held a folder. In the other, 2 paper bags. Chen Yu looked at the bags. Breakfast? Negotiation support? That sounds like breakfast. It is breakfast. Then why call it negotiation support? Because you are more likely to accept food than money. Chen Yu paused. That's annoyingly accurate. Su Wanqing held out one bag. Soy milk, egg bun. No pickled vegetables. He looked at her. How do you know I don't like pickled vegetables? You avoided them yesterday. Chen Yu accepted the bag slowly. You notice small things. Her expression remained calm. Only useful ones. The sentence came. Back to him from another day, another hallway, another cup of coffee. For some reason, hearing her use it made the morning feel quieter. Chen Yu stepped aside. Come in. Su Wanqing entered. Room 1607 looked slightly more organized than yesterday. The shirt on the chair had disappeared. The mug on the desk had moved to the sink. The table had been cleared except for the agreement, a pen, and his coffee cup. Su Wanqing noticed. Of course she did. You cleaned. I moved evidence. Of what? That I live here. Her lips moved slightly. Almost. Chen Yu pretended not to see it. Again, they sat at the small table. Breakfast was placed between them. The paper bag smelled warm and ordinary. Rain had stopped outside, but the windows still held traces of yesterday. Sunlight slipped through the glass and rested across the table, catching on the edge of the handwritten agreement. For a moment, neither spoke. The contract looked more ridiculous in daylight. At night, with rain outside and family pressure hanging over them, it had seemed serious. In morning sunlight, it looked like 2 adults had lost a fight against their elders. Chen Yu picked up the bun. So, Su Wanqing opened her folder. So, this is still happening. Only if you agree? I haven't. I know, you came prepared anyway. Preparation is not coercion. With you? I'm not sure. She looked at him. That was almost rude. Almost? Yes, I'll improve. Please don't. Chen Yu took a bite of the bun. It was warm. Better than eggs and loneliness. Unfortunately, that meant her strategy was working. Su Wanqing placed a printed document on the table. This version was cleaner than the handwritten draft. Numbered clauses, spacing, proper headings. No decorative language, no ambiguity. Chen Yu stared. You typed it. Yes. Last night. Yes. You went home after proposing a fake relationship and typed a contract. It needed structure. You scare me sometimes. Good. He looked up. That was not a compliment. I know. He looked up. Continued reading. The document was titled Relationship Cooperation Agreement. Chen Yu stared at the title for several seconds, then looked at her. Relationship Cooperation Agreement. Yes, you named it that. It is accurate. It sounds like a company department. It is better than fake boyfriend contract. I strongly disagree. Your objection is noted. Do I get is noted? Voting rights? No. Unfair. You can propose amendments. That's worse, he read on. Party A, Su Wanqing. Party B, Chen Yu. He stopped. Why are you Party A? I drafted it. I objected to this yesterday. You withdrew your objection, under pressure. No one pressured you. You were holding a pen. That is not pressure. It depends on the person holding it. This not pressure. Time. Su Wanqing looked at him for half a second longer than necessary. Then she lowered her gaze back to the contract. Continue. He continued. The rules were mostly the same. Only act as boyfriend when necessary. No unnecessary physical contact. No staying overnight. Respect privacy. Stop immediately if either side feels uncomfortable. No involvement in unrelated personal matters without consent. No use of the arrangement for personal gain. No public announcement without mutual agreement. No discussion with third parties unless necessary for performance. Chen Yu paused at that last one. No discussion with third parties. Yes. Have you informed Grandma Su? No. Has Grandma Su informed herself? Most likely. Then is the clause already broken? Not officially. Convenient. Legal wording. Legal wording. Often is. Chen Yu leaned back. You're really treating this like a real contract. Su Wangqing looked at him. It is safer that way. Again. Safe. That word kept appearing around her like a wall. Chen Yu placed the document down. Su Wangqing. Yes? Contracts don't make everything safe. I know. Do you? Her fingers rested neatly on the folder. For a second, she did not answer. Then she said, they make expectations clear. That was not the same thing. But he understood what she meant. She had probably spent years living among people whose expectations were never clear until they became demands. A contract, at least, could be read, could be questioned, could be amended, could be ended. People were harder. Chen Yu looked at the line he had added yesterday. If either party feels uncomfortable, the arrangement stops immediately. She had kept it, not hidden, not rewritten. Exactly as he had written it. His gaze softened before he could stop it. Su Wangqing noticed. Of course. What? Nothing. That was not nothing. You kept the line. She looked down. Because it was necessary. Your word, your rule. Still, a short silence passed between them. Not awkward, just quiet. Then Chen Yu said, no money. Su Wangqing's expression cooled. We already discussed this. We are discussing it again. 100,000 is fair compensation. It is insane compensation. That depends on the inconvenience. Su Wangqing, if I accept that money, the entire arrangement becomes something else. What else? A purchase. Her eyes sharpened. I told you. I am not buying you. And I believe that you don't mean it that way. Then why refuse? Because intention is not the only thing that matters. That made her pause. Chen Yu leaned forward slightly. If I stand beside you at that dinner, I need to be able to do it without thinking about whether every word I say costs a certain amount. Su Wangqing did not speak. If I tell someone no, it should be because I mean it. If I help you leave early, it should be because you want to. If I act like your boyfriend even badly, it shouldn't be, because I am calculating how much embarrassment is worth. The sunlight shifted slowly across the table. Outside, somewhere below, a car horn sounded faintly. Su Wangqing looked at him. For once, the coldness in her eyes was not defensive. It was still there. But quieter. You are very stubborn. I've been told. By your mother. Repeatedly. She is correct. Usually. A hint of amusement brushed the edge of her expression, then vanished. She took out another page. Then alternative compensation. Chen Yu immediately became wary. What kind? Meal reimbursement. No. Transportation. Only if image management requires it. I wrote that. Good. Clothing allowance. Chen Yu. You. Froze. What? You cannot attend Yunhai Pavilion in a sweater. I own shirts. Suitable shirts? Define suitable. That answers the question. He looked offended. My shirts are fine. For normal life. I live normal life. For a Su family. Dinner. I already dislike this dinner. Su Wangqing looked at him seriously. Good. That means your instincts are working. He stared at her, then laughed. A quiet laugh escaped before he could hold it back. Su Wangqing looked down at the document, but the corner of her lips moved slightly. Progress. Small. Dangerous. They spent the next 30 minutes negotiating. Or rather, Su Wanqing attempted to negotiate while Chen Yu attempted to prevent the arrangement from becoming a corporate acquisition. Clothing allowance became clothing selection. Transportation became shared arrival when required. Food reimbursement became if the event prevents normal meals. Su Wanqing may arrange food. Chen Yu objected to the phrase may arrange food. Su Wanqing refused to remove it. Chen Yu objected to performance obligations. Su Wanqing replaced it with situational cooperation. Chen Yu said that sounded like a government document. She ignored him. By the time they finished, the contract had more notes than clauses. Chen Yu looked at the page. This looks worse now. It is more complete. It looks like we argued with the printer. Because you objected to everything. Because you wrote everything like a hostage agreement. It is an agreement. The hostage part is implied. Su Wanqing set the pen down. Do you agree or not? The question came suddenly, cleanly. It cut through the comedy. Chen Yu looked at her. The room quieted. The breakfast had gone cold. Sunlight had moved from the table to the floor. The city outside had begun to brighten after rain. Across from him, Su Wanqing sat with perfect posture and controlled expression. But he'd spent enough time around her now to see the strain beneath it. She was waiting. Not patiently. Not really. Just quietly. There was a difference. Chen Yu looked down at the agreement. Family dinner. Shen Yiken. Grandma Su. Auntie Liu. Li Mailan. $100,000 removed from the arrangement, but still somehow haunting the air. This was a terrible idea. A very terrible idea. The kind of idea that entered life, wearing formal shoes and carrying future complications. He should refuse. A normal person would refuse. Then again, a normal person would not have become involved with a CEO neighbor, a matchmaking grandmother, and a rumor network disguised as apartment residence. He picked up the pen. Su Wanqing's fingers stilled. Chen Yu did not sign. Not yet. Instead, he added one more line. No lying about feelings that do not need to be lied about. Su Wanqing stared at the sentence. What does that mean? It means we fake the label. Not everything else. Clarify. If someone asks whether I care if you eat, I won't pretend I don't. Her breath caught almost invisibly. Chen Yu kept his gaze on the paper. If someone asks whether I respect you, I won't lie. He paused. But I also won't say things I don't mean just because it helps the performance. The room became very still. Su Wanqing looked at the handwritten line. Fake the label, not everything else. It was not clean language, not legal, not precise. But somehow it felt more important than most clauses she had ever signed. She lowered her eyes. That may make the performance less convincing. Then your family has strange standards. They do. Then they can suffer. Su Wanqing looked up. The answer was so calm that it almost sounded ordinary. But for some reason it made her want to look away. She did not. Instead, she said, add another rule. Chen Yu handed her the pen. She wrote beneath his line, no emotional promises outside agreed boundaries. Chen Yu read it. Then nodded. Fair. They looked at the page together. 2 handwritten rules, his and hers, side by side. Imperfect. Defensive. Honest. Su Wanqing said, this is becoming complicated. It was complicated when you brought a contract into my apartment. You invited me in. You brought breakfast. You accepted it. Under hunger. Still accepted. He looked at her. She looked back. For a moment, the absurdity of it all settled between them. Then both looked away at almost the same time. At last, Chen Yu signed. Not with dramatic weight. Not with romantic destiny. Just a name. Chen Yu. Simple. Black ink on paper. Su Wanqing watched the pen move. Something in her chest tightened. Not relief exactly. Not happiness. Something more dangerous. The feeling that someone had chosen to stand beside her after knowing the terms. After seeing the problem. After refusing the money. Chen Yu placed the pen down. Still no money. Su Wanqing took the pen. We will revisit that. No. Yes. You're very bad at accepting refusal. And you're very bad at accepting compensation. This relationship is already unhealthy. It is not a relationship. He looked at her. She froze. The word left too quickly, too sharply. A defensive reflex. Chen Yu did not appear offended. He simply nodded. Right, cooperation. For some reason that made her feel worse. She signed her name beneath his. Su Wanqing. Elegant, precise, controlled. The agreement was complete. For several seconds neither moved. Then Chen Yu said, "So what now?" Su Wanqing closed the folder carefully. "Now we prepare. Prepare for what? The family dinner. Right. And Grandma. Which one is worse? Depends on the day." Comforting. She stood. Chen Yu stood as well. "First rule of preparation," she said. "You have rules for preparation too?" "Yes, of course. You need appropriate clothes." He looked down at his dark sweater. Again with the clothes. "You are not wearing that. You are not wearing that. Sweater has done nothing wrong. It is not suitable. For your family dinner? For pretending to be my boyfriend?" He paused. The phrase hung in the room. Not because it was romantic, because it was real now. Pretending to be my boyfriend. Both heard it. Both became a little too aware of the space between them. Chen Yu coughed lightly. "Fine. Clothes. Today. What? We buy them today. I thought we were preparing slowly. The dinner is Friday. That's 5 days away. Exactly. That is not urgent. It is if you shop like you cook." He was offended again. "I cook fine. You had offended again. Eggs and water. That was breakfast potential. That was evidence." Chen Yu stared. "Did my mother call you?" "No." "Then why do you sound like her?" "Because she is correct. The world was unfair." Su Wanqing gathered the folder. "I will wait downstairs in 30 minutes. "Wait. I didn't agree to shopping. You agreed to situational cooperation. Shopping is a situation. It is now." She walked toward the door. Chen Yu followed. At the entrance she paused and turned slightly. "Also, what? Do not tell Grandma yet." "She probably already knows." "Do not confirm it. That sounds difficult. Try." She opened the door. The hallway outside was warm and quiet. Unfortunately, Auntie Lu stood 3 steps away holding a grocery bag. The 3 of them froze. Auntie Lu looked at Su Wanqing, then at Chen Yu, then at the folder in Su Wanqing's hand, then at the apartment door behind her. Her eyes widened slowly, joyfully. Chen Yu closed his eyes. "No." Auntie Lu smiled. "I didn't say anything. You were about to. I was breathing. With intent." Su Wanqing's expression returned to perfect coldness. "Auntie Lu. Miss Su." Auntie Lu looked far too innocent. "Going out?" "No," Chen Yu said. "Yes," Su Wanqing said at the same time. Silence. Auntie Lu's smile became radiant. Chen Yu opened his eyes and looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked at him. This was not good. From behind Auntie Liu, Uncle Wang appeared near the elevator holding a toolbox. He looked at the 3 of them, then looked at Chen Yu's open door, then at Su Wanqing's folder, then back at Chen Yu. "Too late," he said. Chen Yu sighed. Auntie Liu whispered, "I knew it." "You know nothing," Chen Yu said. "Exactly," Auntie Liu replied. "So I must observe." Su Wanqing pressed the folder lightly against her side. Her composure remained flawless. But Chen Yu, standing close enough now, saw the faint tension in her fingers. The agreement had been signed for less than 5 minutes. The performance had already begun. He looked at Auntie Liu. then at Uncle Wang, then at Su Wanking. Finally, he said calmly, "We're going shopping." Auntie Lu covered her mouth. Together, Chen Yu glanced at Su Wanking. For 1 second, he almost said coincidence. Then he remembered the contract, the rules, the family dinner, the fact that he had just signed his name to a very unreasonable life decision. He exhaled. Yes. Su Wanking turned her head toward him. Auntie Lu looked ready to explode. Uncle Wang quietly stepped back toward the elevator as though removing himself from the blast zone. "Chen Yu added?" she said, "My sweater is unsuitable." Auntie Lu looked at the sweater, then nodded seriously. "Miss Su is right." Chen Yu stared at her. "This building has no loyalty." Uncle Wang said, "It has taste." Even Su Wanking almost smiled. Almost. The elevator arrived with its usual dying groan. Chen Yu and Su Wanking stepped inside. As the doors closed, Auntie Lu was already reaching for her phone. Chen Yu saw it. Su Wanking saw it too. The doors shut. Silence. Then Chen Yu said, "Rule proposal." Su Wanking looked at him. "No shopping near Auntie Lu." Approved. The elevator descended. Warm light flickered above them. Outside, Linhai City waited bright and washed clean after rain. Inside the old elevator, standing side by side, two neighbors carried a secret agreement neither fully understood yet. One called it cooperation. One called it helping a neighbor. Harbor View would probably call it fate by lunchtime. By the time they reached the shopping district, Chen Yu had already regretted signing. Not because of the contract, not because of the family dinner. Not even because Auntie Lu had watched them leave Harbor View with the expression of someone personally witnessing destiny clock in for work. No. No. Chen Yu regretted signing because Su Wanqing treated shopping the way Luminara probably treated acquisitions. Efficiently. Mercilessly. With no regard for human weakness. The black executive car stopped outside an elegant menswear boutique on Huayan Road. One of those places with tall glass windows, soft lighting, and mannequins dressed like they had never spilled soy milk on themselves. Chen Yu looked through the window, then looked at Su Wanqing. Absolutely not. Su Wanqing stepped out of the car. Absolutely yes. This place looks expensive. It is. That was supposed to reassure me. No, it wasn't. The driver opened the rear door. Chen Yu remained seated for 1 extra second, as though the car might protect him if he delayed long enough. Su Wanqing turned slightly. "Chen Yu," he sighed. "Why does everyone say my name like that lately? Because you require management. I signed one agreement. I did not become a department. You are behaving like one." He stepped out. The air after rain was cool and clean. Sunlight reflected off the wet pavement, making the entire shopping street shine with silver brightness. People moved beneath awnings with coffee cups and paper bags, their weekend pace slower than the weekday rush. Su Wanqing stood beside him in her pale blue blouse and black trousers, composed enough to make the boutique look like it belonged to her. Chen Yu stood beside her in his dark sweater, already missing his apartment. He looked at the display window again. "Can I ask something?" "No." "I haven't asked. I know the answer is no. Can we go somewhere normal?" "No." "See? That was the question. Then I saved time." He stared at her. "You are terrifying. Efficient. Those are not opposites." She walked inside. Chen Yu followed because the contract had not prepared him for retreat protocols. The boutique smelled faintly of cedarwood, clean fabric, and money. A sales assistant approached almost immediately, elegant smile ready. "Good afternoon." "Welcome," Su Wanqing nodded. "He needs formal wear for a family dinner." The assistant's gaze moved to Chen Yu. Professional. Measuring. Judging fabric possibilities. Chen Yu had never felt so much like an unfinished project. "What style would you prefer, sir?" "Affordable," Su Wanqing said. "Classic," the assistant smiled. "Understood." Chen Yu looked at Su Wanqing. "I said affordable. I heard. You ignored it." I prioritized, against my will, efficiently. The assistant led them deeper into the boutique. Rows of tailored shirts, jackets, trousers, and coats waited beneath warm lighting. Everything was arranged with frightening precision. Nothing looked like it belonged to a person who had ever eaten instant noodles standing over a kitchen sink. Su Wanqing moved through the store with calm certainty. Chen Yu followed with quiet suspicion. She selected a white shirt, then rejected it. Selected another, rejected that too. A dark navy blazer, a charcoal suit jacket, black trousers, a muted tie. No tie, then tie again. Chen Yu watched items accumulate in the assistant's arms. Are we buying clothes or preparing for war? Su Wanqing did not look up. Family dinners are sometimes worse, comforting. You asked. I regret asking. She held up a charcoal blazer. Against him. Her gaze moved from his shoulders to the fit. Chen Yu became very aware that she was standing closer than usual. Not touching, but close enough that he noticed the faint scent of her perfume. Something clean, cool, like rain on glass. He looked away first. Su Wanqing noticed. Of course she did. Her fingers paused on the sleeve. Then she lowered the blazer. This should fit. Are you guessing? No. How do you know? Proportion. That sounds suspicious. It is tailoring. I feel analyzed. You are. The assistant smiled politely. The kind of smile that said she had seen many couples argue over clothing and had learned to survive by becoming invisible. Chen Yu took the clothes and entered the fitting room. The door closed. Silence. Su Wanqing stood outside with the folder tucked under one arm. For the first time since entering the boutique, she allowed her posture to loosen slightly. This was ridiculous. A week ago, Chen Yu had been a neighbor. Before that, he had been a missed blind date. Yesterday, he became a possible solution. Today, he was inside a fitting room trying on clothes because she needed him to pretend to be her boyfriend. If anyone at Luminara knew, the gossip would crash 3 departments. The fitting room door opened. Chen Yu stepped out. Su Wanqing looked up, then stopped. The charcoal blazer fit better than expected. Too well, perhaps. The dark fabric sharpened his shoulders without making him look stiff. The white shirt made his features seem cleaner, more composed. His slightly messy black hair remained the only part of him refusing full cooperation. But somehow, that made the outfit work better. He did not look like a wealthy heir. He did not look like a polished socialite. He looked like Chen Yu, only quieter, sharper, still warm beneath the formal lines. Su Wanqing realized she had been silent for a little too long. Chen Yu noticed. Of course. Bad? No. That sounded serious. It fits. That also sounded serious. The assistant smiled. It suits you very well, sir. Chen Yu looked into the mirror. His expression became complicated. I look like someone about to sign something I don't understand. Su Wanqing regained control. You already did that. He turned. I signed your agreement. I understood at least half. Only half? The emotional clauses were unclear. Her fingers tightened around the folder. The assistant, sensing the air shift, moved away to prepare another size. Chen Yu looked at himself again. Is this necessary? For Yunhai Pavilion, yes. Your family judges clothes? My family judges everything. The answer was calm. Chen Yu turned his head slightly. Su Wanqing stood behind him in the mirror, elegant and composed, her expression unreadable. But the sentence had carried weight. He heard it. He did not push. Instead, he adjusted the cuff awkwardly. Then I should at least not embarrass you. Su Wanqing looked at him through the mirror. You won't. The answer came faster than expected. Chen Yu paused. She did too. For a second, both looked at each other in the mirror rather than directly. The space felt safer that way. Then Chen Yu smiled faintly. That's confidence. No. Her voice softened by a fraction. That's observation. The assistant returned with another shirt, The moment ended. Chen Yu spent the next hour learning that clothes had more categories than he believed humanity needed. Dress shirts, casual shirts, shirts that looked exactly like other shirts but cost more because of invisible dignity. Su Wanqing rejected most of them. Chen Yu questioned all of them. At some point, he held up a black shirt. "What about this?" "No, you didn't even look properly." "I looked enough. Biased." "Correct. What'd this shirt do to you?" "It exists." The assistant's smile trembled. Chen Yu placed the shirt back with dignity. "You and Auntie Liu both judge my clothes. Auntie Liu has taste. This building has corrupted you." Su Wanqing selected a deep gray shirt instead. "Try this. Do I have a choice?" "Yes." "Really? You?" "Can try it willingly or unwillingly. That's not choice. It is classification." He took the shirt. By the time the final outfit was chosen, Chen Yu looked emotionally older. The selected set was simple: charcoal blazer, white shirt, dark trousers. Clean shoes. No flashy accessories. Nothing excessive. Nothing that tried too hard. That part at least Su Wanqing understood. Chen Yu would look wrong if dressed like someone trying to win a social ranking contest. He needed to look like himself. Just polished enough that the Su family would have no easy opening. When the assistant brought the bill, Chen Yu reached for his wallet. Su Wanqing was faster. She placed her card down. Chen Yu looked at her. "No. Clothing selection is required for the arrangement. I can pay. Not for this. We discussed compensation. This is not compensation." "What is it?" "Operational cost." He stared at her. "You just rebranded." "Compensation. I clarified category. That is worse." The assistant stood between them with the calm terror of someone holding a credit card in the middle of a legal dispute. Chen Yu looked at her. "Please wait." The assistant nodded immediately and stepped away with survival instincts. Su Wanqing looked at Chen Yu. "This is necessary. So let me pay for necessary things. You would not have bought these without the arrangement." "True. Then the arrangement caused the expense. That sounds like something Luminara accounting would say." They would be correct. It still feels wrong. Su Wanqing's expression cooled slightly. "I am not paying you. I am paying for the performance requirement. You realize the more you say performance, the less I want to perform. Then what word would you prefer?" He thought about it. "Help." She went still. The boutique's soft music played somewhere above them. Outside the glass windows, sunlight flickered across wet pavement. Su Wanqing looked at him for a long moment, then slowly withdrew the card. "Fine." Chen Yu blinked. "That was unexpected." She added, "We split it." "No." Her eyes narrowed. "You object, even when I compromise. Because your compromise is still expensive. You are very difficult. You brought me here." Clearly a mistake. Too late. The assistant returned carefully. In the end, Chen Yu paid for the shirt and trousers. Su Wanqing paid for the blazer and shoes because, in her words, those are specifically required for image control. Chen Yu objected. Su Wanqing ignored him. The compromise satisfied neither of them, which meant it was probably fair. When they stepped back onto the street, the afternoon had brightened. Rainwater still clung to tree leaves along the sidewalk. Reflections of the boutique windows shimmered in shallow puddles. Couples, families, and office workers moved around them, carrying shopping bags and weekend plans. Chen Yu carried one garment bag. Su Wanqing carried nothing, because the boutique had insisted on having everything sent to Harbor View. Chen Yu found this unreasonable. Su Wanqing called it service. They walked under the awning side by side. For a few minutes, neither spoke. Then Chen Yu said, "Your family dinner is next Friday?" "Yes." "Who will be there?" "Main family members. Several business guests." Shen Yikin. The name from breakfast. "Yes." "Former boyfriend?" "No." "Suitor?" "Something like that." "That sounds unpleasant." "It is." "Does he know you don't want him?" "Yes." "Then and why come?" Because some people think persistence is proof of sincerity. Chen Yu's expression changed. Not much, but enough. That is not sincerity. Su Wanqing looked ahead. I know. They reached a small cafe at the corner. The windows were fogged slightly from inside warmth. Fresh bread lined the display. Coffee machines hissed behind the counter. The scent drifted out each time someone opened the door. Chen Yu slowed. Su Wanqing noticed. Hungry? No. His stomach chose that exact moment to betray him. Loudly. A passing child looked up. Chen Yu looked down. Su Wanqing turned her face away. Her shoulders remained perfectly still. Too still. He sighed. You laughed internally. I did not. You did. Prove it. Your face became very CEO. That is not evidence. It is with you. Her lips moved again. This time, she did not fully stop it. Coffee? She asked. Are you buying? Operational cost. No. Helping a neighbor? He looked at her. She looked back. The phrase sat between them, warmer than the sunlight. After a second, Chen Yu said, Fine. They entered the cafe. Inside, the world changed temperature. Warm light, soft noise, rain-damp coats, people talking quietly over coffee. A couple shared cake near the window. A student typed furiously on a laptop. An elderly man read a newspaper beside a half-finished cup of tea. Chen Yu and Su Wanqing found a small table near the corner. Not too private, not too exposed, balanced. Su Wanqing ordered black coffee without sugar. Chen Yu ordered coffee and bread, then added another bread. When she looked at him, he said, Operational cost. She said nothing, but accepted it. They sat across from each other, coffee between them. The contract was not on the table. The family dinner was not on the table. For a moment, they were simply two neighbors taking shelter in a cafe after shopping. It should have felt normal. It did not, because now there was an agreement. Because now there were rules. Because now every ordinary act could be mistaken for practice. Chen Yu tore the bread in half and pushed one piece toward her. Su Wanqing looked at it. I have coffee. Coffee is not food. Her gaze lifted. He paused. Then realized what he had said. My mother has infected me. She is correct. Do not encourage her. Su Wanqing picked up the bread. A small victory. They ate quietly, outside the window. The street moved in slow weekend rhythm. Inside, soft light touched the edge of Su Wanqing's face, making her cold expression seem less distant. Chen Yu looked away before he watched too long. Su Wanqing noticed. Again. She always noticed, but this time, she did not ask. Instead, she said, We need to discuss behavior. Chen Yu almost choked on coffee. What behavior? For Friday. That word sounds worse in this context. She ignored him. My family will observe everything. Like Auntie Liu. Worse. I find that hard to believe. Auntie Liu wants to believe good things. My family wants to find weak points. Chen Yu's expression slowly settled. Then we don't give them any. Su Wanqing looked at him. His tone had changed. No longer joking, no longer deflecting, just calm. Steady. For some reason that made her fingers pause around the coffee cup. We? She asked. He seemed to realize the word at the same time. Then shrugged. I signed. You said you were still considering. I signed after considering. You did not say yes. I thought the signature was strong evidence. She looked at him for a long moment. Then you're agreeing? Yes. The answer came. Simply. No drama. No negotiation. No grand declaration. Yes. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze to the coffee. The word settled somewhere it should not. Chen Yu continued. Still no money. Her eyes returned to him. You're ruining the moment? There was a moment? No. Then I ruined nothing. She stared at him. He smiled faintly. The warmth of the cafe seemed to gather between them. Outside, sunlight slipped through clouds. Inside, Su Wanqing took a slow breath. Then we need practice. Practice what? Basic couple behavior. The silence that followed was long enough for the coffee machine to hiss twice. Chen Yu looked at her. Su Wanqing. Yes? Have you ever dated anyone? Her expression became cold. Very cold. That answered the question. Chen Yu leaned back. I apologize. You should. But that means I'm right. You are becoming less useful. No, this is very useful information. It is irrelevant. It is extremely relevant. You're asking me to pretend to be your boyfriend in front of people who judge everything. While you may not know how to pretend, Su Wanqing's fingers tightened around the cup. I can learn, of course. I am a fast learner, I'm sure. Why do you sound unconvinced? Because you looked at me this morning like a hostile witness when I said your sweater was not CEO enough. That was because your sweater was unsuitable. Couples do not evaluate each other like quarterly reports. Some should. He almost laughed. Maybe, but not in public. She looked away. For the first time all day, Su Wanqing looked genuinely uncertain. Not weak, not helpless, just outside familiar territory. This was not a boardroom. There were no metrics, no market reports, no legal framework that could perfectly simulate warmth. A relationship, even a fake one, required a kind of ease she had never needed to practice. Chen Yu saw it. And because he saw it, he softened his voice. We don't have to overdo it. She looked back. Then what do we do? Simple things, such as stand close enough that people don't think we're negotiating. Her gaze sharpened. How close? Closer than two business partners. Farther than Auntie Liu's imagination. That almost made her smile. Almost. He continued. Use names naturally. Don't call me Mr. Chen. I don't. Good. Do you call me Su Wanqing? Usually. Should you not? He paused. That was a dangerous question. Not because the answer was complicated. Because it was simple. If we're pretending, I probably shouldn't. Her eyes lowered slightly. Wanqing, the name left his mouth gently, testing the shape of it, not teasing. Not dramatic. Just quiet. Su Wanqing's fingers stilled around the coffee cup. She had heard her grandmother call her that all her life. Her family, too. Lin Xiaoyu sometimes, carefully. But from Chen Yu, it sounded different. Not intimate exactly. Not yet, but closer than Miss Su. Closer than room 1608. Closer than neighbor. She looked at him. Again. Chen Yu blinked. What? Say it again. He stared at her. Why? I need to get used to it. Very logical. Very Su Wanqing. Also very dangerous. Chen Yu took a sip of coffee to buy time. Then said, Wanqing. The second time was worse. Not because he said it differently. Because she was ready for it. She kept her expression still. Mostly. But something shifted behind her eyes. A small ripple beneath ice. Chen Yu saw it. He looked away first. You'll survive. I know. Good. What should I call you? Chen Yu is fine. Too formal. Not necessarily. Couples don't use full names. Some do. Do you know? Not professionally. She looked at him. He looked back. Then both realized how absurd the conversation had become. This time, Su Wanqing smiled. Briefly, clearly. It was gone in the next breath. But Chen Yu saw it. He also saw that she knew he had seen it. So he turned toward the window with great discipline. Weather is nice. Your topic change is poor. Still better than my sweater, apparently. The cafe door opened. A gust of cool air entered. Someone laughed near the counter. Life continued around them, ordinary and unaware. Su Wanqing looked down at the bread in her hand. Then said, There is one more thing. Chen Yu looked back. What? Physical contact. He became very still. So did she. So did she? The phrase sat on the table like a third cup of coffee nobody wanted to touch. Su Wanking's voice remained calm. No unnecessary physical contact is still a rule. Agreed, but at the dinner some may be unavoidable. Such as entering together, sitting together, possibly holding hands briefly if necessary. Chen Yu looked at her carefully. Would you be uncomfortable? She did not answer immediately. That was answer enough. Chen Yu nodded. Then we avoid it unless you decide. If I hesitate, it may look strange. Then let it look strange. That weakens the performance. Rule still stands. She looked at him. If you feel uncomfortable, we stop. He said it as if it were obvious, as if it did not require debate, as if performance, reputation, and family pressure all ranked below that line. Su Wanqing lowered her eyes. You were very stubborn. Useful, occasionally. She remembered saying those words. He did too. The silence after that felt warmer. Not romantic. Not yet. But something closer to trust settled quietly between the coffee cups. By the time they left the cafe, clouds had thinned. The street outside glowed with late afternoon light. The wet pavement reflected the sky in broken patches of silver and pale blue. The driver waited near the curb. Su Wanqing walked ahead, then stopped. Chen Yu looked at her. What? She turned. Practice. He became wary. Here, not obvious practice. What is obvious practice? Standing in the middle of the street and announcing it. Please don't. She extended her hand slightly, not fully, only enough to suggest the question. Chen Yu looked at her hand, then at her face. Her expression was calm. But her fingers were not. They were too still, controlled with effort. He did not take her hand. Instead, he lifted the garment bag he was carrying and shifted it to his other side, then walked closer, not touching, just close enough that their shoulders nearly aligned. Start with distance, he said. Her hand lowered slowly. For a brief second, something like relief passed across her face. Tiny, almost invisible. But there, Chen Yu pretended not to notice. Again, they walked toward the car side by side, closer than neighbors. Not close enough to become something else. It was a small distance, a careful one. A beginning. Across the street, an elderly woman selling flowers looked at them and smiled. Chen Yu noticed. Su Wanqing noticed too. Neither said anything. The driver opened the door. Su Wanqing entered first. Chen Yu followed after a brief hesitation. The car pulled into traffic. Inside, the space was quiet. Outside, Linhai City moved beneath soft evening light. After several minutes, Su Wanqing said, Friday will be difficult. I assumed. They may say things. I assumed that too. About you. Probably. About me. Definitely. She looked out the window. I don't want you to feel responsible for my family. Chen Yu looked at her reflection. In the glass. I don't. Good. I am responsible for my own choices. Her reflection stilled. And this is yours? Yes. He paused. Bad as it is, she turned back. That ruined it. It was honest. You are too honest. Contract rule. There is no such rule. There should be. She looked at him for a moment, then turned away again. This time, the edge of her expression was softer. When they returned to Harbor View, evening had begun to settle. The lobby lights were already warm. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk. Auntie Lu stood near the mailboxes, of course. She saw them immediately. Her gaze moved to the garment bag, then to Chen Yu, then to Su Wanqing, then back to the garment bag. The smile arrived, slowly. Powerfully? Shopping went well? Chen Yu said. No. Su Wanqing said. Yes. Auntie Liu's eyes sparkled. Uncle Wang lowered his newspaper. You two should rehearse answers. Chen Yu looked at him. Whose side are you on? The side with fewer contradictions. Auntie Lu leaned forward. Did Miss Su choose clothes for you? Chen Yu looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked at him. The lobby became a stage. The contract became real again. Chen Yu could have said no, could have said it was only for dinner, could have explained. Instead, he lifted the garment bag slightly. She said my sweater was unsuitable. Auntie Lu nodded solemnly. Miss Su is right. Su Wanqing's lips moved, barely. Chen Yu noticed and looked at her. You're enjoying this. No. You are. No. Auntie Lu clutched her grocery bag. Uncle Wang sighed. Too late, he said again. The elevator groaned open. Chen Yu and Su Wanqing entered together. As the doors began closing, Auntie Lu called out brightly, Xiao Chen, wear the new clothes next time. Let Auntie see. The door is shut. Chen Yu stared at the metal panels. I am moving, Su Wanqing said. You signed. Does the contract prevent relocation? It does not. Good. But moving would affect performance. You would write that. I might. The elevator rose. Warm light flickered overhead. For a moment, their reflections stood side by side in the worn metal doors. Not touching, not smiling, not truly a couple, but not entirely strangers. Not anymore. When they reached the 16th floor, the hallway was quiet. Room 1607 and room 1608 waited opposite each other. Chen Yu carried the garment bag. Su Wanqing carried the folder. They stopped at their doors. For the first time since signing the agreement, neither seemed to know how to end the day. Finally, Chen Yu said, Practice was strange. It was necessary. That too, you did well. He looked at her. Was that a compliment? Operational feedback, very romantic? Her expression chilled instantly. He laughed softly. Relax. Joke. I know. You didn't look like you knew. I was choosing not to respond. Efficient. Exactly. The hallway warmed around them. Then Su Wanqing's phone vibrated. She looked down. Grandma Su. She hesitated. Chen Yu saw it. Answer? No. The phone stopped. Then his phone vibrated. He looked down. Grandma Su. They stared at each other. Chen Yu answered. Grandma Su. The old woman's voice came through with suspicious cheer. Did shopping go well? Chen Yu slowly turned towards Su Wanqing. She closed her eyes. How do you know about shopping? Grandma Su laughed. I have friends. From somewhere far below. Auntie Liu had probably achieved greatness. Chen Yu said it went fine. Good. Is Wanqing beside you? Yes. Su Wanqing's eyes opened. Grandma Su's voice softened. Tell her not to worry too much. Chen Yu paused. The words were unexpectedly gentle. Then Grandma Su added, also tell her not to stand too far from you on Friday. Her family will notice. The gentleness vanished. Chen Yu looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked at the ceiling. Good night, Grandma Su. Good night, good child. The call ended. Silence. Then Chen Yu said, Your grandmother says not to stand too far. Su Wanqing's expression was cold enough to freeze the hallway light. I heard, of course. Do not repeat it. Noted. For a moment, they stood across from each other. Then Chen Yu said, We'll figure it out. The words were simple, not dramatic, not sweet, but they landed with steady weight. We. Again. Su Wanqing looked at him. The fake agreement had begun as a solution. A defensive measure. A way to survive one family dinner. But somewhere between the boutique, the cafe, the awkward practice, and Auntie Lu's glowing eyes, it had become something with momentum, something she could no longer fully control. Something he had chosen. She nodded. Good night, Chen Yu. No Mr. Chen, no neighbor. Just his name. Chen Yu noticed. He smiled faintly. Good night, Wanking. Her fingers tightened around the folder. The name landed differently in the hallway than it had in the cafe. Closer. Softer. More dangerous. She entered room 1608 before her expression could betray her. Chen Yu remained outside for 1 second longer, then entered room 1607. The hallway fell quiet, but at the far end, beneath the warm yellow light, the old elevator gave a faint mechanical groan, as if Harbor View itself had sighed, as if even the building knew. The performance had already started. Monday punished Chen Yu for signing a fake relationship agreement. Not directly. Direct punishment would have been simple. Instead, Monday chose work. By 9:30, his inbox had become a battlefield. By 10:15, his manager had sent a message containing the words quick sync, which never meant quick and rarely meant sync. By 11, the office coffee machine produced something that looked like coffee, but tasted like surrender. Chen Yu stood in the pantry, holding the paper cup with both hands, and wondered whether it was possible for a beverage to have emotional damage. His colleague from the next department walked in, took one look at the coffee machine, and silently turned around. Wise man. Chen Yu lifted the cup anyway. He had survived Grandma Su, Auntie Liu, a clothing boutique, and the phrase relationship cooperation agreement. He could survive this. Probably. His phone vibrated in his pocket. For one brief moment, he felt fear. There were only 3 people who could make a phone vibrate ominously on a Monday morning. His mother, Grandma Su, Su Wanking. He took it out. Su Wanking? The message was concise. Su Wanking. Are you free at lunch? Chen Yu stared at it, then looked at the coffee, then back at the phone. Chen Yu, define free. Su Wanking, able to leave the office. Chen Yu. That is a dangerous definition. Su Wanking. I need to discuss Friday. Chen Yu. During lunch? Su Wanking. Yes. Chen Yu. Is this discussion going to involve another document? There was no reply for 3 seconds. Then, Su Wanking, possibly. Chen Yu sighed. The colleague who had retreated from the coffee machine passed by the pantry again, saw Chen Yu's expression, and said, Client? Chen Yu looked at him. Worse. Boss? Worse. Family? Chen Yu thought of Grandma Su, Li Mei Lan, Auntie Liu, and the fake relationship agreement currently living inside his drawer like evidence. Adjacent. The colleague nodded with deep understanding, despite understanding nothing. Chen Yu typed back. Chen Yu? Where? Suwanxing. Luminara Lobby Cafe. 12:30. He paused. Luminara. Her territory. Glass towers, polished floors, people in suits who probably judge shoes for sport. Chen Yu looked down at his own shoes. Acceptable. Barely. He looked at his sweater. Not the new blazer. Good. He was not ready for the blazer on a Monday. Chen Yu. Is this a meeting? Su Wanqing? Lunch? Chen Yu? You and I define lunch differently. Su Wanqing. Eat before you come if you are worried. Chen Yu. That defeats the purpose of lunch. Su Wanqing. Then come hungry. Chen Yu looked at the message. For some reason the words felt more dangerous than the contract. He typed, Chen Yu, fine. Then he put the phone away and took one sip of the coffee. It was a mistake. At Luminara, Monday had also chosen violence. Su Wanqing had arrived before 8, and was already on her 4th meeting by 11. The executive floor was bright, cold, and immaculate. Glass walls reflected city light. Assistants moved quickly with tablets. The boardroom screen still displayed financial projections from a meeting that had ended 20 minutes ago, though several senior managers had remained behind to argue quietly over things that should have been solved last week. Su Wanqing stood near the long table, listening to a department head explain why a delay was not technically a delay. Her expression was calm. That was why everyone in the room became nervous. Not technically delayed, the department head said carefully. The team is only waiting for final confirmation from the vendor side. Su Wanqing looked at him. Did the deadline pass? Yes. But the situation is more nuanced. Did the deliverable arrive? No. Then it is delayed. Silence. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside the glass wall with a tablet clutched in both hands, looking as though she wished the floor could open and swallow the entire department before President Su did it verbally. The department head lowered his gaze. I understand. We'll resolve it. Before 6. President Su, that may be difficult. Then start before finishing this sentence. The man left quickly. The room emptied with the quiet panic of people who had narrowly survived weather. Lin Xiaoyu waited until the door closed. President Su, your 12:30 lunch is confirmed. Su Wanqing looked at the tablet in her hand. Good. Should I prepare the private dining room? No. The executive lounge? No. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Then where? Lobby cafe. Lin Xiaoyu froze. The lobby cafe was not inappropriate. It was clean, tasteful, and located inside Luminara's ground floor. But President Su did not meet people there. President Su met investors in boardrooms, partners in private lounges, executives in glass-walled conference rooms, and trouble wherever it appeared. She did not have lunch in the lobby cafe, especially not with a man. Lin Xiaoyu's professional expression wavered. Understood. Su Wanqing glanced at her. Say what you are thinking. Lin Xiaoyu immediately straightened. I am thinking nothing. That is false. Then I am thinking respectfully. Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu. Lowered her voice. Is this related to the family dinner? Su Wanqing looked at the city beyond the glass wall. The skyline shimmered under pale sunlight, tall towers rising from rain-washed streets. Yes. Lin Xiaoyu became serious. Do you need me to prepare background information on Shen Yikan? No, we already have some. His recent investment activities, family connections, public appearances, and a few rumors from the finance circle. Su Wanqing turned slightly. Rumors? Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. Nothing confirmed? Then don't use them. Understood. Su Wanqing picked up the folder from the table. Inside was the updated agreement. And a second document. A brief profile, not of Chen Yu, of herself, or rather, the version of herself Chen Yu would need to know if he was going to stand beside her in front of the Su family. Family members. Sensitive topics. Past conflicts. Boundaries. Names to avoid. Questions likely to be asked. She had written it last night after returning from Harborview. It had taken her longer than any contract. Not because the information was difficult. Because putting one's private life into bullet points felt like cutting pieces of oneself and labeling them for someone else's convenience. She had almost deleted it twice. Then she had remembered Chen Yu saying, "If you feel uncomfortable, we stop." So she kept it. Lin Xiaoyu watched her in silence. After a moment she said softly, "President Su, what? Is this person trustworthy?" Su Wanqing's fingers paused on the folder. The question was reasonable, professional, necessary. She should have answered with caution. Instead, she thought of a bowl of porridge outside her door. A coffee with no sugar. A bun placed in her hand. A man refusing $100,000 because intention was not the only thing that mattered. She closed the folder. Yes. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened slightly. Su Wanqing did not notice, or pretended not to. At 12:30, Chen Yu walked into Luminara. The lobby was exactly as uncomfortable as he expected. Too much glass, too much marble, too much quiet. The ceiling stretched high overhead with clean white lines and elegant lighting. Receptionists spoke in low professional voices behind a long counter. Employees moved through security gates with ID cards and the expressions of people trying to look busy enough to avoid being assigned more work. Chen Yu stopped near the entrance. He felt immediately underdressed, not badly dressed. just incorrectly positioned in the food chain. A security guard looked over. "Sir, are you here for someone?" Chen Yu was about to answer when a familiar voice came from the side. "He's with me." The lobby changed. Not visibly. Not loudly. But enough. Several employees turned their eyes for half a second, then turned away too quickly. Lin Xiaoyu stood near the cafe entrance in professional attire, tablet held against her chest. She looked younger than the executive floor made her appear, with bright eyes and a careful smile. "You must be Mr. Chen." Chen Yu nodded. "Chen Yu. I'm Lin Xiaoyu, President Su's assistant. Nice to meet you. President Su is waiting." That sentence sounded normal. It did not feel normal. Chen Yu followed her toward the cafe. As they walked, he felt the eyes. Not direct stares. Luminara employees were too trained for that. But curiosity moved like static through the lobby. Who was he? Why was he here? Why did Assistant Lin personally receive him? Why was President Su waiting? Chen Yu suddenly understood why Su Wanqing had not wanted to use someone from her company. The gossip machine here probably wore suits. The lobby cafe was quieter than expected. Warm lighting softened the corporate coldness. Small tables were arranged neatly by tall windows overlooking the street. The smell of coffee filled the air, expensive enough to make Chen Yu distrusted. Su Wanqing sat at a corner table. White blouse, black pencil skirt, long hair tied neatly. Expression calm. Beside her rested a folder. Of course. Chen Yu looked at the folder. Then at her. I knew it. Su Wanqing followed his gaze. It is not a contract. That's what a contract would say. It's background information. Worse. Lin Xiaoyu looked between them. Her expression remained professional, but her eyes betrayed a small amount of curiosity. Su Wanqing said, "Xiaoyu." Lin Xiaoyu immediately straightened. "I'll send the revised schedule before 2. Good." She left, not too fast, not too slow, but definitely interested. Chen Yu sat across from Su Wanqing. "Your assistant is curious." "She is professional. Professionally curious. Possibly. Does she know?" "Only enough." "That means yes. It means enough." He looked around the cafe. "Your company is intimidating. It is a building. Some buildings judge people. Luminara does not judge people." A group of employees walking by glanced at him, then quickly looked away. Chen Yu looked back at her. "Are you sure?" Su Wanqing did not answer. A server approached. Su Wanqing ordered black coffee. Chen Yu ordered lunch because he was a human being and had not mistaken caffeine for survival. Su Wanqing looked at the menu. He noticed, "You haven't eaten. I had coffee." "Coffee is not food." "I know. You still said it. I knew you would say that." He paused. "Are you using my mother's words against yourself now?" "Possibly." He looked at the server. "Add one sandwich." Su Wanqing's gaze sharpened. "I didn't order that." "I did. For yourself. For the table." Chen Yu. Su Wanqing. The server looked down at the order pad as if it contained urgent scripture. Su Wanqing stared at Chen Yu for 1 second longer, then looked away. "Fine." The server retreated with relief. Chen Yu smiled faintly. "You accepted quickly." "I'm conserving energy." "Good strategy. For Friday." The atmosphere shifted. There it was. Friday. Family dinner. Yunhai Pavilion. Shen Yikin. The folder between them seemed to grow heavier. Su Wanqing opened it and slid several pages across the table. Chen Yu did not pick them up immediately. "What is this?" "My family background." His hand paused. The words were quiet, but not easy. He looked at her. She sat perfectly straight, expression composed, fingers resting near the folder edge, too still. He had learned that sign. Do I need all of it? Not all. Then why give it? Because they will ask questions. I can say I don't know. That would expose us. Maybe a boyfriend doesn't need to know everything. Her fingers moved slightly. Mine would be expected to. There it was. Not expectation from her. Expectation from him. Chen Yu picked up the pages. They were organized with almost painful precision. Su family main members. Possible questions. Topics to avoid. Shen Yushin. Her parents. Grandma Su. Public identity. Luminara. Past engagement rumors denied. Business pressure. Health. Meals. Marriage. He read quietly. The cafe noise seemed to fade around them. Every line was practical. Every line was controlled. Yet together, they painted a life surrounded by people who watched, evaluated, and decided where she should stand. Her family did not seem violent, not cruel in obvious ways. That would have been easier. They were polite, strategic, social, concerned in ways that felt like ownership. Chen Yu reached the section about her parents. He stopped. The wording was simple. Father, Su Zhenghe, prioritizes family reputation and business alliances. Mother, Gulan, polite, graceful, socially aware, often frames pressure as concern. He looked up. Su Wanqing's expression did not change, but her gaze was on the coffee cup, not on him. He continued reading. Shen Yichen, successful investor, family-approved suitor. Persistent, polished, not directly hostile in public, likely to frame himself as a reasonable choice. Chen Yu placed the page down. He's practiced. Su Wanqing looked up. Yes. Not the kind who makes obvious mistakes. No. That is annoying. Very. Their food arrived. The sandwich was placed between them. Su Wanqing did not touch it. Chen Yu tore it in half and pushed one side toward her. She looked at it. He said nothing. After a moment, she picked it up. Small victory. They ate in silence for a while. Then Chen Yu said, "Your family will ask how we started." "Yes, what do we say? We live next door." That sounds like the beginning of a rumor. It is true. Too true. Truth is easier to maintain. Good point. He leaned back slightly. So we say we became back slightly. So we say we became familiar as neighbors. Yes. Cup noodles. No. Porridge. No. Elevator jokes. Absolutely not. Then what did we do as neighbors? Su Wanqing paused. The question was practical. The answer was unexpectedly difficult. The answer was unexpectedly difficult. Because the real answer was small. Too small for a family dinner. He noticed she did not eat. He left porridge. She returned a bowl. He bought coffee. She accepted bread. They stood in hallways, elevators, lobbies, and cafes, saying ordinary things that somehow stayed. How did one turn that into a performance? Chen Yu seemed to understand. He tapped the table lightly. "We don't need details." She looked at him. "We say it happened naturally." "Naturally? Yes. My family may not believe that." "Why?" "Because I don't seem like someone who does things naturally." Chen Yu looked at her. For a moment, his gaze was quieter than usual. Then he said, "You do." Su Wanqing stilled. He continued before she could respond. "Not in meetings. Probably not in boardrooms. Definitely not when holding a folder." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "But sometimes," he said, "you do." The cafe around them became too warm. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze to the sandwich. "Give examples." "No." "Why?" "Because if I list them, you'll stop doing them." She looked up. He was drinking coffee as if he had not just said something dangerously observant. That was his worst habit. Saying things that entered quietly and refused to leave. She took one bite of the sandwich. Then said, "You are becoming troublesome." "I've been told. By your mother, mostly. She is still correct." He smiled. The tension loosened. A little. Then Chen Yu returned to the papers. "Names." "What? I should know how to address them." Su Wanqing nodded. She guided him through the family structure. Father, mother, 2 uncles, 1 aunt, a cousin who enjoyed watching disasters from safe distance, several elders who believed marriage was a public performance, Chen Yu listened carefully, not casually, not impatiently. He remembered names, asked only necessary questions, repeated important details once. By the third family member, Su Wanqing noticed he had stopped joking. By the fifth, she realized he was building a map in his mind. By the seventh, she understood why Grandma Su liked him. Shen Yu did not flatter. He paid attention. There was a difference. "Your second uncle," he said, looking at the notes. "Will likely ask about work?" "Yes, what should I say? Office work." "Too vague. Vague is safer." "My actual job is vague? Then use that." He paused. That sounded insulting. It was practical. Very CEO, thank you. Not a compliment. "I know." He turned the page. "Luminara may come up." "It will. Should I pretend to know less? About Luminara? About technology?" Su Wanqing looked at him. The question seemed ordinary. It was not. Chen Yu's hidden identity sat quietly beneath it like a locked door. No one at the table knew. No one should know. He kept his expression calm. "I work around documents and systems sometimes," he said. "If they bring up tech, I can sound moderately informed." "Moderately? Enough to not embarrass you." "You won't." She said it again. She said it again. The same confidence as yesterday. This time, he heard it more clearly. He looked up. "You keep saying that." "Because it is true. Based on observation." He held her gaze. Then nodded. "Then I'll try to deserve your observation." Su Wanqing looked away first. Outside the cafe window, people crossed the lobby with ID cards and briefcases. A few glanced toward their table with carefully controlled curiosity. One young employee nearly walked into a pillar. Chen Yu noticed. Su Wanqing did too. She sighed lightly. "This is why I didn't ask someone from Luminara. Your employees are subtle. They are not. One just tried to fight architecture." "I saw. Should we help?" "No." "Cold. He will learn spatial awareness." Chen Yu laughed. Softly, across the cafe, the employee straightened and hurried away in shame. For a moment, lunch felt almost normal again. Then Lin Xiaoyu appeared near the cafe entrance. She looked composed, too composed. Su Wanqing saw her and immediately understood. "What happened?" Lin Xiaoyu walked over and lowered her voice. "President Su, your mother called the office. The air changed." Chen Yu noticed before Su Wanqing replied. Her expression did not crack. But the cold returned in layers. "What did she say?" "She asked whether your Friday schedule was cleared, and I said it was marked private." "Good. She also asked whether you were meeting someone today." Su Wanqing's eyes narrowed. Chen Yu looked at the sandwich. Linhai City was full of people with alarming intelligence networks. Lin Xiaoyu continued carefully. "I did not answer." "Good." A pause. She sounded like she already knew. Su Wanqing closed her eyes briefly. Not in weakness. In restraint. "Thank you, Xiaoyu." Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Then her gaze flicked once toward Chen Yu. Only once. Professional. Curious. Maybe slightly approving. She left. Chen Yu waited until she was gone. "Your family works fast. They always have. Do they know about me?" "Not officially." That's a terrifying sentence. It should be. Should I be worried? Yes. Honest. You requested that. I regret it. Su Wanqing picked up the coffee. Her fingers were calm again. Too calm. Chen Yu looked at the profile papers. Then at her. "Does your mother know Grandma Su is involved?" "Probably. Does she approve?" "Of Grandma's methods?" "No." "Of Shen Yiken?" "Yes." "Of you choosing for yourself?" The question slipped out. Not sharp, but direct. Su Wanqing did not answer. That was enough. Chen Yu lowered his gaze. "I'm sorry. No need. I asked too much. You asked what was relevant." Still, the quiet after that felt different, less comedic. More real. Su Wanqing looked at the half-eaten sandwich. For some reason, she thought of room 1607, his small table, his instant coffee. The contract with 2 handwritten rules. If either party feels uncomfortable, the arrangement stops immediately. No lying about feelings that do not need to be lied about. She had added boundaries because she trusted paper. He had added boundaries because he noticed people. That was why she had come to him. Not because he was convenient. Not only because he lived next door. Because somehow, without intending to, Chen Yu made the word no feel like something that could be protected rather than punished. Su Wanqing said, "There is one more thing." Chen Yu looked up. "About Friday? About us." The word arrived. Us, both noticed. Neither corrected it. Su Wanqing continued, voice steady. "My family will likely ask when we started dating. How long do we say? Not too long, not too short. That's specific. Long enough to explain Grandma knowing you. Short enough to avoid too many detailed questions. Very strategic. It has to be. So?" She thought for a moment. 2 months. Chen Yu frowned. "Too long. Why? Too many details. 1 month. Still risky. 3 weeks. Better 2. Sudden. Neighbors. It can be sudden. Not for me." He paused. That was true. Su Wanqing was not someone who suddenly did anything emotional. He looked at her. "Then don't say dating." "What?" "Say we're getting to know each other." Her fingers stilled. "That sounds less committed." "Exactly. They may not accept that. But it's harder to attack." "Why?" "Because it sounds honest." "So?" Wanqing looked at him. He continued. "If they push, I can say I respect your pace." Silence. The sentence settled between them quietly. I respect your pace, not her status. Not her family. Not the performance. Her pace. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze. That may work. Good. And if they ask what I like about you, Chen Yu became still. The question was part of practice. It should have been simple. Fake. Useful. But for some reason, it did not feel like practice. He leaned back slightly. "What would you say?" Su Wanqing looked at the coffee. A dozen safe answers came to mind. Kind, polite, reliable. Convenient, Grandma approved. None of them left her mouth. "Finally," she said, "you listen." Chen Yu did not move. She kept her gaze on the cup. You don't force answers when someone does not want to give them. The cafe noise seemed to fade. Chen Yu's fingers rested against the edge of the table. After a moment, he said quietly, "That sounds real. It is allowed, according to your rule. Fake the label, not everything else." He remembered the line. So did she. Chen Yu looked down with a faint smile. "Then I won't object. What about you? If they ask, yes." He thought for a moment. Su Wanqing waited. Too still again. He could have teased her. Could have said you buy expensive clothes efficiently. Could have said you feed me against my will. Could have chosen something harmless. Instead he said, "You're colder than you are cruel." Su Wanqing's gaze lifted. That answer was not one she expected. Chen Yu continued, "Most people mix those up." She stared at him. He looked at the coffee cup rather than her. "You're direct. Defensive. Sometimes terrifying. That sounds terrible." "It isn't finished." She fell silent. He said, "But you don't hurt people for fun. You don't use weakness when you notice it. And you hate owing others because you understand the cost of being trapped by someone else's kindness." The words were quiet. Too quiet for a lobby cafe. Too precise for practice. Su Wanqing's throat tightened slightly. Chen Yu finally looked at her. "If they ask what I like, I'll probably say you are worth understanding." For several seconds, she forgot how to respond. Not because the answer sounded romantic. It was worse than romantic. It sounded seen. And being seen was far more dangerous than being admired. The sandwich remained unfinished. The coffee cooled. Somewhere in Luminara's lobby, footsteps passed over polished marble. Su Wanqing lowered her eyes. You should not say that at the dinner. Chen Yu nodded. Too much? Too much? Then I'll say you are responsible and hardworking. That sounds like a performance review. Your family might appreciate it. They family might appreciate it. Might. Tragic. This time she did smile. Small, brief, but real. He looked away first. Lunch ended shortly after. Su Wanqing gathered the papers. Chen Yu helped stack them without thinking. Their hands almost touched over the folder. Almost. Both paused. Then both withdrew. Too quickly. The awkwardness was immediate. And mutual. Chen Yu cleared his throat. No unnecessary physical contact. Su Wanqing's expression became very composed. Correct. Rule followed. Good. Excellent cooperation. Do not make this worse. He smiled. She did not. But her eyes were less cold than before. At the lobby entrance, Lin Xiaoyu waited with Su Wanqing's next schedule. Chen Yu stopped beside the glass doors. I should go? Su Wanqing nodded. Thank you for coming. 5th time? Her gaze sharpened. You are still counting. Rare things. Stop. No. Lin Xiaoyu looked down at the tablet with heroic professionalism. Chen Yu glanced at the lobby. More employees were pretending not to watch. He turned back to Su Wanqing. Friday plan? I'll send you the updated version tonight. Another document. Yes, I expected nothing less. He began to leave, then paused. Su Wanqing. She looked at him. If your mother calls again. If your mother calls again. You don't have to answer just because she expects you to. The words were not loud, but Lin Xiaoyu heard. So did Su Wanqing. For a moment, the polished lobby, the glass walls, the marble floor, and the watching employees all seemed to become very distant. Su Wanqing's fingers tightened around the folder. Then she nodded once. I know. He smiled faintly. Good. He left. Outside, sunlight reflected off the rain-washed street. Inside, Su Wanqing stood in Luminara's lobby with the folder against her chest, watching him disappear through the glass doors. Lin Xiaoyu waited for exactly 3 seconds. Then said softly, President Su. Su Wanqing looked away. What? Your 2 o'clock meeting. Move it to 2:30. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. You have never moved a meeting for lunch. Then this is the first time. Understood. Lin Xiaoyu's expression remained professional, barely. Su Wanqing walked toward the executive elevator. Her reflection moved beside her in the glass wall. White blouse, black skirt, perfect posture, CEO Su. But beneath that polished reflection, something had shifted, not softened. Not yet, but adjusted. Like a door that had been locked for years, discovering that someone outside was not trying to force it open. Only waiting. That evening, when Chen Yu returned to Harborview, Auntie Liu was waiting near the mailboxes. Of course, he had not even fully stepped into the lobby before she smiled. Xiao Chen? Chen Yu stopped. Auntie Liu. Work late? Normal? Had lunch? Yes. With who? The question was too fast. Too casual, too prepared. Chen Yu looked at Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk, newspaper raised. He offered no help. Coward. Chen Yu looked back at Auntie Liu. With a friend. Auntie Liu's eyes brightened. Friend? Yes? Female friend? Chen Yu sighed. Good night. He walked toward the elevator. Auntie Liu followed 2 steps. Was Miss Su also having lunch? He pressed the elevator button. Auntie Liu. What? Do you have cameras in Luminara? No. The answer came too quickly. He turned. She smiled. Friends have eyes. Uncle Wang lowered the newspaper. Liu. What? I didn't say which friends. The elevator arrived. Chen Yu stepped inside with the dignity of a man escaping trial. Just before the doors closed, Auntie Lu called, "Where are the new clothes on Friday?" The doors shut. Chen Yu stood alone in the elevator, then slowly looked up. The old machine groaned. "You too?" The elevator did not answer, but it sounded guilty. When he reached the 16th floor, room 1608's door was closed. Light showed beneath it. Chen Yu paused outside room 167. Then his phone vibrated. Su Wanking. Su Wanking. "I sent the updated plan." Chen Yu opened it. A document, of course. Then another message followed. Su Wanqing. "Also, thank you for lunch." He stared at the message. 6th time. He was about to type that, then paused. Instead, he wrote, "Chen Yu, eat dinner." A minute passed. Then, "Su Wanqing, you first." He looked at the message, then laughed softly in the quiet hallway. Not loud, not enough for anyone to hear, except perhaps the old elevator. Across the hallway, inside room 1608, Su Wanqing looked at his reply and placed her phone down beside an unopened report. For once, she did not open the report immediately. She walked to the kitchen instead. Small everyday moments mattered more than grand gestures. Neither of them knew yet how much that would cost them, or how much it would save. Tuesday morning arrived with blue sky. Chen Yu did not trust it. After several days of rain, Linhai City looked too clean, too bright, too willing to pretend that nothing complicated had happened between neighboring apartment doors. Sunlight fell through the window of room 1607 and landed directly on the garment bag hanging from the back of his chair. The charcoal blazer waited there, silent, expensive, accusatory. Chen Yu stood in front of it with a toothbrush in his mouth, and the expression of a man being judged by fabric. His phone vibrated on the sink counter. He looked down. Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing. "Did you read the updated plan?" Chen Yu rinsed his mouth, dried his hand, and typed back. "Chen Yu, good morning to you, too." A moment later. "Su Wanqing. Did you read it?" Chen Yu looked toward the living room, where his laptop still displayed the document she had sent last night. Updated Friday dinner, coordination plan. Version 2. He had read it, then read it again, then wondered why a fake relationship needed version control. "Chen Yu, I read it." "Su Wanqing, come here." Comments. "Chen Yu, too many." Su Wanqing. "Chen Yu, this is starting to feel like work." Su Wanqing. "It is preparation." Chen Yu. "That is what work calls itself." There was no reply for several seconds. Then, Su Wanqing. "Eat breakfast." Chen Yu stared at the message, then smiled despite himself. "Chen Yu, you first." Across the hallway inside room 1608, Su Wanqing stood by her dining table with her phone in one hand and a piece of toast in the other. The toast had been eaten halfway. She looked at it, then at Chen Yu's reply. For a moment, her expression remained perfectly calm. Then she took a photo of the toast and sent it. Su Wanqing. "Done." Chen Yu's reply came almost instantly. "Chen Yu, that's evidence, not breakfast." Su Wanqing paused. Then, very quietly, she almost laughed. The sound did not fully escape, but it came close enough that the apartment seemed to notice. Her laptop waited open on the table. Reports were arranged beside it. The Friday dinner plan sat on the screen, full of notes, revisions, family names, likely questions, and behavior guidelines. It should have felt efficient. Instead, the entire thing had begun to feel like a strange, shared project. Not a contract anymore. Not quite. A rehearsal for surviving something neither of them wanted to face alone. Her phone vibrated again. Chen Yu, add egg. Su Wanqing looked at the toast, then at the kitchen, then back at the phone. For several seconds she considered ignoring him. Then she walked to the refrigerator. This, she decided, was not obedience. It was nutritional adjustment. At Luminara, the day moved with its usual cold speed: meetings, reports, approvals, calls. By 10:30, Su Wanqing had already declined 2 unnecessary discussions, corrected 3 inaccurate assumptions, and informed a vice president that optimistic projection was not a financial strategy. Lin Xiaoyu followed her through the executive corridor with a tablet, trying to keep up. President Su, the board secretary, confirmed the Thursday review meeting. Move it to morning. Friday? No. Lin Xiaoyu paused. Right. Friday evening is private. Su Wanqing looked at her. Lin Xiaoyu immediately lowered her gaze to the tablet. Morning it is. They entered Su Wanqing's office. The space was immaculate. Floor-to-ceiling windows. Black executive desk. Silver-gray shelves. City skyline beyond the glass. Everything polished, cold, and perfectly controlled. Su Wanqing placed her phone on the desk. It vibrated immediately. Grandma Su. She did not answer. A message appeared. Grandma Su, did Chen Yu eat breakfast? Su Wanqing stared at the screen. Lin Xiaoyu, who accidentally saw the sender name but not the message, wisely pretended to study the tablet. Another message arrived. Grandma Su, did you eat breakfast? A third. Grandma Su, do not lie. I know your tone even through text. Su Wanqing turned the phone face down. Lin Xiaoyu whispered. Grandma Su? Yes. Should I prepare anything? No. For Friday? No. For surviving, Grandma Su? Su Wanqing looked at her. Lin Xiaoyu froze. Then said, I meant schedule-wise. Su Wanqing sat behind her desk. Cancel my last meeting today. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. President Su, I need time. To rest? No. A pause. To revise the plan. Lin Xiaoyu's expression became complicated. This was still technically work, but somehow also not. Understood. At noon, Chen Yu's workday collapsed exactly as expected. A manager placed a stack of documents on his desk and said, This shouldn't take long. Chen Yu looked at the stack, then looked at the manager. That's what people say before it takes long. The manager laughed like Chen Yu had made a joke. He had not. By 1, his lunch had become cold. By 2, his inbox had grown again. By 3, he had finally opened Su Wanqing's plan to add comments. He lasted 3 minutes before opening a new document titled Normal Human Version. He replaced situational proximity requirements with stand nearby. He replaced public relationship posture with don't look like strangers. He replaced verbal consistency in family scenarios with same story. He replaced controlled physical contact if required by social environment with do not touch unless necessary and agreed. Then he stopped at 1 line. When asked why the relationship began, answer, neighbor familiarity developed into mutual respect. Chen Yu leaned back. Neighbor familiarity developed into mutual respect. It was not wrong, but it sounded like 2 buildings had signed a cooperation agreement. He changed it to, we got to know each other because we live next door. Then paused. That was true. Too true. He added, it happened slowly. Then stopped again. That also felt true. Dangerous, but true. His phone vibrated. Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing? Comments. Chen Yu looked at the document. Chen Yu! I rewrote part of it. Su Wanqing. Send it. Chen Yu sent the file. 3 minutes passed. 5, 10. Then his phone rang. He answered. Before you say anything, your version sounded like a government tender. Su Wanqing's voice came through coolly. Your version lacks structure. It has humanity. It lacks precision. Humanity often does. There was a pause. Then she said, you changed the relationship origin. Yes. Why? Because no real couple says neighbor familiarity developed into mutual respect. Another pause. Some might. People in your boardroom might. That was unnecessary. Accurate, though. He heard, though. The faintest breath on the other end. Not quite amusement, but close. Su Wanqing said. It happened slowly. What? Your line? Yes, it is vague. It is useful. How? If they push for details, we can choose which ones to give. And if they ask directly, then we say we didn't notice at first. Silence. In her office, Su Wanqing stood by the window, phone to her ear, looking down at the city. The line had sounded harmless when he said it. We didn't notice at first, but for some reason it settled under her skin, because that was the problem. Wasn't it? The porridge, the coffee, the bread, the hallway, the elevator, the messages about dinner. Each small moment had been easy to dismiss when taken alone. Together, they had become something difficult to name. And perhaps neither of them had noticed when the distance changed. She held the phone a little tighter. That may work, she said. High praise, moderate praise. I'll take it. A knock sounded on her office door. Lin Xiaoyu entered quietly and froze when she realized President Su was on a personal call. Su Wanqing looked at her. Lin Xiaoyu mouthed silently. Mrs. Gu. Su Wanqing's expression cool. Chen Yu heard the silence change. Something happened? My mother is here. His voice became quieter. At Luminara? Yes. Do you need to go? Yes. A pause. Then Chen Yu said, Remember what I said. She looked at the city outside. You have said many things. If you don't want to answer, don't answer just because she expects you to. Su Wanqing did not speak. Lin Xiaoyu stood near the door, watching her carefully. After a moment, Su Wanqing said, I'll call you later. Eat dinner. You first. The call ended. Su Wanqing placed the phone on the desk. For several seconds, she stood still. Then she turned. Bring her in. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and left. 2 minutes later, Gulan entered Su Wanqing's office. Su Wanqing's mother was elegant in a way that made age look like a social skill. She wore a pale beige dress with a tailored coat, pearl earrings, and a soft smile that had probably ended more arguments than shouting ever could. Her hair was neatly styled, her posture graceful, her every movement polished. At first glance, she looked gentle. At second glance, she looked precise. Wanqing. Mother. Gulan looked around the office with quiet approval. Still so clean. You didn't come to inspect my office. Can't I visit my daughter? Su Wanqing looked at her. Gulan smiled. Fine. I came because of Friday. Grandma already told me. Your grandmother tells you what she wants you to hear. And you? I tell you what you need to consider. Su Wanqing sat behind her desk. Gulan took the chair opposite her without waiting to be invited. The office became a different battlefield. No raised voices. No visible anger. Only soft words arranged like chess pieces. Shen Yiken will attend, Gulan said. I know. He has been very patient. I did not ask him to be. Wanqing, mother. Gulan sighed lightly. You're not a child anymore, I'm aware. Then you should understand that marriage is not only about emotion. I do. Good. Then you should also understand why your father wants you to keep an open mind. My mind is open. It has been closed to Shen Yiken for 2 years. That is because my answer has not changed. Gulan looked at her daughter for a long moment. Her smile remained, but something behind it tightened. Is there someone else? The question landed cleanly. Su Wanqing's fingers rested on the desk. Still, too still. For 1 second, Chen Yu's voice returned. If you don't want to answer, don't answer just because she expects you to. She looked at her mother. Yes. Gulan's expression finally changed, only slightly. But enough. Who? Su Wanqing's heartbeat remained steady. Mostly. Someone I am getting to know. Name? No? Gulan's smile faded. Wanqing, if you are saying this only to avoid Friday's pressure, that would be disappointing. Su Wanqing looked at her. This was the moment. The old version of her would have explained, defended, countered, presented evidence. Today, she simply said, You may be disappointed. The office went silent. Even the city beyond the glass seemed to pause. Gulan studied her daughter. For the first time, Uncertainty entered her eyes. Su Wanqing did not look away. The meeting lasted another 15 minutes. Gu Lan asked questions. Su Wanqing answered only some. When asked whether he had a family background suitable for the Su family, she replied, "He is suitable for me to know." When asked whether he understood her position, she replied, "He listens." When asked whether he was serious, she replied, "He listens." When asked whether he was serious, she replied, "He respects my pace." Gulan did not like these answers. That was obvious. But she could not easily attack them without appearing unreasonable. That, Su Wanqing realized, was exactly what Chen Yu had meant. Honesty was harder to attack. When Gulan finally stood, her expression had returned to soft elegance. "Bring him Friday." "I will. I hope he understands what he is walking into." Su Wanqing thought of Chen Yu's dark sweater, his deadpan comments, his refusal to accept money, his handwritten rule at the bottom of the contract. He understands enough. After Gulan left, Su Wanqing remained seated for a long time. Lin Xiaoyu eventually entered, carrying a tablet. "President Su?" Su Wanqing looked up. "Move the 2:30 meeting? It is already moved." "Then move the next one." Lin Xiaoyu blinked. "To when? Tomorrow." "All of it." "Yes." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. President Su had just moved work twice in one day. Something historic was happening. "Understood." After Lin Xiaoyu left, Su Wanqing picked up her phone. She opened Chen Yu's rewritten plan. "We got to know each other because we live next door." It happened slowly. She stared at the lines for a long moment, then added one more sentence. "He makes ordinary things feel less difficult." She looked at what she had written, then deleted it immediately. Her face remained calm. Her ears did not. That evening, Chen Yu returned to Harborview carrying takeout, not for any reason. Certainly not because Su Wanqing had told him to eat dinner and he suspected she might forget hers. He simply bought too much. Again. A reasonable accident. He stepped into the lobby. Uncle Wang looked up. 2 portions? Chen Yu stopped. Auntie Liu appeared near the mailboxes like a summoned spirit. 2? Chen Yu closed his eyes. "I eat a lot." Auntie Liu looked at him. Then at the 2 neatly packed dinner boxes. Xiao Chen, "Yes, even lies should respect portion size." Uncle Wang nodded. "True." Chen Yu looked at both of them. "This building is hostile." Auntie Liu smiled. To loneliness smiled. To loneliness smiled. Yes, that stopped him for half a second. Just half. Then he walked toward the elevator. Auntie Liu called after him. "Miss Su came back early today." Chen Yu paused. "Early?" "Before 6. That was early. Suspiciously early." He said nothing, and stepped into the elevator. The old machine groaned upward. At the 16th floor, the hallway was quiet. Warm lights, rain-washed window at the far end. Room 1607. Room 1608. Chen Yu stood between the doors with 2 dinner boxes in his hand, and the expression of a man confronting the consequences of kindness. He should go home, eat both portions, pretend nothing happened. Then his phone vibrated. Su Wanqing. "Su Wanqing, did you eat?" He looked at the boxes, then typed, "Chen Yu, evidence says yes." Her reply came after a moment. "Su Wanqing, evidence?" Chen Yu looked at room 1608, then walked over and knocked. The door opened after several seconds. Su Wanqing stood inside wearing a soft gray sweater and loose black pants. Her hair down, her face free of workday sharpness but still composed. Behind her, room 1608 glowed in cool white and silver light. Her laptop was open on the dining table. Of course. Chen Yu lifted one dinner box. Evidence. She looked at it. Then at him. "You bought 2. By accident. Again? Recurring issue." Her gaze softened by a fraction. "You didn't have to." "I know." "Then why?" He held the box out. "Because you moved meetings today." Su Wanqing froze. Chen Yu realized immediately that he had revealed too much. She looked at him. How do you know that? Lin Xiaoyu mentioned you had a busy schedule. When? At lunch? She did not say I moved meetings. Chen Yu paused, then chose honesty. You sounded different after your mother came. The hallway went quiet. That answer reached her more directly than expected. He had noticed through a phone call, not in the same room, not seeing her face, just hearing silence change. Su Wanqing looked at him for a long moment, then stepped aside. Come in. Chen Yu blinked. That was new. He looked at the open door, then at her. Are you sure? She glanced at the dinner box. It will get cold. Very Su Wanqing. He entered room 1608 for the first time. The apartment matched her. Elegant, minimalist, beautiful, too quiet. The black-white-silver palette reflected city light from the windows. The dining table was clear except for a laptop, a notebook, and one glass of water. Everything seemed placed with intention. No clutter, no warmth wasted, no evidence of rest. Chen Yu placed the dinner boxes on the table. This apartment looks like it never loses anything. Su Wanqing closed the door. Yours looks like it negotiates with laundry. Accurate. She opened one dinner box. Steam rose between them. Simple food. Rice, vegetables, chicken. Not fancy, warm. She sat opposite him. For a few minutes they ate without discussing the contract. That somehow made the room feel less formal. Chen Yu looked around. You came home early. Yes. Because of your mother? Her chopsticks paused. He added immediately. You don't have to answer. I know. She looked at him. That was the difference. Before, silence had been a wall. Now, it had a door. She could choose whether to open it. After a moment, she asked if there was someone else. Chen Yu lowered his gaze to the food. What did you say? Yes. His hand paused, just briefly. Su Wanqing saw it. He picked up a vegetable. I see. You say that when you need time. He looked at her. She had remembered, yes. The corner of her lips moved faintly. Then she said, I did not give your name. Thank you. I said I was getting to know someone. He nodded. That is close enough to true. The words settled into the room. Close enough to true. Su Wanqing looked at him. Is it? Chen Yu met her gaze. For once, there was no immediate joke, no deflection, no easy exit. The dining table between them held ordinary food, 2 pairs of chopsticks, an open laptop, and something neither had agreed to name. After a moment, he said, We are getting to know each other. His voice was calm, simple, careful. Su Wanqing lowered her eyes. Yes. The answer was quiet, but not cold. They continued eating. Outside, evening deepened. The windows reflected the city lights of Linhai, 1,000 small glows scattered across blue-black glass. At some point, Su Wanqing closed the laptop. Chen Yu noticed. He did not comment. That was why she knew he noticed. After dinner, he stood to leave. At the door, Su Wanqing walked him out. Room 16-7 waited across the hallway. Chen Yu paused. Friday will be fine. You cannot know that. No. He looked at her. But not knowing is not the same as losing. She said nothing. He added, and if it becomes too much, we stop. The rule again. The line. The line. The one she had needed more than she understood. Su Wanqing nodded. Good night, Chen Yu. Good night, Wanqing. The name no longer shocked her. That was the problem. Chen Yu entered room 1607. The door closed softly. Su Wanqing remained in the hallway for 1 second before returning inside. Inside room 1608, the dinner box still sat on the table. Her laptop remained closed. Her phone vibrated. Grandma Su. This time, Su Wanqing answered. Wanqing, Grandma Su said warmly. Your mother called me. I know. She said you admitted there is someone. Yes. And nothing. Grandma Su chuckled softly. You sound different. I do not. You do. Su Wanqing looked toward the closed door. Outside that door, across the hallway, Chen Yu existed in his warm, slightly messy apartment, probably washing the extra chopsticks because he was the kind of person who would. Grandma Su's voice softened. Did you ask him properly? Su Wanqing was silent. Then she said, yes. And did he agree? A pause. Yes. For a moment, Grandma Su said nothing. Then, quietly, good. It was not teasing this time, not triumphant, just relieved. That made Su Wanqing's chest tighten unexpectedly. Grandma Su continued, then remember this, Wang. A person who stands beside you because of money can be bought away. A person who stands beside you because he chose to is much harder to lose. Su Wanqing closed her eyes. He refused the money. I know. Of course you do. Grandma Su laughed. Rest tonight. I have work. No. You have Friday. The call ended. You have Friday. Su Wanqing placed the phone down. For once, she did not return to the laptop. She stood beside the dining table and looked at the closed computer, the empty dinner box, the quiet apartment, and the wall beside her. Then she turned off the dining room light. Across the hallway, Chen Yu placed the washed chopsticks on his drying rack and checked his phone. A message from Su Wanqing arrived. Su Wanqing, thank you for dinner. 7th time. He stared at the message, then typed, Chen Yu, rare things. A moment later, her reply came. Su Wanqing. Stop counting. Chen Yu smiled. Then, after a second, typed one more line. Chen Yu. Good night, Wanqing. Inside room 1608, Su Wanqing read the message in the dark. The city lights shimmered against the window. She did not reply immediately. Instead, she stood there with the phone in her hand and realized something quietly terrifying. The performance had not begun on Friday. It had already started, and some parts of it did not feel like performance at all. Friday arrived wearing rain. Not the soft rain of earlier mornings. Not the patient rain that blurred windows and softened the city. This rain came with wind. It swept through Linhai City in silver sheets, rattling balcony rails, bending roadside trees, and turning every streetlight into a trembling reflection across wet pavement. Chen Yu stood in room 1607, wearing the charcoal blazer. He looked at himself in the mirror. The man in the reflection looked calm. That was misleading. The white shirt fit well. The dark trousers were comfortable enough. The blazer sat neatly across his shoulders with the kind of quiet elegance that made him feel like he had borrowed someone else's life and forgotten to return it. He adjusted the cuff once, then again, then stopped. From the kitchen counter, his phone vibrated. Li Mailan. Chen Yu stared at the screen. This was not the time, which meant, of course, that it was exactly the time she would call. He answered, Mom, have you eaten? He looked toward the untouched piece of bread on the counter. Yes, silence. Dangerous silence. You lied. How? Your voice was too quick. Chen Yu closed his eyes. Mom, I'm busy. Going out? Yes. With who? Work. At night. Social. With who? People. Female people. Goodbye. Mom. Chen Yu. He ended the call before she could begin an investigation. A message arrived immediately. Li Mailan. Suspicious. Another followed. Li Mailan, eat before going out. Then a third. Li Mailan, if you are with the female neighbor, be polite. Chen Yu looked at the ceiling. Somewhere in the world, mothers and grandmothers were connected through a network no technology could explain. He put the phone away, then picked it up again. Opened Su Wanqing's chat. The last message from her had arrived an hour ago. Su Wanqing. Driver will arrive at 6:30. Below it. His own reply. Chen Yu. I know. I read the plan. Her reply. Su Wanqing. You skipped section 3. Chen Yu. Section 3 was emotional posture. Su Wanqing, exactly. Chen Yu had not known emotional posture could be a section. Now he did. He looked at the time. 6:12 p.m. 18 minutes. He walked to the table and picked up the printed agreement again. Not the formal version. The version they had rewritten together. The one full of edits, rejected phrases, and 2 handwritten lines at the bottom. No lying about feelings that do not need to be lied about. No emotional promises outside agreed boundaries. And beneath those, in his less elegant handwriting, if either party feels uncomfortable, the arrangement stops immediately. He folded the paper carefully and placed it inside his inner pocket. Not because he expected to use it, because he wanted the reminder close. Across the hallway, room 1608 was too quiet. Su Wanqing stood in front of her full-length mirror. She wore a black evening dress beneath a pale wool coat, elegant without being excessive. The dress was simple, fitted, and graceful, with clean lines that made her look even colder than usual. Her long black hair was swept back neatly, a few soft strands left near her face. Pearl earrings caught the warm apartment light. She looked perfect. That was the problem. Perfect was armor. Perfect was expectation. Perfect was how the Su family liked to display things. She looked at the woman in the mirror and felt nothing. No fear. No hesitation. No anger. Only a familiar coldness settling into place. Then her phone vibrated. Grandma Su. Su Wanqing answered. Grandma, are you ready? Yes. Did Chen Yu arrive? Not yet. Good. Don't scare him when he does. Grandma, I am serious. So am I. Grandma Su chuckled softly. Then her voice softened. Wanqing. Su Wanqing's fingers paused at the edge of her sleeve. What? If you feel uncomfortable, leave. The room went quiet. For a moment, Su Wanqing said nothing. That was not Grandma Su's usual tone. No teasing. No schemes. No smiling traps. Only warmth. Only concern. Chen Yu told you that too, didn't he? Grandma Su asked. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze. Yes, then listen to him. He is not in charge of me. No. That is why you should listen. The words stayed in the air. Grandma Su continued. People who want to control you will tell you to endure. People who care whether you are hurt will tell you to leave. Su Wanqing closed her eyes. Outside, rain struck the window. Grandma? Yes? Why Chen Yu? There was a pause on the other end. Then Grandma Su said because he notices doors. Su Wanqing opened her eyes. What does that mean? It means he knows when to knock, when to wait, and when not to enter. The call ended soon after. Su Wanqing stood in silence for a long time. Then the doorbell rang. The sound echoed once through room 1608. She looked toward the entrance. For some reason, her heartbeat changed. Not faster. Not exactly. Just more noticeable. She walked to the door and opened it. Chen Yu stood outside. Charcoal blazer. White shirt. Dark trousers. Neatly styled hair that still resisted complete discipline. He looked uncomfortable with how well he looked. That made the outfit better. For a second, Su Wanqing forgot the family dinner, forgot Yunhai Pavilion, forgot Shen Yikin, forgot the Su family waiting with smiles sharpened behind etiquette. She simply saw Chen Yu standing in the warm hallway between room 1607 and room 1608, looking like himself and not like anyone her family would have chosen. That mattered too much. Chen Yu looked at her too. The black dress, the pale coat, the pearl earrings, the calm face, the distance. For a moment he understood why people called her the Ice Queen CEO. Not because she looked cold, because she looked untouchable. Then he saw her fingers. Still, too still. He looked back at her face. You look ready for war. Su Wanqing's expression remained calm. You look like someone forced into formal wear. I was. You agreed. Under pressure. You signed. Also under pressure. Her eyes moved faintly. Almost amusement. Almost. Then Chen Yu reached into his inner pocket and took out the folded agreement. Su Wanqing looked at it. He did not unfold it. Just held it up briefly. Reminder. Her gaze softened by a fraction. If either party feels uncomfortable, the arrangement stops immediately, she said. Good. You remember. I wrote the official version. I wrote the useful part. Debatable. Not tonight. She looked at him. The hallway was quiet. Warm light rested between them. Then she nodded. Not tonight. They walked to the elevator together. Room 1607 and room 1608 disappeared behind them as the old machine arrived with a groan that sounded offended by formal clothing. Chen Yu stepped inside and held the door. Su Wanqing entered. The doors closed. For several floors, neither spoke. Their reflections stood side by side in the worn metal doors. Not touching, not too far apart. Closer than they had been weeks ago. Farther than Annie Lu would have preferred. Chen Yu glanced at the reflection. Distance? Su Wanqing also looked at the reflection. Acceptable. That's high praise. Moderate. Still. The elevator shuddered. Chen Yu looked up. If this elevator breaks tonight, I'm taking it as a sign. Of what? That Harbor View disapproves of formal events. Harbor View disapproves of maintenance. Also true. Her lips moved. Just slightly. Then the elevator reached the lobby. The doors opened. Harbor View was waiting. Auntie Lu stood near the mailboxes. Uncle Wang sat behind the desk. A retired Uncle Chen Yu, vaguely recognized from the 15th floor, stood with a small dog under one arm. Someone's delivery rider held a bag of food and pretended not to stare. Auntie Lu saw them first. Her eyes widened, then shone. Then nearly achieved spiritual enlightenment. Xiao Chen. Chen Yu stopped. Please don't. Auntie Lu covered her mouth. I haven't said anything. Your face did. Uncle Wang lowered his newspaper. Hard not to. Chen Yu looked at him. Not you. Too. Uncle Wang gave Su Wanqing a respectful nod. Miss Su Wanqing nodded back. Uncle Wang. Auntie Liao looked at Chen Yu's blazer with deep satisfaction. Good, very good. Miss Su chose well. Chen Yu sighed. The sweater did not deserve this betrayal. The retired uncle with the dog nodded solemnly. The blazer is better. Chen Yu looked at him. Who are you? 15th floor. Why are you involved? The dog barked. Once, Auntie Liu said, even Xiao Bao agrees. This building is impossible. Su Wanqing almost smiled. Not enough for the lobby to see. Enough for Chen Yu. He glanced at her and lowered his voice. Performance assessment? Possible. Again, high praise. Don't get used to it. Outside, the black executive car waited beneath the awning. Rain poured beyond the entrance. Silver against the night. The driver opened the rear door. Before they stepped out, Auntie Liu called softly. Miss Su? Su Wanqing turned. The older woman's expression had changed. Still bright, still nosy, but warmer now. Don't let them bully you. The lobby quiet. Even Uncle Wang stopped moving. Su Wanqing looked at her. For once the answer did not come immediately. Then she nodded. I won't. Auntie Liu smiled. Good Xiao Chen, is there any way? Shen Yu said. Auntie Liu? I am only stating facts. Uncle Wang lifted his newspaper again. Go before she gives instructions. Wise, Chen Yu said. They stepped into the rain. The driver held an umbrella, but wind still carried droplets beneath it. Su Wanqing's coat stirred slightly. Chen Yu shifted closer on instinct, blocking some of the rain without touching her. It was a small movement. Almost nothing. Su Wanqing noticed. Of course she did. She did not move away. That was also almost nothing. Yet it stayed. Inside the car, the world narrowed to soft leather seats, rain-blurred windows, and the low hum of traffic. The driver pulled away from Harbor View. The apartment building receded behind them, warm lobby lights glowing like a small island in the rain. For several minutes, neither spoke. Su Wanqing looked out the window. Chen Yu looked at the city. Linhai at night was a river of reflected lights. Towers rose through rain. Cars moved slowly across flooded intersections. People huddled beneath umbrellas, their silhouettes bending against the wind. The city looked both beautiful and exhausted. Chen Yu broke the silence first. Any final instructions? Su Wanqing did not turn. Don't accept anything Shen Yichen says at face value. Already planned. Don't mention ghost. His expression did not change. Not even slightly. Why would I mention ghost? Someone may bring up technology. Luminara. Investments. Right. Ghost is a myth in those circles. People like using the name to sound informed. Chen Yu looked out the rain-blurred window. Is he? Su Wanqing turned her head slightly. What? A myth. She thought about it. Maybe. A beat. No one knows who he is. Some people think Ghost is a team. Some think he is a former overseas researcher. Some think the entire identity is a branding strategy. Chen Yu's reflection remained calm in the window. What do you think? Su Wanqing looked at him. I think anyone who can change an industry while remaining unseen is either very cautious, very tired, or both. Chen Yu was quiet for a moment, then smiled faintly. That's a generous answer. It is an analytical answer. Of course. She studied him for half a second, then looked away. The hidden identity stayed safe, for now. The car continued through rain. At 7:30, Yunhai Pavilion appeared through the storm. It was not a restaurant so much as a statement. A private dining estate built beside the river, all dark wood, glass walls, lantern-lit walkways, and landscape gardens shimmering with rain. Warm golden light spilled from its entrance, reflecting across black stone steps. Luxury cars lined the driveway beneath large umbrellas. Chen Yu looked through the window. This place looks like it has opinions about my income. Su Wanqing said, It does. Great. The car stopped beneath the entrance canopy. The driver opened the door. Rain rushed around them. Chen Yu stepped out first, then turned. Su Wanqing exited after him. For 1 second they stood beneath the canopy. Golden light ahead, rain behind, a family battlefield waiting inside. Chen Yu lowered his voice. Ready? Su Wanqing looked at the entrance. Her expression was calm again, too calm. Then she looked at him. No. The honesty landed harder than bravery would have. Chen Yu nodded. Good. Then we go in carefully. She looked at him. That was not what most people would have said. Most would have told her not to worry. Told her everything would be fine. Told her to smile. He did none of that. He simply accepted that she was not ready and stayed beside her anyway. Su Wanqing drew one slow breath, then nodded. They walked inside. The entrance hall smelled of sandalwood, rain, and expensive tea. A hostess bowed and led them through a corridor lined with warm lanterns. Rain slid down the glass walls beside them, turning the garden outside into a dark watercolor of bamboo, stone paths, and water. At the end of the corridor, voices waited. Polite laughter, soft conversation, the kind of sound that carried manners before meaning. Su Wanqing's fingers tightened slightly at her side. Chen Yu saw it. He did not take her hand. Not without permission. Instead, he slowed his steps half a beat. Enough that she could match his pace. Enough that they entered together. The private dining room opened before them. Several people turned. The room was elegant, warm, and sharp beneath its beauty. A long round table sat beneath a hanging lantern installation. Porcelain dishes gleamed. Tea steamed in small cups. Rain traced the glass wall behind them. Overlooking the river, at the far side sat Gulan, Su Wanqing's mother, graceful in beige. Beside her, Su Zhenghe, Su Wanqing's father, looked composed and unreadable, his presence heavier than his silence. 2 uncles. 1 aunt. A cousin whose eyes brightened as though entertainment had arrived. And near the center, standing as if placed there by design, was Shen Yixin. Tall, handsome, perfectly groomed. Dark-tailored suit, polite smile. The kind of man who looked like every family elder's answer to a question nobody had asked their daughter. His gaze moved from Su Wanqing to Chen Yu. Slowly, politely, measuring. Su Wanqing stopped for one fraction of a second. Chen Yu stepped beside her. Not forward, beside. The distinction mattered. Gulan's smile formed first. Wanqing. Mother. Gulan's gaze shifted. And this is... The room quieted. Not completely, but enough. All the polite conversation thinned into a tension. Su Wanqing opened her mouth. For the first time that evening, the words did not come immediately. Chen Yu felt it. The hesitation, the weight of the room, the eyes, the years behind the question. He remembered the rule. No emotional promises outside agreed boundaries. No lying about feelings that do not need to be lied about. He also remembered what they had practiced. We are getting to know each other. It happened slowly. But practice had never included the way Su Wanqing looked standing inside her own family's expectations. Cold. Elegant. Alone. He could introduce himself. That would be polite. He could wait. That would be safe. Instead, he turned slightly toward Gulan and spoke calmly. "Good evening, Auntie Gu." His voice was steady, respectful, warm enough without being submissive. "My name is Chen Yu." Then he looked briefly at Su Wanqing. "Not for permission." "Not exactly. For alignment." She looked back. 1 heartbeat. 2. Then he continued. "I'm the person Wanqing is getting to know." The room changed. Not loudly. Not dramatically. But every gaze sharpened. Gulan's smile remained in place. Su Zhenghei's eyes narrowed slightly. The cousin nearly dropped a peanut. Shen Yixin's polite expression did not move, but the warmth behind it cooled. Su Wanqing stood beside Chen Yu. Wanqing. He had said it naturally, not too intimate, not too distant, not as performance. The name settled into the room like a quiet challenge. Gulan looked at him for a long moment, then smiled. "Chen Yu." "Yes. What do you do?" Su Wanqing's fingers tightened. There it was, the first blade. Chen Yu smiled faintly. "Office work. Documents, systems, meetings that could have been messages." The cousin made a sound suspiciously close to a laugh. Su Zhenghei did not smile. Gulan's gaze remained gentle. How modest. Mostly accurate. Shen Yixin stepped forward with smooth timing. Miss Su did not mention she was bringing a guest. His voice was warm, polished, friendly enough to be difficult to dislike. Su Wanqing looked at him. "Now you know." The cousin's eyes brightened again. Chen Yu suddenly understood that the cousin was probably the safest person in the room and also the most entertained. Shen Yixin smiled. "Of course. I only worry that the elders were not prepared." Chen Yu looked at the empty chair beside Su Wanqing's place. Then, at the clearly arranged seating, there were 2 chairs. They had been prepared. Everyone knew it. No one said it. Chen Yu smiled. "Then, I'm glad Yunhai Pavilion owns extra chairs." The room fell silent for half a second. The cousin coughed. Gulan's smile deepened slightly. Su Wanqing turned her face away by a fraction. Chen Yu did not look at her. If he did, he might see the almost smile. And if he saw it, he might react. And if he reacted, the entire Su family would see more than they should. Su Zhenghei finally spoke. "Sit." The meal began. It was elegant. Terrifyingly elegant. Dishes arrived one after another with silent precision. Tea was poured. Conversation flowed around business, weather, acquaintances, investments, and polite family matters that were not polite at all. Chen Yu learned quickly. Su Zheng spoke rarely, but every word tested direction. Gulan softened pressure with concern. The second uncle asked about work as if measuring market value. The aunt asked about Chen Yu's family with a smile that made the question feel wrapped in silk. The cousin watched everything like premium drama. Shen Yichen spoke lightly, never attacking directly. That made him more dangerous. Through it all, Su Wanqing remained composed. Too composed. Chen Yu could feel the tension beside him, even when she did not show it. At one point, Gulan smiled and asked, "How long have you known each other?" Su Wanqing answered first. "We live next door. Neighbors," the aunt said with pleasant surprise. Chen Yu nodded. Room 1607. The cousin immediately looked interested. "Wait, opposite doors?" "Yes," Chen Yu said. The cousin's expression became delighted. "That's dramatic." Su Zhenghe looked at her. She immediately drank tea. Gulan continued. "And from neighbors you became close?" Su Wanqing's chopsticks paused. Chen Yu answered calmly. "We got to know each other slowly." Gulan looked at him. "Slowly, yes." He glanced at Su Wanqing, then back to Gulan. "Some people are not easy to know quickly." The room quieted. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze. Gulan studied him. "And you have patience for that?" Chen Yu smiled lightly. "I'm not very good at forcing doors open. Grandma Su would have laughed. Auntie Liu would have declared victory. Su Wanqing did neither." But her fingers relaxed slightly beside the table. That was enough. Shen Yichen lifted his teacup. "That's a thoughtful answer." Chen Yu looked at him. "Thank you. Though I wonder," Shen Yichen continued gently, "whether patience is enough when standing beside someone like Wanqing." There it was. The first real attack. Polite. Soft. Wrapped in admiration. Su Wanqing's eyes cooled. Chen Yu did not rush. He picked up his cup, then placed it down. "Probably not." Several gazes shifted. Shen Yichen smiled. "At least you're honest. Patience alone isn't enough," Chen Yu said. "Neither is status, or family background, or knowing the right people." The table became very still. He did not raise his voice. That made the words clearer. If someone is standing beside Wanqing only because they think she is valuable, impressive, or suitable, then they are not really standing beside her. Su Wanqing stopped breathing for one small second. Chen Yu continued calmly. "They are standing beside what she represents." Rain struck the glass wall. Soft. Steady. The room felt smaller. Gulan's expression shifted, almost imperceptibly. "Su Zhenghe will attention now." Shen Yichen's smile remained. "Barely." "And you?" Shen Yichen asked. "What are you standing beside?" The question should have been expected. Chen Yu should have prepared an answer. He had. Responsible. Hard-working, worth understanding. Respect her pace. All usable, all safe. But at that moment, Su Wanqing sat beside him with her expression cold, and her hands still, surrounded by people who spoke as though her future were a negotiation table. And Chen Yu suddenly disliked the safe answer. He looked at Shen Yichen, then at Gulan, then, briefly, at Su Wanqing. She looked back at him, not warning, not asking, just there. The agreement in his inner pocket felt impossibly heavy. "No lying about feelings that do not need to be lied about?" He smiled faintly. "Someone who gets tired too." The room went silent. The answer was not impressive, not strategic, not glamorous, but it reached Su Wanqing like a hand touching the edge of a closed door without pushing. Chen Yu continued, voice calm. "Someone who should be allowed to say no without explaining it 3 times. Gulan's expression changed. Gulan's expression changed. Su Zhenghe's gaze darkened. Shen Yikin's smile finally thinned. Su Wanqing stared at Chen Yu. For a moment, the entire room seemed to fade behind him. The rain, the lantern light, the expensive dishes, the family expectations, all of it receded. Because he had not said she was beautiful, or successful, or brilliant, or worthy of admiration. He had said she was tired. He had seen the one thing everyone else politely ignored. The cousin slowly lowered her teacup, eyes wide. The second uncle cleared his throat. Gulan's voice remained gentle. "Mr. Chen, that is quite direct." Chen Yu nodded. "I know. I'm sorry if it was rude. Are you always this direct?" "No." He looked at Su Wanqing. "Only when necessary," the words settled. Necessary. Su Wanqing's eyes lowered. Her fingers, hidden beside the table, curled slightly against the fabric of her dress. Then, something unexpected happened. Under the table, not touching him directly, she moved her hand closer. Not enough to hold. Not enough for anyone else to see. Just closer. A quiet signal. Chen Yu felt the movement. He did not take her hand. Not yet. He placed his own hand on the table edge instead, visible, steady, available. Her gaze flickered toward it. For the first time that evening, the line between performance and truth became dangerously thin. Su Zhenghe spoke. Wanqing. She looked at her father. "Yes, is this what you want?" A direct question. Finally, the room waited. Su Wanqing's old answer rose automatically. "I can handle it. I know what I am doing. This is my decision. All correct. All armored." Then she looked at Chen Yu's hand resting near the table edge. Not reaching. Not reaching. Not claiming. Only there. She looked back at her father. "I want to choose for myself." Her voice was calm, clear, not loud, but it cut through the room more sharply than anger would have. Gulan's fingers tightened around her teacup. Su Zhenghe stared at his daughter. Shen Yikin lowered his gaze for the first time. The cousin looked as though she might applaud and wisely chose not to. Su Wanqing continued. "If I choose wrong, that is also mine." No one spoke. For years, the Su family had praised her competence when it benefited them, then doubted her choices when those choices became personal. Tonight, she did not argue. She simply drew the line. Chen Yu sat beside her and said nothing. Because this was not his line to draw. It was hers. For the first time all evening, Gulan looked less certain. The meal did not collapse after that. Families like the Su family did not collapse publicly. They recovered, changed topics, smiled, moved to business. Pretended emotional earthquakes were minor table vibrations, but the balance had shifted. Everyone felt it. Shen Yikin became more reserved. The second uncle stopped asking about Chen Yu's career. The aunt spoke about weather. The cousin quietly sent a message under the table with the expression of someone reporting breaking news to herself. By the time dessert arrived, Su Wanqing had eaten more than Chen Yu expected. He noticed. She noticed him noticing. Neither mentioned it. After dinner, Gulan stood near the private room entrance. "Mr. Chen." Chen Yu turned. "Yes, Auntie Gu?" Her smile remained graceful. "You are different from what I expected. I get that sometimes. Wanqing is not an easy person." Su Wanqing's expression cooled. Wanqing's expression cooled. Chen Yu answered before the sentence could become sharper. "No one worth knowing is easy." Gulan looked at him. For a second, her polished softness faltered. Then she smiled again. "Take care on the way back." "Thank you." As they walked toward the entrance corridor, Shen Yikin stepped beside them. Miss Su Wanqing stopped. Chen Yu stopped half a step beside her. Shen Yikin smiled. "It seems I misunderstood the situation." Su Wanqing's voice was calm. "Yes, then I apologize." Accepted, he looked at Chen Yu. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Shen, take care of her." The words sounded polite, almost generous. But something beneath them irritated Chen Yu. Perhaps because it sounded like Su Wanqing was something to be transferred between men. Perhaps because Shen Yuqin still framed care as ownership. Chen Yu smiled faintly. She takes care of herself. Shen Yikin paused. Chen Yu continued. I just try not to make it harder. The rain outside softened. Shen Yikin's gaze sharpened for the first time. Then he smiled. Interesting. Chen Yu did not answer. Su Wanqing walked forward. He followed beside her. The corridor outside the dining room was lined with glass. Rain traced silver lines down the panels. Beyond them, the garden lanterns glowed softly among bamboo and stone. Only when they were alone did Su Wanqing stop. Chen Yu stopped too. For a moment, neither spoke. The sounds of the dining room faded behind them. Su Wanqing looked at the rain. You said too much. I know. You were supposed to keep it simple. I know. You may have offended them. Probably. She turned to him. Her expression was unreadable. But her eyes were not cold. Why? He thought about joking. Could have said Shen Yikin annoyed him. Could have blamed the tea. Could have called it performance, but the agreement rested in his pocket. No lying about feelings that do not need to be lied about. So he said because they were talking about you like a position to be filled. Su Wanqing's breath slowed. Chen Yu looked at the rain, not at her. And you looked tired. The words were softer this time. Less public, more dangerous. She stood very still. Then said, that was not part of the performance. No. Then what was it? He looked back at her. The corridor lanterns reflected in her dark eyes. Rain whispered against the glass beside them. For one moment, everything felt too close. Not physically. Something else. A line neither had written. A rule neither had named. Chen Yu answered quietly, the part that did not need to be fake. Su Wanqing's fingers tightened at her side. A distant voice called from the entrance. Their driver had arrived. The moment broke. Not completely, but enough. They returned to the car in silence. During the ride back, neither spoke much. The rain outside softened into mist. Linhai City slid past in dark blues and golds. Su Wanqing looked out the window. Chen Yu looked at his hands. Both were thinking about the same sentence, the part that did not need to be fake. When the car reached Harbor View, the rain had nearly stopped. The lobby lights glowed warmly through the glass doors. Auntie Lu was not there. Miracle. Uncle Wang sat behind the security desk. He looked up when they entered. One glance at their expressions was enough. He folded his newspaper. Long dinner? Chen Yu said, very. Uncle Wang looked at Su Wanqing. Good? Su Wanqing paused, then nodded. Good enough. Uncle Wang grunted softly. Good enough is underrated. They entered the elevator. The old machine groaned upward. For once, neither joked. On the 16th floor, the hallway welcomed them with warm yellow light. Room 1607. Room 1608. 2 doors, 1 contract. Far more truth than either had planned. They stopped between their apartments. Chen Yu looked at her. You did well tonight. Su Wanqing's eyes moved to him. Operational feedback, no. The quiet that followed was unbearable. Then he added just truth. She lowered her gaze. For once she did not argue. Thank you. He smiled faintly. 8th time. Her eyes lifted. Chen Yu, sorry. You are not sorry, not really. The corner of her lips moved. Small. Tired. Real. Then she said, you did well too. He blinked. Was that operational feedback? No. A pause. Just truth. The hallway seemed to grow warmer. Neither moved. Then Su Wanqing's phone vibrated. Both looked down. Grandma Su. Su Wanqing answered. Grandma, how was dinner? Su Wanqing looked at Chen Yu. He looked back. For once she did not know what to say. Grandma Su's voice softened. Wanqing? Su Wanqing held the phone quietly. Then said, he did not embarrass me. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. That sounded very Suwanking. Then, after a pause, she added, he stood beside me. The words were simple, but they changed the hallway. Grandma Su went quiet. Chen Yu did too. Su Wanqing seemed to realize what she had said only after saying it. Her fingers tightened around the phone. Grandma Su's voice came gently. Good. The call ended. Silence returned. Chen Yu looked at her. Su Wanqing looked away first. Good night, Wanqing. She stopped with her hand on her door. He did not know why he called her. Only that he had. She turned. Chen Yu looked at her beneath the hallway light. The black dress, the pale coat, the tired eyes, the guarded expression. The woman everyone called difficult. The woman who had finally said, I want to choose for myself. He smiled softly. Rest tonight. No joke, no deflection, no performance. Just the same words he had said before, now carrying more weight. Su Wanqing looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. You too. She entered room 16-8. The door closed. Chen Yu remained in the hallway. Inside his pocket, the folded agreement felt different now, less like a contract. More like proof that something fragile had begun under the name of a lie. He entered room 16-7. Across the hallway, Su Wanqing stood behind her closed door, one hand resting lightly against the wood. The apartment was quiet. Her phone rested in her hand. The dinner was over. The Su family had seen him. Shen Yichen had seen him. Shen Yichen had seen him. Her mother had heard her say she wanted to choose for herself. And Chen Yu had stood beside her. Not perfectly, not safely, not according to plan, but sincerely. For the first time in years, Su Wanqing did not feel victorious after surviving her family. She felt tired. Seen? And less alone. Her phone vibrated again. A message from Grandma Su. Grandma Su. I told you. He is better than the photo. Su Wanqing stared at the message. Then, very slowly, she looked toward the wall separating room 1608 from room 1607. Rainwater slid down the window behind her. The city beyond Harbor View glittered softly after the storm. In room 16-7, Chen Yu took off the blazer and hung it carefully over the chair. His phone vibrated. Li Meilan, he opened the message. Li Meilan, did you eat? He looked at it, then laughed quietly. After a moment he replied, Chen Yu, yes. Li Meilan, alone. Chen Yu paused. Across the hallway, beyond one wall, Su Wanqing existed in the quiet. He typed, Chen Yu, no. For several seconds there was no reply. Then Li Meilan sent one line. Li Meilan, good. Chen Yu sat down on the edge of the sofa. The room was warm. The city outside was wet. The agreement lay folded on the table. And somewhere in the space between room 16-7 and room 1608, the fake relationship had crossed its first line. Not through a kiss, not through a confession, not through holding hands, through one sentence spoken in a room full of people who wanted performance. He stood beside me. That night, neither Chen Yu nor Su Wanqing slept early, and neither of them blamed the rain. The agreement looked much more dangerous the second time Chen Yu read it. The first time, it had simply been a strange document created by an extraordinary chain of misunderstandings, an elderly grandmother with unstoppable determination, and one impossible afternoon. The second time, it looked like responsibility. He sat at the small dining table in 1607, while late afternoon sunlight filtered through the balcony curtains. The apartment was quiet except for the occasional sound of traffic drifting upward from the streets below. Across the table lay several neatly printed pages. Relationship Cooperation Agreement. The title still sounded as if two companies had decided to merge. Chen Yu rubbed the bridge of his nose. I should have asked for a shorter name. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. 3 measured knocks, not hurried, not hesitant. He already knew who it was. He stood and opened the door. Su Wanqing stood outside wearing a light cream sweater instead of the business attire she usually wore. Without the sharp lines of a tailored suit, she appeared younger, though no less composed. She held a notebook. Of course she held a notebook. May I come in? Chen Yu stepped aside. Please. She entered quietly, automatically slipping off her shoes near the entrance. Her eyes swept across the apartment with calm familiarity. The living room remained tidy enough. He had spent 10 nervous minutes making sure of that. She noticed the agreement already waiting on the table. You've prepared. I didn't want the contract to think I wasn't taking it seriously. She looked at him. The contract cannot think. I know. It is paper, I know. He nodded toward the table. But it judges people. A tiny pause. Then the corner of Su Wanqing's lips moved almost imperceptibly. I'll allow that statement. Progress. Tiny progress. They sat opposite each other. For a few moments neither spoke. The agreement rested between them like a third participant. Finally Su Wanqing opened the notebook. I've reviewed the agreement again. I was afraid you would. There are several practical issues. I was also afraid of that. She ignored the comment. The agreement defines public cooperation. She tapped one paragraph lightly. It does not define how we achieve believable cooperation. Chen Yu leaned forward. So the contract has homework. It is missing operational details. You really found a way to make homework sound more expensive. She continued as though he had not spoken. If someone asks when we began seeing each other, we need the same answer. Correct. If someone asks how we met, the same answer. If someone asks why we like each other. Her pen paused. The room became slightly quieter. The same answer. Chen Yu looked thoughtfully at the ceiling. I think we've accidentally become actors. No. She closed the notebook. Actors memorize performances? She looked directly at him. We need directly at him. We need it. Consistency. He considered that. She was right. People could forgive forgotten details. They rarely forgave contradictions. He picked up the agreement again. The family dinner is still weeks away. It is. So why prepare now? Because convincing stories become convincing through repetition. She folded her hands together. If we only begin practicing the day before, we will sound rehearsed. And that's bad? It is. She answered without hesitation. People notice rehearsed answers. He laughed quietly. So the goal is to rehearse until we stop sounding rehearsed. Yes. She blinked once. When you phrase it that way, it sounds strange. It is strange. He lifted the agreement. We're discussing how to naturally fake a relationship. Neither spoke. Then, unexpectedly, both laughed. Not loudly. Not for long. Just enough to release the awkwardness that had been sitting between them since she arrived. When the silence returned, it felt less uncomfortable. Su Wanqing reached for the agreement. Let's begin properly. Chen Yu nodded. All right. She opened to the first page. Boundary 1. He immediately recognized the paragraph. Neither party shall deliberately mislead the other regarding personal comfort. She looked up. This remains unchanged. Agreed. If either of us feels uncomfortable during any public situation, we leave. No discussion required. No persuasion. No obligation. He smiled. I still like that rule. So do I. She spoke quietly enough that he almost missed it. Then she continued. Boundary 2. No physical affection unless both parties agree? Correct. What counts as physical affection? She actually considered the question. A hug. Understandable. Holding hands. Makes sense. She hesitated. Leaning against each other. Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully. What about walking side by side? No. Opening doors? No. Passing someone a drink? No. He looked relieved. Good. She tilted her head slightly. You seem worried. How it was? Wondering whether basic manners had become contractual obligations. They have not. Excellent. He made an exaggerated note in the margin with an imaginary pen. Continue opening doors. She watched him for another second before returning to the countdown. A dollar war was. On Rock City. Document. The agreement also assumes we understand when acting is required. We don't. No? So we should probably figure that out. She opened the notebook again. I made a list. You made a list. Yes, I should have guessed. She turned the notebook around. Several neat bullet points filled the page. Family gatherings. Unexpected encounters. Neighbors. Friends. Coworkers. Social events. Restaurants. Shopping districts. Chen Yu stared. This is comprehensive. I prefer preparation. I've noticed. He looked farther down the page. There are 17 situations. 19. You added more? I remembered elevators. He blinked. Elevators? If we enter. Together. We say hello. Yes. If someone asks where we're going, we answer naturally. If nobody asks anything, we simply ride the elevator. Good, he nodded. I was worried there might be an elevator protocol. There isn't. Another pause. Yet, he stared. That sounded threatening. It wasn't. I'm unconvinced. The conversation drifted naturally from one situation to another. What happened if Auntie Lou asked how long they had known each other? What if Grandma Sue exaggerated something? What if an old classmate unexpectedly appeared? What if someone from Luminara recognized Su Wanqing, while Chen Yu happened to be nearby? Every answer became slightly simpler than the last. Not because they cared less, because both gradually realized complicated lies only created more opportunities to fail. Eventually, Chen Yu leaned back. I think we found the biggest weakness. Su Wanqing looked up. What is it? The agreement explains rules. He tapped the pages. It doesn't explain us. Her expression became thoughtful. What do you mean? If someone asks. He spread his hands. Why we're together? She became very still. There isn't an answer. There are several. They all sound artificial. Exactly. She lowered her eyes to the agreement. Every explanation they had considered felt manufactured. Compatible personalities. Shared values. Mutual admiration. All technically possible. None felt believable. Chen Yu suddenly smiled. I think we're overcomplicating this. She looked up again. Explain. If someone asks why we know each other, we answer truthfully. We live next door. Correct. If they ask how we became familiar, we answer truthfully. We gradually started talking. She remained silent. If they ask why we continued talking, he shrugged. Because it happened. That is vague. So is real life. He leaned forward. Most people don't wake up one morning and announce they're beginning a meaningful relationship. She listened carefully. It usually happens one ordinary conversation at a time. The apartment fell quiet again. She realized that was exactly what had happened. The mist, blind date, the neighboring apartments, the hallway, the elevator, the bowl of noodles, the rain. None of those moments had seemed important individually. Yet together they had somehow created enough familiarity for her to be sitting across from him discussing how to pretend to date him. Life was strange. She closed the notebook. I think you're right. Chen Yu blinked. That was unexpectedly fast. The simpler version is stronger. It usually is. She nodded. We don't need to invent a dramatic beginning. No. We only need one that can survive. Ordinary conversation. He smiled. And fortunately, he gestured toward the apartment door. Our beginning is extremely ordinary. She followed his gaze. Room 1607. Room 1608. 2 apartments. 2 neighbors. Nothing extraordinary at all. Except, somehow, everything had begun there. For the first time since signing the agreement, neither of them felt as though they were constructing a performance. Instead, they were simply organizing the truth. The warm lantern light spilled across polished wood as the hostess stopped before the carved double doors. She smiled with the practiced grace expected of Yunhai Pavilion. This is your private room. Chen Yu thanked her. Su Wanqing gave a quiet nod. The hostess gently pushed the doors open. Conversation drifted out immediately. Soft laughter. The clink of porcelain. The faint aroma of premium tea. Every sound belonged to people completely at ease. Then the room noticed them. One conversation stopped. Another faded halfway through a sentence. Several pairs of eyes lifted together. Chen Yu felt the attention before he fully stepped inside. It was not hostile, not yet. It was the careful silence reserved for moments that might become important. The private dining room overlooked the river, through floor-to-ceiling glass. Rain streaked the windows in shimmering lines, while warm lanterns reflected across dark polished wood. A large circular dining table occupied the center of the room, already arranged with delicate porcelain, crystal glasses, and dishes prepared with almost artistic precision. Luxury, order, expectation. Everything about the room announced that mistakes would be remembered. Su Wanqing paused for the smallest fraction of a second. Only someone already watching her would notice. Chen Yu noticed. Without speaking, he matched her pace instead of moving ahead. They crossed the doorway together. At the far side of the table, Gu Lan rose gracefully. Her smile appeared first. Elegant, warm, measured. Wanqing, mother. Their greetings sounded perfectly ordinary. Too ordinary. Chen Yu immediately recognized the careful distance hidden beneath the politeness. Gu Lan's eyes shifted toward him. So, she smiled pleasantly. And this young man is? Every remaining conversation disappeared. Even the cousin who had been secretly reaching for another pastry stopped moving. Su Wanqing opened her mouth. Nothing came. It was only a heartbeat. Barely enough time to notice. But Chen Yu felt the hesitation. Not because she did not know what to say, because this was the moment everything changed. Once introduced here, the relationship would no longer belong only to two neighboring apartments and a signed agreement. It would become a fact remembered by an entire family. He remembered the handwritten rules folded inside his blazer. No emotional promises outside agreed boundaries. No lying about feelings that do not need to be lied about. They were getting to know each other. That was true. It happened slowly. That was true too. He smiled politely. "Good evening, Auntie Gu." His voice remained steady, neither overly confident nor overly humble. "My name is Chen Yu." He looked briefly towards Su Wanqing, not asking permission, simply confirming they were still walking together. Their eyes met, for only an instant. She gave the smallest nod. Chen Yu turned back toward Gulan. "I'm the person Wanqing has been getting to know. Silence, not uncomfortable. Just heavier." The cousin's eyebrows nearly disappeared into her hairline. One uncle quietly placed his teacup down. The second uncle exchanged a glance with his wife. Across the table, Shin Yuchen finally looked directly at Chen Yu. Until now he had worn the relaxed smile of a successful man attending another predictable family gathering. That smile remained, but his eyes became sharper, measuring, calculating, evaluating. Su Wanqing remained beside Chen Yu. She did not interrupt. She did not elaborate. After one calm breath, she simply said, "Yes," nothing more. No dramatic announcement, no exaggerated affection, no theatrical declaration. Just one word. It carried more weight than an entire speech. Gulan continued smiling. "I see." Her tone never changed. "Please sit." Chen Yu noticed something before moving. Two chairs, placed together. Exactly where they should have been. Interesting. Someone had expected this possibility. Or perhaps, someone had hoped for it. Shen Yichin followed his gaze. The restaurant prepared rather well tonight. His smile remained friendly. Fortunately, Yunhai Pavilion always keeps spare seating. Chen Yu looked back toward the empty chair. "Then ungrateful they do." The cousin lowered her head quickly, not successfully hiding her smile. Gulan's expression became just a little more amused. Su Wanqing quietly pulled out the chair beside her, without discussion, without performance. It felt natural. Chen Yu thanked her softly before taking his seat. Only after everyone settled did the dinner begin again. Tea was poured first. Conversation followed naturally. At least, it sounded natural. Chen Yu quickly realized every topic carried invisible edges. Business, investments, politics, economic conditions, mutual acquaintances. Every question seemed casual. Every answer quietly collected information. Su Zhengye rarely spoke. When he did, everyone listened. His silence alone carried authority. Gulan guided conversations with elegant precision. One uncle preferred financial discussions. The other enjoyed social observations disguised as jokes. The aunt smiled almost constantly, which somehow made Chen Yu trust her even less. The cousin, meanwhile, had completely abandoned pretending she was uninterested. She watched everything with bright, undisguised curiosity. Shen Yikin entered conversations effortlessly. He never interrupted, never argued, never showed impatience. He simply appeared wherever attention naturally gathered. Dangerous. Very dangerous. After several minutes, Gulan placed her teacup down. "Chen Yu." "Yes, Auntie?" "What kind of work do you do?" There it was. The first examination. Chen Yu smiled. "I work in an office." "What sort of office?" "The kind with too many meetings." The cousin laughed before covering her mouth. He continued. "Mostly documents, internal systems, reports. Meetings that probably could have been messages." Even Su Zhenghe's expression shifted slightly. Not amusement. Recognition. Gulan smiled. "That sounds modest." "It is." Chen Yu picked up his teacup. "Office work is rarely exciting. It keeps the lights on." The answer revealed enough. Not too much. Exactly as planned. Another relative asked gently, "And how did you meet Wanqing?" This question had been rehearsed dozens of times. Chen Yu answered almost immediately. "We live opposite each other." "Oh?" "Harbor View Apartments." The cousin leaned forward. "Opposite doors, room 1607. Su Wanqing calmly added. "I'm in 1608. The cousin's eyes sparkled. "That sounds like something from a television drama." Su Zhengye glanced toward her. She immediately returned to drinking tea. Gulan continued gently. "So becoming neighbors led to friendship?" Chen Yu nodded. "It happened slowly." Slowly. Neither of us noticed anything special at first. He glanced briefly towards Su Wangqing. We simply kept meeting. The hallway. Feh. Elevator. Ordinary conversations. Sometimes helping each other. Eventually. He shrugged. We became familiar. No grand declaration. No romantic fantasy. Just ordinary life. For some reason, the simplicity made the explanation more convincing. Even Chen Yu almost believed he was simply describing reality instead of protecting an agreement. Beside him, Su Wangqing quietly continued eating. She offered no corrections. No additions. Only agreement. Exactly as they had planned. Yet, it somehow felt less like following a script, and more like remembering something together. Across the table, Shen Yiken finally smiled. A very practical beginning. It was? I imagine patience was required. Chen Yu nodded. I think most worthwhile things require patience. Shen Yiken's smile remained pleasant, but patience alone isn't enough when standing beside someone like Wangqing. The room became quieter again. Another question. Hidden inside a compliment. Everyone waited. Chen Yu placed his chopsticks neatly across the porcelain rest. I agree. Several relatives looked surprised. Shen Yiken smiled wider. Then we understand each other. Not entirely. Chen Yu's tone remained calm. Patience alone isn't enough. Neither is family background, or status, or reputation, or connections. He looked toward Shen Yiken. If toward Shen Yiken, someone only stands beside Wangqing because of those things. He paused. Then they aren't really standing beside her. The rain outside tapped softly against the glass. No one spoke. Chen Yu continued quietly. They're standing beside what she represents. Silence deepened. Even the cousin forgot to blink. Across the table, Su Wangqing slowly lowered her gaze. Her fingers, resting beneath the edge of the table, tightened almost imperceptibly. Shen Yiken remained smiling. Only less than before. And what about you? His voice remained perfectly polite. What are you standing beside? Chen Yu could have answered safely. Respect. Admiration. Responsibility. Every prepared answer remained available. Instead, he remembered hearing Su Wangqing's voice beneath the entrance canopy. No, not ready. Not pretending. Simply honest. He smiled faintly. Someone who gets tired. The answer surprised everyone, including Su Wangqing. He continued. Someone who shouldn't have to explain why she's exhausted. Someone who should be allowed to say no without feeling guilty. The room seemed smaller. No one interrupted, because there was nothing obvious to challenge. He hadn't praised her achievements, or her beauty, or her company. He had simply acknowledged something everyone else politely ignored, that she was human. Beside him, Su Wangqing remained perfectly still. Only she knew how difficult those few words had become to hear. Only she knew how difficult those few words had become to hear. Not because they were complicated, because they were simple, because he had seen through everything she had spent years making difficult to notice. The perfect posture, the controlled expression, the endless patience demanded by people who called pressure concern. Someone who gets tired. Su Wangqing looked down at the tea in front of her. The surface remained still. Her reflection did not. Across the table, Gulan studied Chen Yu with a new expression. The warmth remained. The judgment did too, but certainty had weakened. Only slightly. Enough to matter. Su Zhenghe finally spoke. You seem to understand my daughter very well. His voice was calm, heavy. The kind of voice that did not need volume to control a room. Chen Yu turned toward him. I'm still learning. A careful answer, an honest one. Su Zheng held his gaze. How long did it take you to reach such an understanding? Chen Yu considered the question. He could feel Su walking beside him. Still quiet, still listening. Long enough to know I shouldn't assume I understand everything. The second uncle leaned back slightly. The aunt's smile became more thoughtful. Shen Yiken lifted his teacup. Humility is useful, he said, especially when entering an unfamiliar environment. The words sounded polite. The warning beneath them did not. Chen Yu nodded. I agree. Shen Yiken, wait. Perhaps, expecting resistance, or irritation. Neither came. Chen Yu reached for the serving spoon and placed a small portion of vegetables into the empty space on Su Wangqing's plate. The movement was automatic. He did not realize what he had done until the spoon had already returned to the dish. The entire table noticed. Of course they did. Su Wangqing looked at the vegetables, then at him, Chen Yu froze for half a breath. Too late. He remembered her skipping breakfast. The unfinished toast. The egg she had only added after being reminded. The lunch she had probably forgotten. He lowered his voice. You've barely eaten. It was not part of the plan. There had been no section for monitoring vegetables. No operational protocol for dinner portions. Su Wenqiang stared at him for one long second, then picked up the vegetables and ate them. The cousin nearly smiled into her bowl. Gulan's gaze moved between them. This time, her observation felt less like suspicion, more like recalculation. Shen Yiqian placed his cup down. Wanqing has always been disciplined about her meals. Su Wanqing answered before Chen Yu could. No, I haven't. The room went quiet again. Shen Yiqian looked toward her. She continued eating, as though she had said nothing unusual. Gulan's expression shifted. Your schedule has been demanding. My schedule has always been demanding. You should have told us. Su Wanqing looked up. I have. No anger. No anger! No accusation! Only fact. That made it harder to dismiss. Gulan's fingers paused around her teacup. Su Zhenghai's expression remained unreadable. For the first time that evening, the family pressure seemed to turn inward. Not toward Chen Yu. Toward the habits everyone had accepted without question. Grandma Su's voice arrived from behind them. She has told all of you many times. Several people turned. The private room door had opened without anyone noticing. Grandma Su stood at the entrance with a restaurant attendant beside her, one hand resting lightly on a polished walking cane she did not truly need but enjoyed using whenever she wished to make an arrival. Her eyes swept across the table, then settled on Chen Yu and Su Wanqing sitting together. Her smile brightened immediately. Good! Su Wanqing closed her eyes briefly. Grandma! What? Grandma Su entered. I only said good. You said it too happily. I am an old woman. Happiness should be encouraged. The cousin stood to help her. Grandma Su waved her away and moved directly toward the empty place that had been prepared near Su Zhenghai. Before sitting, she looked at Chen Yu. Did they frighten you? Chen Yu glanced around the table. Not successfully. The cousin made a choking sound. Grandma Su laughed. A real laugh. Warm and delighted. The tension in the room cracked. Not completely, but enough for everyone to breathe. Gulan sighed. Mother, we were only getting acquainted. Yes. I heard. Grandma Su settled into her chair. You were all getting acquainted so intensely that the hallway could feel it. Su Zhenghai frowned. You were listening outside? I was arriving. You were standing there for several minutes. I walk up. Slowly. You told the attendant not to open the door. Grandma Su turned toward the young attendant. Did I? The attendant immediately studied the floor. Grandma Su nodded. See? No evidence. Chen Yu looked down at his teacup to hide his expression. Beside him, Su Wanqing's lips moved. Barely. He noticed. Of course he did. Grandma Su noticed him noticing. Her smile became even more dangerous. So, she said, how is the dinner? Fine, Su Wanqing replied. I asked Chen Yu. Su Wanqing looked at her grandmother. Grandma Su looked back with complete innocence. Chen Yu answered carefully. The food is excellent, and the company? Several people stopped moving. Chen Yu looked around the table. Then at Su Wanqing. Educational. Grandma Su laughed again. Even Su Zhenghai's mouth tightened as though preventing an unwanted reaction. Shen Yiqian remained composed, but he no longer controlled the direction of the conversation. That had changed. Grandma Su accepted a bowl from the attendant. I heard someone asking whether patience was enough. Shen Yiqian's gaze shifted toward her. It was a general discussion. No discussion involving Wanqing at this table has ever been general. Her tone remained pleasant. That made the statement sharper. Shen Yiqian smiled. You are right, Grandma Su. I usually am. She tasted the soup, then looked at Chen Yu. And what did you say? Chen Yu hesitated. Su Wanqing answered for him. He said patience was not enough. Grandma Su raised an eyebrow. That sounds reasonable. Hey, also said status and family background were not enough. One uncle shifted in his seat. Grandma Su nodded. Also reasonable. And that people should stand beside me rather than what I represent. The room became still. Grandma Su slowly placed down her spoon. She looked at Chen Yu for several seconds, not teasing now, not plotting, simply looking. Then she nodded once. Very good. Chen Yu felt every eye return to him. He cleared his throat. I'm beginning to think that phrase has consequences. It does, Grandma Su said. What kind? You will discover them. That sounds threatening. It is encouragement. That is what threatening people call it, Grandma Su. laughed so suddenly that the cousin joined her. This time, even Gulan smiled, small, reluctant, but real. The dinner resumed. The atmosphere did not become comfortable. That would have been too easy. But it became less hostile. Questions still came. Chen Yu's family, his education, his daily work, his plans. The aunt asked whether his parents lived in Linhai City. They don't, Chen Yu said. Do they know about wonking? His chopsticks paused. Beside him, Su Wanqing became very still. My mother knows I have a female neighbor. The cousin covered her mouth. Grandma Su looked delighted. And? She finds the situation suspicious. Intelligent woman. She also believes breakfast can solve most life problems. Even more intelligent, Gulan asked. Have you told her that you and Wanqing are together? Chen Yu glanced towards Su Wanqing. The agreement seemed to reappear between them, not physically, but present. He answered honestly, not yet. The aunt's brows lifted. Not yet, the aunt's brows lifted. Shen Yixin looked interested again. Before anyone could turn the answer into doubt, Su Wanqing spoke. We agreed not to involve his family until we were ready. Chen Yu looked at her. That had never been written down. Not exactly. But it matched everything they had decided. No unnecessary lies. No promises beyond the current boundaries. Gulan studied her daughter. You agreed together? Yes. And you are comfortable with that? Yes. No hesitation. The answer closed the subject. Chen Yu felt something quiet settle in his chest. She had not defended the performance. She had defended their decision. The distinction was dangerous. He focused on his tea. Later, the conversation shifted toward Luminara. A second uncle mentioned an industry conference. Someone referred to a new artificial intelligence architecture being discussed among investors. Chen Yu's attention remained neutral. Carefully neutral. The name Ghost appeared once, only once. A relative described the mysterious architect as either a genius or an international team hiding behind clever branding. Su Wanqing calmly offered no opinion. Chen Yu drank his tea. Shen Yuchen watched him. Not because he suspected the truth, because he watched everything. Do you follow technology markets? Shen Yuchen asked. Enough to understand office software updates usually arrive when I'm busiest. The cousin laughed again. The uncle shook his head. I meant investment trends, not closely. Luminara operates in that world. Wanqing does. The use of her name came naturally now, too naturally. Shen Yichen noticed. So did Gulan. Chen Yu continued before the silence could grow. I don't need to pretend expertise in her work to respect it. Su Wanqing looked toward him. Shen Yichen smiled faintly. And if her work becomes difficult for you to understand? I ask. If you cannot help? I don't interfere. The answer landed cleanly. Su Zhenghe's sharpened. Gulan lowered her eyes to her tea. Gulan lowered her eyes to her tea. Grandma Su looked satisfied. Shen Yichen had no immediate reply. For a man accustomed to proving his value through usefulness, the idea of support without control seemed to leave him nowhere comfortable to stand. The conversation moved on. By the time the final dishes arrived, the family had stopped questioning Chen Yu as though he were an applicant. Not entirely, but enough. The cousin began asking ordinary questions about Harbor View. Grandma Su demanded updates about Auntie Liu. Chen Yu informed her that Auntie Liu had approved his blazer. Of course she did. Grandma Su said. She has judgment. She also has no boundaries. Judgment is more important. Uncle Wang's name appeared. Then the old elevator. Then the small dog from the 15th floor that had apparently joined the building's formal wear committee. Su Wanqing corrected one detail. His name is Xiao Bao. Chen Yu turned toward her. You remembered? The owner said it. You were listening. I generally listen when people speak. Grandma Su looked between them. The expression on her face became unbearable. Su Wanqing noticed. Grandma, I said nothing. You are thinking loudly. Can you prove it? Chen Yu quietly drank his tea. This family trait was clearly inherited. The final course arrived. The pressure had eased enough for ordinary gestures to become visible. Su Wanqing shifted the teapot toward Chen Yu before he reached for it. He passed her the dish she had preferred earlier without asking. Neither movement was dramatic. Neither was planned. They simply happened. Gulan watched both. Su Zhenghe watched too. The cousin stopped pretending not to. Shen Yichen's polite expression remained unchanged. Only the fingers around his cup tightened once, then relaxed. He had not been publicly defeated. There had been no argument dramatic enough to name a winner. But the evening had not followed the path he expected. Chen Yu had entered without status, without preparation for the family's social hierarchy, and without trying to impress anyone. Yet somehow, he had become the person everyone was watching. Not because he demanded attention. Because Su Wanqing responded to him. That was more dangerous. When the meal finally ended, chairs shifted back from the table. Attendants entered quietly to clear the last dishes. The relatives began collecting coats and exchanging final comments. The cousin approached Chen Yu first. I like your building. You've never seen it. I like the stories. That is how dangerous rumors begin. She smiled. Do you really live directly opposite each other? Yes. And you met because of a blind date mistake? Chen Yu paused. Su Wanqing appeared beside him. That part is not for tonight? The cousin's eyes widened with delight. There is a part. No, Chen Yu said immediately. Yes, Su Wanqing said at the same time. They looked at each other. The cousin looked between them, then smiled as though someone had handed her a gift. I understand. You understand nothing, Chen Yu said. Of course. She walked away far too happily. Gu Lan approached next. Her coat rested over one arm. She looked at Chen Yu with the same composed elegance she had carried throughout dinner. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having me. I hope the questioning was not unpleasant. Chen Yu considered lying, then decided against it. It was thorough. Gu Lan smiled faintly. That is a diplomatic answer. I work in an office. I erred. Her gaze moved towards Su Wanqing, then back to him. My daughter does not trust easily. Su Wanqing's expression cooled. Mother, Gu Lan did not look away from Chen Yu. I hope you understand that. I do. And I hope you do not mistake trust for permission to disappoint her. The warmth disappeared from the words. Only warning remained. Chen Yu did not become defensive. He nodded once. That seems fair. Gu Lan studied him. Perhaps she had expected a promise, or a declaration. He gave neither. Only acknowledgement. Strangely, that appeared to satisfy her more. She turned towards Su Wanqing. Call me tomorrow. I have work. After work. I may still have work, Gu Lan sighed. Send a message. Su Wanqing gave a small nod. Her mother left with two relatives. Su Zheng'e remained near the table. Shen Yiken stood a short distance away, speaking to one of the uncles. When the conversation ended, he approached. His expression had returned to perfect calm. Mr. Chen Yu is fine. Then you may call me Yishen, Chen Yu smiled. I'll remember. Shen Yichen glanced towards Su Wanqing. You handled tonight well. That sounds like an evaluation. Perhaps it is. And a result? Undecided, Chen Yu nodded. Good. The answer seemed to surprise him. You do not mind? I didn't come for your approval. Silence. Polite. Sharp. Shen Yiken smiled again. No. Bo? I suppose you didn't. His gaze remained steady. I imagine we will meet again. Probably. Linhai is a small city in certain circles. I'm not in those circles. You are now. The words carried no open threat. Only certainty. Chen Yu looked at him calmly. Then I'll try not to block the hallway. For one fraction of a second, Shen Yiken did not know how to respond. Su Wanqing turned her face slightly, almost hiding the movement of her lips. Shen Yiken recovered. Good night, Wanqing. Good night. He waited, perhaps expecting more. Nothing came. He nodded and left. Grandma Su approached after him. She carried her cane in one hand and satisfaction in the other. You survived. Chen Yu looked toward the door Shen Yiken had used. Was survival uncertain? Not for you? That is not reassuring. Grandma Su turned toward Su Wanqing. And you? I'm fine. That was not the question. Su Wanqing looked at her grandmother, then at Chen Yu. The room had almost emptied. Rain continued sliding down the glass behind them. I am better than when I arrived, she said. The honesty surprised Chen Yu. Grandma Su's expression softened. She reached out and touched Su Wanqing's hand. Good, no teasing, no scheme. Only affection. Then she looked at Chen Yu. Take her home. I have a driver. Su Wanqing's protest was immediate. Grandma Su ignored her. I know. She looked at Chen Yu. Still take her home. Chen Yu nodded solemnly. I will remain inside the same vehicle. That is all I ask. You're asking much more than that. Grandma Su smiled. But not tonight, She left before either could respond. The private room became quiet. Only Chen Yu and Su Wanqing remained near the table, while attendants waited discreetly beyond the doors. For the first time all evening, no one was watching them. At least, no family member. Chen Yu exhaled slowly. So Su Wanqing looked at him. So, did we pass? She considered the question with far more seriousness than it deserved. Provisionally, your family uses the same grading system as you. They value accuracy. They value accuracy. Grandmother does not. My grandmother values chaos. That explains a lot. They collected their coats. Shen Yu reached for Su Wanking's pale wool coat before she could. He held it open. She paused. The gesture was ordinary, not contractual, not public performance anymore. The room was empty. She slipped her arms into the sleeves. Chen Yu adjusted the fabric carefully without touching more than necessary. Neither spoke. When she turned, they stood closer than expected. For one moment, the evening seemed to catch up with them. The introduction. The questions. The small movements beneath the table. The words that had sounded too true. Someone who gets tired. Su Wenqing looked up at him. You went beyond the prepared answers. I know. You spoke directly to Shen Yichen. I know. You gave my family several reasons to continue investigating you. I know. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Do you regret it? Chen Yu thought about the question. No, the answer came easily. Too easily. She looked at him for another second, then nodded. Neither do I. They walked toward the doors. Outside the private room, the corridor was quiet. Warm lanterns cast soft pools of light across the polished floor. Beyond the glass walls, the storm had weakened. Rain still fell. But without the earlier force, their footsteps matched naturally. At the entrance, the driver was already waiting beneath the canopy. Chen Yu glanced toward Su Wanking. Ready to leave? This time, she did not say no. She looked at the rain, then at him. Yes, they stepped outside together. The driver opened the rear door. Chen Yu waited for her to enter first, then followed. The car pulled away from Yunhai Pavilion. Golden lights receded behind them. For several minutes, neither spoke. The silence no longer felt tense. It felt tired. Shared. Su Wanqing leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes. Not asleep. Simply allowing herself not to perform. Chen Yu looked out at the rain-dark city. He should have felt relieved. The dinner was over. The story had survived. No contradictions. No broken boundaries. No exposure. Everything had gone according to plan. Mostly. Yet the folded agreement inside his blazer felt different now. He could still feel its shape against his chest. The rules remained the same. The arrangement remained temporary. Nothing had officially changed. Beside him, Su Wanking opened her eyes. Shen Yu, yes, thank you. He turned. She was looking at him directly. No family watching. No Shen Yichen. No grandmother smiling from across the table. Only the quiet interior of the car and rain moving across the windows. For what? She could have answered many things. For attending. For speaking. For noticing. For standing beside her without stepping in front. Instead, she said, for making it easier. Chen Yu looked at her. The sentence was familiar. Not because she had said it before. Because somewhere, in a document she had once edited and immediately erased, the same truth had almost existed. He did not know that. But he understood it anyway. He smiled faintly. You made it easier too. The car continued through the rain. Neither looked away immediately. And somewhere between Yunhai Pavilion and Harborview, the agreement stopped feeling like the only thing holding them together. The elegant rhythm of the dinner returned. At least, it appeared to. Porcelain touched polished wood with quiet precision. Steam curled from fresh dishes placed at the center of the table. Rain whispered against the glass wall overlooking the river, soft enough to become part of the room's silence rather than interrupt it. Only the people around the table knew that nothing about the evening was relaxed. The introductions had ended. Now came the part no rehearsal could completely prepare for. Gulan lifted her teacup with practiced grace. Chen Yu. He looked toward her. Yes. Anigu, I've heard where you work. Her smile remained gentle. But I'm more curious about the person than the position. Several relatives looked up almost together. The second uncle smiled pleasantly. What do you usually do after work? It sounded harmless. It wasn't. Chen Yu placed his chopsticks neatly beside his bowl. I go home. The cousin blinked. That's it? Most days? No expensive hobbies? I own a kettle. The cousin almost laughed before catching herself. A kettle isn't a hobby. It becomes one if hobby. You drink enough tea. Even one of the uncles smiled faintly. The atmosphere loosened by the smallest degree. Gululan watched the exchange quietly. You don't seem interested in luxury. Chen Yu glanced toward the rain outside. I think luxury depends on the person. Oh, my mother thinks breakfast without rushing is luxury. The aunt looked interested. And you? He thought for a moment. A quiet evening. A good book? A neighbor who doesn't slam doors. Across the table, Su Wanqing lowered her eyes to hide the tiny movement at the corner of her lips. Grandma Su noticed immediately. Of course she did. So Harborview has all three, Chen Yu answered honestly. The doors are improving. Grandma Su laughed. So someone has been educating the building. I wouldn't go that far. The second uncle leaned forward. What about ambition? Chen Yu met his gaze calmly. I have it. The uncle waited. Chen Yu simply picked up his teacup. Nothing more. The silence stretched. Finally, the uncle asked, What kind? The kind that lets me sleep. The answer puzzled several people. Chen Yu smiled faintly. I've met people who sacrificed everything for careers they no longer enjoyed. He looked down at the tea. I'd rather build something I can still live inside. No one spoke immediately. It was not the sort of answer expected during a family evaluation. It also wasn't something easily criticized. Across the table, Shen Yixin set down his glass. A practical philosophy. I hope so. But practical people usually seek practical advantages. Chen Yu looked at him. They do. You don't seem particularly interested in them. I am. Shen Yixin smiled. Then, perhaps we're more similar than I expected. Chen Yu returned the smile, possibly. A brief pause. But practical advantages change. People do too. I'd rather choose carefully than quickly. The sentence sounded ordinary, yet everyone understood it was no longer about careers, or investments, or practical living. It was about people, about Su Wanqing. Shen Yixin maintained his polished expression. I suppose patience is valuable. It is. But eventually decisions must be made. They usually are, when opportunity appears. Chen Yu nodded. Or when trust appears. The words settled over the table. Not challenging. Not defensive. Simply different. Su Zhenghe, who had spoken little since the dinner began, watched Chen Yu for several seconds before asking quietly, You speak as though trust comes before certainty. I think it often does. Even in important matters, especially in important matters. The older man's expression remained unreadable. Nothing more. Yet somehow that single sound carried less pressure than before. The conversation drifted toward lighter topics. The cousin eagerly asked about Harborview Apartments. Is Auntie Lu really as terrifying as Grandma says? Chen Yu looked toward Grandma Su. Would you like the diplomatic answer? No, the truthful one. Always, he nodded. She nodded. She knows. Everything before anyone tells her. The cousin laughed. Really? I still don't know how. Grandma Su smiled knowingly. I've been wondering the same thing. The aunt shook her head. Neighborhood aunties have their own intelligence network. It is extremely efficient, Chen Yu agreed. Su Wanqing quietly added, They also know everyone's delivery schedule. The cousin stared. How do you know that? I live there. Fair. Laughter spread naturally around the table, not loud, not forced. Simply comfortable. Comfortable. Chen Yu realized that word no longer felt impossible. The dinner had begun with everyone measuring him. Now they were speaking with him. There was still caution, still observation. But curiosity had begun replacing skepticism. The next dish arrived. A delicate steamed fish rested at the center of the table. Restaurant staff stepped back silently. Conversation shifted again, this time towards Su Wanqing. The aunt sighed softly. Wanqing has always worked too much. The second uncle nodded. She inherited that from Zhenghe. Gulan smiled. Though it carried a trace of helplessness, she forgets meals. I don't forget, Su Wanqing replied calmly. I postpone. The cousin immediately muttered. That's worse. No one disagreed. Gulan looked toward Chen Yu. You've only known Wanqing for a relatively short time. Yes. What kind of person do you think she is? The room became quiet again. Even Shen Yixin looked interested. It was an impossible question. Not because there wasn't an answer. Because there were too many. Chen Yu looked toward Su Wanqing. She remained composed as always. Perfect posture. Perfect expression. Perfect control. Then he remembered standing beneath the restaurant canopy only an hour earlier. No, not ready. 3 simple words. No performance. No pretending. Only honesty. He looked back toward Gulan. I think he chose each word carefully. Most people describe Wanqing by what she does. The room listened. They described the company. The meetings. The decisions. The responsibility. He paused. I've mostly seen something else. Gulan's fingers rested quietly around her teacup. And that is? A person who remembers to ask whether someone else has eaten. Su Wanqing looked at him, surprised. He continued calmly. A person who prepares because she doesn't want other people to feel embarrassed. A person who apologizes even when the situation isn't her fault. He smiled faintly. And someone who quietly believes she isn't very good at it. Making ordinary conversation. The cousin blinked. Really? Su Wanqing looked away. I'm not. You've improved, Chen Yu said. She glanced back. When? You've stopped treating conversations like board meetings. A brief silence. Then, have I? You brought a notebook to practice. That was progress. The cousin burst into laughter. Grandma Su nearly dropped her spoon laughing with her. Even Gulan smiled openly this time. Su Wanqing looked at Chen Yu with complete composure. I'll remember that. It sounds dangerous. It probably is. Another ripple of laughter crossed the room. Small, warm, natural. Shen Yixian watched the exchange without speaking. For the first time that evening, he had no graceful way to step into the conversation, because there had been no performance to challenge. Only ordinary moments, and ordinary moments were strangely difficult to defeat. The cousin recovered first, so what else has she improved at? Su Wanqing turned toward her. Enough. The younger woman immediately lowered her head. Grandma Su, however, had never been discouraged by warnings. I would also like to know. Grandma, what? Chen Yu is providing valuable observations. He is exaggerating. Chen Yu considered this. Only slightly. Su Wanqing looked at him. He reached for his tea. The look followed him all the way to the cup. Gulan watched them with quiet attention. Until tonight, most questions about her daughter had produced careful answers. Responsible, capable, disciplined, exceptional, captional, words polished by distance. Chen Yu's answers were different. He spoke about notebooks, missed meals, awkward conversations, things too small to impress anyone. Things only someone paying attention would notice. The aunt placed a piece of fish into her bowl. You make Wanqing sound almost ordinary. Chen Yu looked at her. She is. The room stilled. Su Wanqing's chopsticks paused. The aunt's smile weakened slightly. Perhaps she had intended the remark as a compliment. Perhaps not. Chen Yu's voice remained calm. Being capable doesn't make someone less human. No sharpness. No accusation. Only a simple correction. Grandma Su nodded slowly. Exactly. Gulan lowered her gaze. Across the table, Shen Yikan smiled. Wanqing has never wanted to be treated as ordinary. Su Wanqing looked toward him. He continued smoothly. She has always expected more from herself than anyone else could demand. That doesn't mean everyone should keep demanding it, Chen Yu said. The smile on Shen Yikan's face remained. Expectation is often a form of respect. Sometimes, Chen Yu glanced at Su Wanqing's plate. Several dishes had passed. She had touched almost none of them. Sometimes it is just pressure with better manners. The rain pressed harder against the windows. No one moved. Su Zhenghai's gaze sharpened. Gulan sat very still. The remark had crossed close to something the family preferred not to name. Chen Yu did not push further. He simply reached toward the nearest dish, placed a small portion of vegetables into the open space on Su Wanqing's plate, and returned the serving spoon. The movement happened before he thought about it. When he looked up, the entire table was watching. He stopped. Su Wanqing looked at the vegetables, then at him. For one brief second, Chen Yu wondered whether he had just violated an unwritten section of the agreement. There had been rules for hand-holding, rules for public introductions, rules for unexpected encounters. There had not been a vegetable protocol. He lowered his voice. You've barely eaten. It was too quiet for the table not to hear. Su Wanqing stared at him, then calmly picked up the vegetables and ate them. The cousin looked down so quickly that her hair nearly fell into her bowl. Grandma Su's satisfaction became impossible to hide. Gulan's eyes moved from her daughter to Chen Yu. Something in her expression changed. Not acceptance. Not yet. But calculation had begun giving way to consideration. Shen Yixian lifted his glass. Wanqing has always been disciplined about her meals. No, I haven't, Su Wanqing said. The reply came before Chen Yu could speak. Shen Yixian turned toward her. Gulan frowned faintly. Your schedule has been difficult recently. My schedule has always been difficult. You should have told us. Su Wanqing looked at her mother. I have. No anger. No raised voice. Only fact. That made the answer impossible to dismiss politely. Gulan's fingers tightened around her teacup. Su Zhenghai remained unreadable, but his gaze shifted away from Chen Yu for the first time that evening, toward his daughter. The examination had changed direction. Grandma Su's voice arrived gently. She has told all of you many times. Several relatives looked toward her. The old woman sat straight in her chair, both hands resting lightly on her cane. Her earlier amusement had faded. You heard her words, she continued. You simply preferred the version of her that did not require anything from you. Silence settled across the table. Gulan drew a measured breath. Mother, that is unfair. Perhaps. Grandma Su looked at Su Wanqing. But is it wrong? Gulan did not answer. Neither did Su Zhenghe. Su Wanqing's expression remained composed, yet Chen Yu noticed her fingers beneath the table. They had curled slightly against the fabric of her dress. He did not reach for them. That boundary remained clear. Instead, he shifted his chair by the smallest amount. Not closer enough to attract notice, only enough that she could feel someone still beside her. Her fingers slowly relaxed. Shen Yichen placed down his glass. I don't believe anyone here intends to place pressure on Wanqing. Grandma Su gave him a pleasant look. Intent is very comforting to the person causing the problem. The cousin stared intently at her bowl. Shen Yichen accepted the correction without visible irritation. Then perhaps the concern should be expressed more carefully. Perhaps the concern should begin by listening. This time, no one answered. Grandma Su turned toward Chen Yu. And you? He blinked. What about me? Do you listen? Chen Yu glanced at Su Wanqing. Not always well. A faint movement touched her eyes. He continued. But she corrects me. I do, Su Wanqing said. Frequently. When necessary. Which is frequently. The tension cracked. Not completely. Enough. Grandma Su laughed. Even Gulan's expression softened. The cousin finally looked up again. Are all your conversations like this? No, Su Wanqing said. Most are worse, Chen Yu added. She turned toward him. He picked up his tea before she could respond. The meal continued. Slowly, the family stopped speaking about Su Wanqing as though she were absent. The aunt asked her directly about Luminara's current expansion. One uncle asked whether she intended to reduce her travel schedule. Gulan asked which evenings she was normally home. The questions were still imperfect, but for the first time, they were questions rather than conclusions. Su Wanqing answered carefully, not warmly, not coldly, simply honestly. Chen Yu listened. He did not interrupt, did not explain her answers, did not translate them into something easier for the family to accept. When she said she was tired, he allowed the statement to remain. When she said she did not want another arranged meeting, he did not turn it into a joke. When she said she would make her own decisions, he did not soften the sentence. That, more than anything he had said, drew Su Zhenghei's attention. The older man watched him for a long moment. You don't appear eager to speak on her behalf. Chen Yu looked toward him. She is here. A simple answer. Su Zhenghei's eyes narrowed slightly. And when she isn't? I still wouldn't claim to know what she wants. What would you do? Ask her. Grandma Su nodded approvingly. Shen Yichen smiled faintly. Relationships rarely remain that simple. No, Chen Yu agreed. But asking is still a useful place to begin. The answer left little room for argument. The conversation moved on. By the time the final main dishes arrived, the room had become noticeably warmer, not comfortable. The Su family was not a group that became comfortable quickly. But the sharpest edges had dulled. The cousin began asking Chen Yu about Harborview's ancient elevator. Grandma Su demanded a full report on Auntie Liu's latest activities. One uncle complained about office meetings, apparently deciding Chen Yu's earlier philosophy had merit. Even Gulan asked whether room 1607 had enough space for guests, then pretended the question meant nothing when Su Wanqing looked at her. The next test arrived disguised as casual curiosity. The aunt dabbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Do your parents live in Linhai City? Chen Yu? They don't. Do they visit often? My mother threatens to. The cousin smiled. Threatens? She believes warning me several weeks ahead is considerate. Grandma Su approved immediately. She sounds sensible. She also believes immediately. She sounds sensible. She also believes. Breakfast solves most personal problems. Very sensible. Gulan smiled. Does she know about Wanqing? Chen Yu's fingers paused against his teacup. Beside him, Su Wanqing became still. This question had not been part of the practice. Not exactly. They had discussed families, boundaries, how far the arrangement should spread. But no prepared sentence felt right. Chen Yu answered with the safest truth. She knows I have a female neighbor. The cousin covered her mouth. Grandma Su leaned forward. And? She finds it suspicious. Intelligent woman. She has no evidence. Intelligent women rarely require evidence. Chen Yu looked towards Su Wanqing. That explains Auntie Liu. It explains many things, Su Wanqing said. Gulan did not let the subject drift away. Have you told your mother that you and Wanqing are together? The room quieted. There it was. A question with consequences outside Yunhai Pavilion. A rehearsed performance could remain contained. Family could not. Chen Yu looked at Su Wanqing. The agreement seemed to exist between them again. Not as paper, as responsibility. He opened his mouth. Su Wanqing spoke first. We agreed not to involve his family until we were ready. Chen Yu looked at her. They had never written those exact words. But the principle was there. No unnecessary lies. No emotional promises beyond the present arrangement. No dragging others into something neither of them fully understood. Gulan studied her daughter. You decided her daughter? Yes. And you are comfortable with it? Yes. No hesitation. The answer closed the subject. Chen Yu lowered his gaze to his tea. Something quiet settled in his chest. She had not defended a story. She had defended a decision. Their decision. The distinction should not have mattered so much. It did. Shen Yiken noticed the exchange. His expression did not change, but his attention sharpened. Until that moment, he had treated Chen Yu as an unexpected complication. A temporary performance. A man useful to Su Wanqing because he had arrived at the right time. Now, for the first time, he looked at Chen Yu as someone who might remain. The realization did not make him less polite. It made the politeness colder. Conversation shifted toward business. One uncle mentioned an upcoming technology conference. Another spoke about investment interests surrounding new artificial intelligence systems. Chen Yu listened with the relaxed expression of someone hearing familiar industry gossip from a careful distance. Then a name appeared. Ghost. Only once. The second uncle leaned back. Some investors believe Ghost is preparing another architecture release. Gulan looked towards Su Wanqing. Has Luminara heard anything? No confirmed information. Do you believe Ghost is one person? Su Wanqing lifted her tea. I believe speculation is useful to people who have nothing verifiable to say. The uncle laughed. A very Luminara answer. Chen Yu drank quietly. The tea was excellent. That was unfortunate. It gave him a reason to continue lifting the cup whenever the conversation moved too close to him. Shen Yikin's gaze shifted across the table. Do you follow technology markets, Chen Yu? Enough to know software updates arrive when I'm busiest. The cousin laughed again. The uncle shook his head. I meant investment trends. Not closely. Luminara operates in that world. Wanqing does. The use of her name came naturally now. Too naturally. So Wanqing noticed. So did everyone else. Chen Yu continued before the silence could deepen. I don't need to pretend expertise in her work to respect it. Shen Yuqin smiled. And if her work becomes difficult for you to understand, I ask, if you cannot help, I don't interfere. The answer landed cleanly. Su Zhenghei's gaze sharpened. Gulan looked down at her tea. Grandma Su appeared deeply satisfied. Shen Yichen tilted his head. Surely a partner should contribute more than distance. Not interfering isn't distance. Chen Yu set down his cup. Sometimes it is trust. And if she makes the wrong decision, then it is still her decision. Room went quiet. Shen Yichen's smile narrowed. You would allow someone you care about to fail. Chen Yu met his gaze. I wouldn't confuse caring with control. No hostility entered his voice. That made the lion harder to challenge. Shen Yichen leaned back. For a man accustomed to proving his worth through influence, solutions, and access, support without authority seemed almost meaningless. Chen Yu understood that. He also understood why Su Wanqing had spent so many years exhausted. The final dishes arrived. Dessert followed. A delicate almond pudding, seasonal fruit, and small pastries arranged with unnecessary perfection. By then, the family had stopped questioning Chen Yu as though he were applying for a position. Not entirely. But enough. The cousin asked whether Auntie Lu had approved of his blazer. She approved too strongly. Grandma Su laughed. I chose it. That explains the confidence. It was deserved. The sweater was comfortable. The sweater made you look unemployed. I was employed while wearing it, not convincingly. Su Wanqing quietly tasted her dessert. Chen Yu looked at her. You're not helping. I agree with Grandma. Betrayal. The cousin laughed. Even Su Zhenghei's expression shifted. Not a smile. Something dangerously close. Gulan noticed it and looked away before anyone else could. The dinner slowly reached its end. Teacups emptied. Napkins were folded. Restaurant staff entered to clear the final dishes. Conversation softened into separate threads. One uncle discussed parking with another. The aunt asked the cousin about university. Grandma Su continued interrogating Chen Yu about Harborview, as if considering permanent relocation. Shen Yichen remained quiet. Too quiet. When Su Wanqing rose from her chair, Chen Yu stood with her. The movement was immediate, unplanned. The family noticed. Of course they did. Gulan approached first. Her expression remained elegant, but the distance in it had lessened. "Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for having me. It was an unusual evening." Chen Yu smiled faintly. "I suspected it might be." A trace of amusement touched her face. Then she looked toward her daughter, Wanqing. "Mother." Gulan hesitated. "Only briefly. Call me tomorrow." Su Wanqing's eyes changed by a fraction. All right, it was not reconciliation. It was not enough to repair years of pressure disguised as concern, but it was a door. For now, that mattered. Su Zhenghe stood near the table. Chen Yu turned toward him. "Uncle Su." The older man regarded him in silence, then gave one measured nod. "Drive safely, nothing more." Yet the words carried something that had not been present when Chen Yu entered. Not approval, recognition. He accepted it for what it was. "I will." Grandma Su intercepted them before they reached the door. She took Su Wanqing's hand first, then looked at Chen Yu. "Did they frighten you?" "Not successfully." "Good," she smiled. "Come again." Su Wanqing closed her eyes. "Grandma." "What? You cannot invite him before asking." "I just did." "That is not asking." Grandma Su turned toward her. "Chen Yu, will you come again?" He glanced at Su Wanqing. Her expression warned him to choose carefully. He looked back at Grandma Su. "If Wanqing wants me to." The old woman's smile brightened. An excellent answer. A dangerous answer. She released her granddaughter's hand. "Then I will ask her later." "Please don't," Su Wanqing said. "I heard nothing." The cousin accompanied them to the entrance of the private room. She leaned closer to Su Wanqing. "I like him." Su Wanqing looked at her. "You've spoken to him twice." "That was enough." "It wasn't." The cousin turned to Chen Yu. "See? She is difficult, I've noticed." Su Wanqing looked between them. "This alliance is unnecessary. Most good alliances are," Chen Yu said. The cousin grinned and returned to the room before Su Wanqing could respond. They stepped into the corridor. The doors closed behind them. For the first time in hours, no one was watching. At least, no one nearby. Chen Yu released one slow breath. Su Wanqing stood beside him in silence. Warm lantern light stretched along the polished floor. Rain moved across the glass walls outside, softer now than when they had arrived. Neither spoke immediately. There was too much to say, and no need to say it here. They walked toward the entrance together. Behind them, the private room remained filled with family voices, quiet judgments, and a future that had become more complicated than it had been that morning. Ahead, the doors of Yunhai Pavilion opened. Cool air moved into the corridor. The driver waited beneath the canopy with an umbrella. Chen Yu stopped before stepping outside. "So," Su Wanqing looked at him. "Did we pass?" She considered the question with the seriousness of someone reviewing an important report. "Provisionally. That sounds promising. It means they will continue." "Observing? I was afraid of that. They observe everyone." "Your cousin observed like she bought tickets." A faint smile appeared. This time, Su Wanqing did not hide it. She enjoyed herself. Someone should. The smile remained for one heartbeat longer. Then she looked back toward the closed doors. "My mother will call tomorrow. Probably. My father approved of you." Chen Yu blinked. "He told me to drive safely." "That was approval. Your family standards are terrifying. You survived." "Barely." She turned toward him. "No." The word was quiet. "Certain. You did well." Chen Yu stopped joking. Rain fell beyond the canopy, silver beneath the lights. "We did well," he said. Su Wanqing looked at him for a long moment. The answers they had practiced had mattered. The rules had mattered. The agreement folded inside his blazer had mattered. But none of those things had carried them through the dinner. Not completely. They had succeeded because he noticed when she had not eaten, because she spoke when questions reached beyond their boundaries, because neither tried to control the other's answers, because somewhere between preparation and pressure, they had stopped performing alone. Su Wanqing nodded. "We did." The driver opened the rear door. Chen Yu stepped aside for her. She entered the car. He followed. Behind them, Yunhai Pavilion glowed against the rain. Ahead, Linhai City waited in blurred reflections and quiet streets. The car pulled away from the entrance. For the first time that evening, neither of them needed to remember what they were supposed to say. The carved doors of Yunhai Pavilion closed softly behind them. For the first time that evening, neither of them stood beneath dozens of watchful eyes. The quiet almost felt unfamiliar. Rain had become gentler while they were inside. Thin silver lines drifted through the warm glow of the restaurant lanterns, turning the stone pathway into a mirror of scattered reflections. A member of the staff held an umbrella over the entrance, bowing politely as guests departed. Chen Yu accepted it with a quiet thanks before opening it. He naturally angled the umbrella towards Su Wanko. She stepped beneath it without comment. Only after making sure she was fully covered did he move underneath himself. Neither of them noticed the movement, or perhaps both did. They simply didn't mention it. The sounds of the restaurant gradually faded behind them. For several moments, only the steady rhythm of rain accompanied their footsteps. The silence no longer carried the awkwardness it once had. It was simply comfortable. Chen Yu let out a slow breath. I think that's the longest dinner I've ever attended. Su Wanqing looked ahead. It lasted 153 minutes. He turned toward her. You counted. I checked the time when we arrived. And remembered it. Yes. He laughed quietly. I should have expected that. Another few steps passed. The parking area came into view beyond a row of carefully trimmed hedges. Luxury sedans reflected the restaurant lights in neat rows, each one shining beneath the rain. Chen Yu stopped beside his car before folding the umbrella. Water rolled harmlessly from its edge. He looked toward her. So. He rubbed the back of his neck. Did we pass? Su Wanqing appeared to consider the question with complete seriousness. Provisionally. He nodded. I'll take provisionally. It is better than failing. I agree. She unlocked the passenger door but didn't get inside immediately. Instead, she remained standing beside the car, watching the rain for a few quiet seconds. My parents accepted you more quickly than I expected. Chen Yu smiled. They accepted the version of me that survived tonight. There is a difference. There is. He leaned lightly against the roof of the car. I don't think your father has completely decided. He hasn't. Your mother either. No. And your grandmother. A tiny smile appeared. Grandmother decided before the dinner began. I suspected as much. She only attended to make everyone else's decision more difficult. I also suspected that. The smile lingered just a little longer before fading back into her usual calm expression. They will continue observing us. I know. There will be more questions. I know. There may be unexpected situations. I definitely know. He looked toward the restaurant. I don't think your cousin is capable of forgetting anything she saw tonight. Probably not. She'll remember the vegetables forever. For the first time that evening. For the first time that evening. Su Wanqing looked genuinely embarrassed. Please don't remind me. I thought it went well. It wasn't part of the plan. I noticed neither spoke for a moment. Rain tapped softly against the roof of the car. Finally, Su Wanqing said quietly. Several things tonight were not part of the plan. Chen Yu nodded. Most of the important ones. She looked at him. When my mother asked why we became familiar, you didn't need the notebook. No, when Shen Yushin questioned me, I didn't remember any rehearsed answers. You didn't. When Grandma interrupted, he laughed. I'm fairly certain no preparation could have accounted for your grandmother. Agreed. Their eyes met briefly. Neither looked away immediately. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze first. I've been thinking about something. What is it? The answers that worked best, she paused, were all truthful. Chen Yu's expression softened. I noticed that too. The explanations we rehearsed were useful. They gave us confidence, yes. But the moments that convinced everyone, she searched briefly for the right words, weren't rehearsed. They couldn't have been. He folded the umbrella carefully before placing it in the back seat. Real conversations never follow a script. She watched him. When you spoke to my father, I wasn't trying to impress him. I know. When I answered your mother, I wasn't trying to convince her. I know. He closed the rear door, I think. We accidentally discovered something. She waited. The agreement tells us what not to do. It does. But maybe we don't actually need to perform as much as we thought. She remained silent. He continued. We already know how to be neighbors. We do. We already know how to talk. Mostly. We already know how to disagree. Her expression became almost amused, frequently. So maybe, he smiled. We just keep doing that. Rain seemed even quieter. Su Wanqing considered his words longer than he expected. Finally, she gave a small nod. I believe you're right. He blinked. Again? You sound surprised. I've received a lot of correct answers from you recently. You've earned several. He laughed. I'll write this date down. There is no need. I may never experience another evening with this many compliments. They were observations. They count. She looked away toward the rain again. Very well. The simple reply somehow felt warmer than a longer sentence. Chen Yu opened the driver's door. Shall we? She nodded and entered the passenger seat. The drive back to Harbor View Apartments was quieter than usual. not because they had run out of things to say. Neither felt the need to fill every moment with conversation. The city lights stretched across rain-soaked streets while windshield wipers moved with steady rhythm. Several minutes passed before Chen Yu spoke again. "I've been thinking about Shen Yiken." Su Wangqing turned slightly. "He'll be more cautious now." "You think so?" "Yes. He didn't seem like someone who enjoys uncertainty. He doesn't. He'll stop treating me like a temporary inconvenience." "Correct?" Chen Yu nodded slowly. "I suppose that's unavoidable." "It is." Another traffic light turned red. The car slowed to a stop. Water shimmered beneath rows of street lamps. Su Wanqing looked through the windshield. "I'm sorry." He glanced toward her. "For what?" "You shouldn't have been placed in that position. I agreed to it. Even so." She folded her hands neatly in her lap. "My family can be—" She searched. "Briefly. Difficult." Chen Yu smiled faintly. "I've met office meeting schedules." She looked at him. "They're surprisingly similar. They ask impossible questions. They expect impossible answers. They judge everything, constantly. She—" "Judge everything, constantly, she—" Almost smiled again. "I see." He rested one hand on the steering wheel. "For what it's worth," she waited. "I don't regret going." Her eyes shifted toward him. Not even a little. The traffic light turned green. He eased the car forward. "If anything," he looked ahead, "I'm glad I went." She remained quiet, not because she doubted him, because she believed him. That realization settled somewhere unexpectedly deep. Neither of them spoke again until the familiar outline of Harbor View Apartments appeared through the rain. Home. The security gate lifted after recognizing the vehicle. Chen Yu guided the car into the familiar underground parking garage before switching off the engine. The sudden quiet felt different from the silence outside Yunhai Pavilion. This one belonged to home. Neither moved immediately. The rain continued pattering faintly above the concrete ceiling, distant enough to become background noise. Chen Yu unfastened his seatbelt first. "We're back." "Yes." He stepped out and walked around the front of the car out of habit. Before he reached the passenger side, the door had already opened. Su Wanqing stood waiting. "You didn't have to." "I know. Then why?" He shrugged. It seemed polite. She regarded him for a second before closing the car door herself. "I've noticed something." "That sounds dangerous. You rarely hesitate before." "Doing considerate things." Chen Yu looked genuinely puzzled. "Should I?" "No." "Then I suppose I'll keep being troublesome." "Very well." They began walking toward the elevator. The building was unusually quiet. Most residents had already returned home, leaving only the distant hum of ventilation fans and the occasional echo of footsteps across polished concrete. The elevator arrived almost immediately. The doors opened. Chen Yu smiled. "I see your emergency elevator protocol wasn't necessary after all. There never was one." "I'm still not completely convinced." She stepped inside. "The elevator's responsibilities are limited to moving up and down." "Correct." "I respect such a focused career." The doors closed. This time, neither of them laughed loudly, just enough to acknowledge the joke. The elevator climbed steadily. Floor numbers lit one after another. For the first time since signing the agreement weeks earlier, neither of them seemed conscious of standing together inside such a small space. There was no awkwardness, no careful planning. Only two neighbors returning home after an unusually long evening. The doors opened onto the 16th floor. The familiar hallway stretched quietly before them. Room 1607. Room 1608. The same corridor where everything had begun. They walked side by side until reaching their doors. Almost simultaneously, both reached into their pockets for their keys. Then, both paused. Chen Yu looked across the narrow space separating the two apartments. "I suppose this is where the successful fake couple returns to being neighbors." Su Wanqing considered the statement. "I don't think we ever stop being neighbors. That's going on with Twilight." "True." He leaned lightly against his door. "We'll probably be invited to another family gathering." "Almost certainly." "And your grandmother will probably invent another surprise." "Almost certainly." "I'm beginning to fear her." "You should." "I knew it." She slipped her key into the lock but didn't turn it. "There will be more situations we cannot prepare for." "I know. The agreement cannot cover everything." "No." A brief silence settled between them. This time, it felt thoughtful rather than uncertain. Finally, Chen Yu said quietly, "Then we'll do what we did tonight." She looked at him. "We'll tell the truth whenever we can. And when we can't, we'll protect each other." The words left his mouth naturally. Only afterward did he realize what he had said. He immediately added, "As agreed." Su Wanqing held his gaze. "I know." There was no teasing, no embarrassment. Only quiet understanding. After a moment, she gave a small nod. Thank you. He blinked. For dinner? For today? He smiled. I should be thanking you. You already have. Then, thank you again. A tiny movement appeared at the corner of her lips. I'll accept the duplicate. Hey. Laugh softly. Good night, neighbor. Good night, Chen-Yu. She opened the door to room 1608 and stepped inside. He waited until her door closed gently before unlocking room 1607. The apartment greeted him with familiar stillness. He placed his keys on the cabinet beside the entrance and loosened his collar. Only then did he allow himself to exhale completely. The evening had begun as a performance. Somewhere along the way, it had quietly become something else. Not love. Not yet. Not even close. But trust. That, he realized as he looked toward the wall, separating room 1607 from room 1608, was a much better place to begin.